Volume 2, Book 7, Chapters 29 through 38 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 7. Chapter 29. And about dawn a notary came from the royal court, and said, "It is the emperor's orders, O Apollonius, that you should repair to his court at the time when the marketplace is full, not indeed as yet to make your defense, for he wants to see you and find out who you are, and to talk with you alone." Apollonius said, "And why do you trouble me with these details?" "Are you not then Apollonius?" said the other. He said, "Yes, by heaven, and of Tyana too." Said the other, "To whom, then, should I give this message?" He replied, "To those who will take me thither, for I suppose that I shall have to get out of this prison somehow." Replied the other, "Orders have already been given to them, and I will come here in good time, and I only came to give you the message now, because the orders were issued late last night." Chapter 30. He accordingly went away. But Apollonius, after resting himself a little while on his bed, said, "Damis, I need sleep, for I have had a bad night trying to remember what Philostratus once told me." Said the other, "Well, if you had to keep awake, you had much better have occupied yourself in preparing for so great an occasion as now is announced to you." Apollonius said, "And how could I prepare myself, when I do not even know what questions he will ask of me?" Damis said, "Then are you going to defend your life extempore?" He replied, "Yes, by heaven, for it is an extempore life that I have always led. But I want to tell you what I could remember of the conversation of Philostratus, for I think you will find it very profitable under the circumstances. Philostratus enjoined the tamers of lions not to strike them, for he said that they bear you a grudge if they are struck, but also not to flatter them, because that tends to make them proud and fierce. But he advised them rather to stroke them with the hand at the same time that they threatened them, as the best way of reducing them to obedience and docility. Well, he made these remarks not really about lions, for we were not interested about how to keep lions and wild beasts, but he was really supplying a curb and rein for tyrants of such a kind as he thought would in practice keep them within the lines of good sense and moderation. Damis said, "This story is indeed most apposite to the manners of tyrants. But there is also a story in Aesop about a certain lion who lived in a cave, and Aesop says that he was not sick, but only pretended to be so, and that he seized on other wild animals who went to visit him. And accordingly the fox made the remark, 'What are we to do with him? For no one ever quits his residence, nor are any tracks to be seen of his visitors going out again.' And Apollonius remarked, 'Well, as for myself, I should have regarded your fox as a cleverer animal if he had gone in to see the lion, and instead of being caught had issued from the cave safely and left clear tracks behind him.' Chapter 31. After making this remark, he took a short nap, just enough to close his eyes, and when day came, he offered his prayers to the sun as best he could in prison, and then he conversed with all who came up and asked him questions. And so, about the time when the market fills, a notary came, and ordered him to repair at once to the court, adding, 'Lest we should not get there in time for the summons into his presence.' And Apollonius said, 'Let us go,' and eagerly went forth. And on the way 4 bodyguards followed him, keeping at a greater distance from him than would an escort appointed merely to guard him. And Damis also followed in his train, in some trepidation indeed, but apparently plunged in thought. Now the eyes of all were turned upon Apollonius, for not only were they attracted by his dress and bearing, but there was a god-like look in his eyes, which struck them with astonishment, and moreover, the fact that he had come to Rome to risk his life for his friends conciliated the good wishes even of those who were evilly disposed to him before. When he halted at the palace, and beheld the throng of those who were either being courted, or were courting their superiors, and heard the din of those who were passing in and out, he remarked, "It seems to me, O Damis, that this place resembles a bath, for I see people outside hastening in, and those within hastening out, and some of them resemble people who have been thoroughly well washed, and others those who have not been washed at all." This saying is the inviolable property of Apollonius, and I wish it to be reserved to him, and not ascribed to this man and that, for it is so thoroughly and genuinely his that he has repeated it in one of his letters. There he saw a very old man who was trying to get an appointment, and in order to do so was groveling before the emperor and fawning upon him. He said, "Here is one, O Damis, whom not even Sophocles, so far, has been able to persuade to run away from a master who is raging mad." Damis said, "Yes, a master that we ourselves, Apollonius, have chosen for our own, for that is why we are standing here at such gates as these." Said the other, "It seems to me, O Damis, that you imagine Aeacus to be warden of these gates, as he is said to be of the gates of Hades, for verily you look like a dead man." Damis said, "Not dead yet, but shortly to be so." And Apollonius answered, "O Damis, you do not seem to me to take very kindly to death, although you have been with me some time and have studied philosophy from your first youth. But I had imagined that you were prepared for it, and had also acquainted yourself with all the strategy and tactical resources that I have at my command. For just as men in battle, no matter how heavily armored they may be, require not merely pluck, but also a knowledge of tactics to interpret to them the right opportunities of battle, so also philosophers must wait for the right opportunities when to die, so that they may not be taken off their guard, nor like suicides rush into death, but may meet their enemies upon ground of their own good choosing. But that I made my choice well of a moment to die in, and found an occasion worthy of a philosopher, supposing anyone wants to kill him, I have both proved to others before whom I defended myself in your presence, and am tired of teaching yourself the same. Chapter 32. So far these matters then. But when the emperor had leisure, having got rid of all his urgent affairs, to give an audience to our sage, the attendants, whose office it was, conducted him into the palace, without allowing Damis to follow him. And the emperor was wearing a wreath of green leaves, for he had just been offering a sacrifice to Athene in the hall of Adonis, and this hall was bright with baskets of flowers, such as the Syrians at the time of the festival of Adonis make up in his honor, growing them under their very roofs. Though the emperor was engaged with his religious rites, he turned round, and was so much struck by Apollonius's appearance that he said, "O Aelian, it is a demon that you have introduced to me." But Apollonius, without losing his composure, made free to comment upon the emperor's words, and said, "As for myself, I imagined that Athene was your tutelary goddess, O sovereign, in the same way as she was Diomedes long ago in Troy. For she removed the mist which dulls the eyes of men from those of Diomede, and endows them with the faculty of distinguishing gods from men. But the goddess has not yet purged your eyes as she did his, my sovereign, yet it were well, if Athene did so, that you might behold her more clearly and not confuse mere men from the forms of demons." Said the emperor, "And you, O philosopher, when did you have this mist cleared away from your eyes?" Said he, "Long ago, and ever since I have been a philosopher." Said the emperor, "How comes it, then, that you have come to regard as gods persons who are most hostile to myself?" Said Apollonius, "And what hostility is there between yourself and Iarchus or Phraotes, both of them Indians, and the only human beings that I regard as gods and meriting such a title?" Said the emperor, "Don't try to put me off with Indians, but just tell me about your darling Nerva and his accomplices." Said Apollonius, "Am I to plead his cause, or—" "No, you shall not plead it," said the emperor, "for he has been taken red-handed in guilt. But just prove to me, if you can, that you are not yourself equally guilty as being privy to his designs. Said Apollonius, if you would hear how far I am in his counsel and privy to his designs, please hear me, for why should I conceal the truth? Now the emperor imagined that he was going to hear Apollonius confess very important secrets, and that whatever transpired would conduce to the destruction of the persons in question. Chapter 33. But Apollonius, seeing him on tiptoe with expectation, merely said, For myself, I know Nerva to be the most moderate of men, and the gentlest and the most devoted to yourself, as well as a good ruler, though he is so averse to meddling in high matters of state that he shrinks from office. And as for his friends, for I suppose you refer to Rufus and Orphetus, these men also are discreet, so far as I know, and averse from wealth, somewhat sluggish to do all they lawfully may, while as for revolution, they are the last people in the world either to plan it or to take part with another who should do so. But the emperor was inflamed with anger at what he heard, and said, Then you mean to say that I am guilty of slander in their cases, since you assert that they are good men, only sluggish, whom I have ascertained to be the vilest of mankind and usurpers of my throne. For I imagine that they too, if I put the question to them about you, would in their turn deny that you are a wizard, and a hothead, and a braggart, and a miser, and that you looked down on the laws. And so it is, you accursed rascals, that you all hold together like thieves. But the accusation shall unmask everything, for I know, as well as if I had been present and taken part in everything, all the oaths which you took, and the objects for which you took them, and when you did it, and what was your preliminary sacrifice. At all this Apollonius did not even blench, but merely remarked, It is not creditable to you, O sovereign, nor is it congruous with the law, that you should either pretend to try a case affecting persons about whom you have already made up your mind, or should have made it up before ever you have tried them. But if you will have it so, permit me at once to begin and plead my defense. You are prejudiced against me, my sovereign, and you do me a greater wrong than could any false informer, for you take for granted, before you hear them, accusations which he only offers to prove. The emperor said, Begin your defense at any point you like, but I know very well where to draw the line, and with what it is best to begin. Chapter 34. From that moment he began to insult the sage by cutting off his beard and hair, and confining him among the vilest felons. And as regards his hair being shaved, Apollonius remarked, I had forgotten, O sovereign, that it was treasonable to wear long hair. And as regards his imprisonment in bounds, he remarked, If you think me a wizard, how will you ever fetter me? And if you fetter me, how can you say that I am a wizard? Replied the emperor, Yes, for I will not release you until you have turned into water, or some wild animal, or into a tree. Apollonius said, I will not turn into these things, even if I could, for I will not ever betray men who, in violation of all justice, stand in peril, and what I am, that I will remain. But I am ready to endure all you can inflict upon my vile body, until I have finished pleading the cause of these persons. Asked the emperor, And who is going to plead your cause? Apollonius replied, Time and the spirit of the gods, and the passion for wisdom which animates me. Chapter 35. Such was the prelude of his defense, which he made in private to Domitian, as Damis outlines it. But some have, out of malignity, perverted the facts, and say that he first made his defense and only then was imprisoned, at the same time that he was also shorn. And they have also forged a letter in the Ionic dialect of tedious prolixity, in which they pretend that Apollonius went down on his knees to Domitian, and besought him to release him of his bonds. Now Apollonius, it is true, wrote his testament in the Ionic style of language, but I never met with any letter of his composed in that dialect, although I have come across a great many of them. Nor did I ever find any verbosity in any letter of the sages, for they are laconically brief, as if they had been unwound from the ferule of a herald. Moreover, he won his cause and quitted the court, so how could he ever have been imprisoned after the verdict was given? But I must defer to relate what happened in the law court. I had best narrate first what ensued after he was shaved, and what he said in his discourses, for it is worthy of notice. Chapter 36. For after the sage had been confined for 2 days in prison, someone came to the prison and said that he had purchased the right to visit him, and that he was come to advise him how to save his life. This person then was a native of Syracuse, and was mind and mouthpiece of Domitian, and he had been suborned, like the earlier one, by him. But he had a more plausible mission, for whereas the first one beat about the bush, this one took up his parable straight from what he saw before him, and said, Heavens! Who would ever have thought of Apollonius being thrown into chains? Apollonius said, The person who threw him, for surely he would not have done so if he had not thought of it. And who ever thought that his ambrosial locks could be cut off? Said Apollonius, I myself who wore them. And how can you endure it? Said the other. As a man well may bear it who is brought to this pass neither with nor without his will. And how can your leg endure the weight of the fetters? Said Apollonius, I don't know, for my mind is intent upon other matters. Said the other, and yet the mind must attend to what causes pain. Said Apollonius, not necessarily, for if you are a man like myself, your mind will either not feel the pain, or will order it to cease. And what is it that occupies your mind? Answered Apollonius, the necessity of not noticing such things. Then the other reverted to the matter of his locks, and led the conversation round to them again, whereupon Apollonius remarked, It is lucky for you, young man, that you were not one of the Achaeans long ago in Troy, for it seems to me that you would have raised a terrible hullabaloo over the locks of Achilles, when he cut them off in honor of Patroclus, supposing he really did so, and you would at least have swooned at such a spectacle. For if, as you say, you are full of pity for my locks, which were all grey and frowsy, what would you not have felt over those of Achilles, which were nicely curled and auburn? The other, of course, had only made his remarks out of malice, in order to see what would make Apollonius wince, and, by heaven, to see whether he would reproach his sovereign on account of his sufferings. But he was so shut up by the answers he got, that he said, You have inured the royal displeasure on several grounds, but in particular on those for which Nerva and his friends are being prosecuted, namely, of injuring the government. For certain informations have been conveyed to him about your words in Ionia, when you spoke of him in hostile and embittered tones. But they say that he attaches little importance to that matter, because his anger is whetted by the graver charges, and this, although the informer from whom he learnt these first charges is a very distinguished person of great reputation. Said Apollonius, A new sort of Olympic winner is this you tell me of, that pretends to win distinction by the weightiness of his slanders. But I quite realize that he is Euphrates, who, I know, does everything against me which he can, and these are far from being the worst injuries which he has done to me. For hearing once on a time that I was about to visit the naked sages of Ethiopia, he set himself to poison their minds against me, and if I had not seen through his malignant designs, I should probably have gone away without even seeing their company. The Syracusan then, much astonished at this remark, said, Then you think it a much lesser thing to be traduced to the emperor than to forfeit your good repute in the eyes of the naked sages owing to the insinuations dropped against you by Euphrates? He said, Yes, by heaven, for I was going there as a learner, whereas I am come here with a mission to teach. And what are you going to teach? Said the other. Said Apollonius, That I am a good and honorable man, a circumstance this of which the emperor is not yet aware. Said the other, But you can get out of your scrape if you only will teach him things which, if you had told him before you came here, you would never have been cast into prison. Now Apollonius understood that the Syracusan was trying to drive him into some such admission as the emperor had tried to get out of him, and that he imagined out of sheer weariness of his imprisonment he would tell some falsehood to the detriment of his friends, and accordingly he answered, My excellent friend, if I had been cast into prison for telling Domitian the truth, what would happen to me if I refrained from telling it? For he apparently regards truth as something to be punished without imprisonment, just as I regard falsehood. Chapter 37. The Syracusan accordingly was so much struck with the superiority of his philosophical talent, for after saying this he went away, that he promptly left the prison. But Apollonius, glancing at Damis, said, Do you understand this Python? Said he, I understand that he has been suborned to trip you up. But what you mean by Python, and what is the sense of such a name, I do not know. Apollonius replied, Python of Byzantium was, they say, a rhetor skilful to persuade men to evil courses. He was sent in the interests of Philip, son of Amyntas, on an embassy to the Hellenes to urge their enslavement, and though he passed by other states, he was careful to go to Athens, just at a time when rhetoric most flourished there. And he told them that they did a great injury to Philip, and made a great mistake in trying to liberate the Hellenic nation. Python delivered these sentiments, as they say, with a flood of words, but no one save Demosthenes of the Paeanian deme spoke to the contrary and checked his presumption, and he reckons it amongst his achievements that he bore the brunt of his attack unaided. Now, I would never call it an achievement that I refused to be drawn into the avowals which he wanted. Nevertheless, I said that he was employed on the same job as Python, because he has come here as a despot's hireling to tender me monstrous advice. Chapter 38. Damis says then that though Apollonius uttered many more discourses of the same kind, he was himself in despair of the situation, because he saw no way out of it except such as the gods have vouchsafed to some in answer to prayer when they were in even worse straits. But a little before midday he tells us that he said, O man of Tyana, for he took a special pleasure, it appears, in being called by that name, what is to become of us? Why, what has become of us already, said Apollonius, and nothing more, for no one is going to kill us. Damis said, And who is so invulnerable as that? But will you ever be liberated? Said Apollonius, So far as it rests with the verdict of the court, I shall be set at liberty this day, but so far as depends upon my own will, now and here. And with these words he took his leg out of the fetters, and remarked to Damis, Here is proof positive to you of my freedom, so cheer up. Damis says that it was then for the first time that he really and truly understood the nature of Apollonius, to wit, that it was divine and superhuman, for without any sacrifice, and how in prison could he have offered any? And without a single prayer, without even a single word, he quietly laughed at the fetters, and then inserted his leg in them afresh, and behaved like a prisoner once more. End of Volume 2, Book 7, chapters 29 through 38. Volume 2, Book 7, chapters 39 through 42 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 7. Chapter 39. Now, simple-minded people attribute such acts as this to wizardry, and they make the same mistake in respect of many purely human actions. For athletes resort to this art, just as do all who have to undergo a contest in their eagerness to win, and although it contributes nothing to their success, nevertheless these unfortunate people, after winning by mere chance as they generally do, rob themselves of the credit, and attribute it to this art of wizardry. Nor does any amount of failure in their enterprise shake their faith in it. They merely say such things as this: "If I had only offered this sacrifice or that, if I had only burnt that perfume in place of another, I should not have failed to win." And they really believe what they say. Magic also besieges the doors of merchants no less, for we shall find them too attributing their successes in trade to the wizard or magician, no less than they ascribe their losses to their own parsimony, and their failure to sacrifice as often as they should have done. But it is especially lovers who are addicted to this art. For as the disease which they suffer from in any case renders them liable to be deluded, so much so that they go to old hags to talk about it, it is no wonder, I think, that they resort to these impostors and give ear to their quackeries. They will accept from them a box with stones in it, which they are to wear, some of the bits of stone having come from the depths of the earth, and others from the moon and the stars. And then they are given all the spices which the gardens of India yield, and the cheats exact vast sums of money from them for all this, and yet do nothing to help them at all. For let their favourites only give them the least encouragement, or let the attractions of the lover's presence advance his suit in the very least, and he at once sets out to laud the art as able to achieve everything, while if the experiment does not come off, he is as ready as ever to lay the blame on some omission, for he will say that he forgot to burn this spice, or to sacrifice or melt up that, and that everything turned upon that, and it was impossible to do without it. Now the various devices and artifices by which they work signs from heaven, and all sorts of other miracles on a wide scale, have been actually recorded by certain authors, who laugh outright at the art in question. But for myself, I would only denounce such arts in order to prevent young men from resorting to its professors, lest they become accustomed to such things even in fun. This digression has led me far enough from my subject, for why should I attack any further a thing which is equally condemned by nature and by law? Chapter 40. After Apollonius had thus revealed himself to Damis, and held some further conversation, about midday someone presented himself to them, and made the following intimation verbally: "The Emperor, Apollonius, releases you from these fetters by the advice of Aelian, and he permits you to take up your quarters in the prison where criminals are not bound, until the time comes for you to make your defense. But you will probably be called upon to plead your case 5 days from now." Apollonius said, "Who then is to get me out of this place?" The messenger said, "I, so follow me." And when the prisoners in the free prison saw him again, they all flocked round him, as around one restored to them against all expectations. For they entertained the same affectionate longing for Apollonius, as children do for a parent who devotes himself to giving them good advice in an agreeable and modest manner, or who tells them stories of his own youth. Nor did they try to hide their feelings, and Apollonius continued incessantly to give them advice. Chapter 41. And on the next day he called Damis and said, "My defense has to be pleaded by me on the day appointed. So do you betake yourself in the direction of Dicaearchia, for it is better to go by land. And when you have saluted Demetrius, turn aside to the seashore where the island of Calypso lies, for there you shall see me appear to you." Damis asked, "Alive, or how?" Apollonius, with a smile, replied, "As I myself believe, alive, but as you will believe, risen from the dead." Accordingly, he says that he went away with much regret, for although he did not quite despair of his master's life, yet he hardly expected him to escape death. And on the 3rd day he arrived at Dicaearchia, where he at once heard news of the great storm which had raged during those days. For a gale of rain had burst over the sea, sinking some of the ships that were sailing thither, and driving out of their course those which were tending to Sicily and the straits of Messina. And then he understood why it was that Apollonius had bidden him go by land. Chapter 42. The events which followed are related by Damas, he says, from accounts given by Apollonius, both to himself and Demetrius. For he relates that there came to Rome from Messina in Arcadia a youth remarkable for his beauty, and found there many admirers, and above all Domitian, whose rivals even the former did not scruple to declare themselves, so strong was their attachment. The youth, however, was too high-principled and respected his honor. Now, had it been gold that he scorned, or possessions, or horses, or such other attractions and lures as sundry persons seek to corrupt young people with, we had no call to praise him, for the seducer can hardly dispense with such preparations. But he was tempted with larger honors than all those put together who ever attracted the glances of sovereigns, yet disdained them all for himself. In consequence, he was cast into prison by his own admirers' orders. He came up to Apollonius, and made as if he would speak to him, but, being counselled by his modesty to keep silent, did not venture to. Apollonius noticed this, and said, "You are confined here, and yet are not of an age to be a malefactor, like ourselves who are hardened sinners." Said the other, "Yes, and I shall be put to death, for by our latter-day laws self-respect is honored with capital punishment." Apollonius answered, "So it was in the time of Theseus, for Hippolytus was murdered by his own sire for the same reason." Said the other, "And I too am my own father's victim. For though I am an Arcadian from Messina, he did not give me a Hellenic education, but sent me here to study law. And when I had come here for that purpose, the emperor cast an evil eye on me." But Apollonius feigned not to understand what he meant, and said, "Tell me, boy, surely the emperor does not imagine you have blue eyes when you have, as I see, black ones, or that you have a crooked nose, whereas it is square and regular, like that of a well-executed Hermes? Or has he not made some mistake about your hair? For methinks it is sunny and gleaming, and your mouth too is regular, that whether you are silent or talking, it is equally comely, and you carry your head freely and proudly. Surely the emperor must be mistaking all these traits for others, or you would not tell me he cast an evil eye on you." Said the other, "This is just what has ruined me, for he has condescended to favor me, and instead of sparing what he praises, is prepared to insult me as a woman's lovers might." Apollonius admired the Arcadian too much to ply him with any further questions, as he noticed that he blushed and was most decorous in his language. So he only put to him the question, "Have you any slaves in Arcadia?" "Why, yes, many," replied the lad. Apollonius said, "What relation to them do you consider yourself as holding?" He replied, "That which the laws assign to me, for I am their master." And must slaves obey their masters, or disdain the wishes of those who are masters of their persons? The other discerned the drift of his question, and answered, "I know indeed how irresistible and harsh is the power of tyrants, for they are inclined to use it to overpower even free men, but I am master of my person, and shall guard it inviolate." Apollonius said, "How can you do that? For you have to do with an admirer who is prepared to run amuck of your youth, sword in hand." "I shall simply hold out my neck, which is all his sword requires." Whereupon Apollonius commended him, and said, "I perceive you are an Arcadian." Moreover, he mentions this youth in one of his letters, and gives a much more attractive account of him than I have done in the above, and while praising him for his high principles to his correspondent, adds that he was not put to death by the tyrant. On the contrary, after exciting admiration by his firmness, He returned by ship to Malea, and was held in more honor by the inhabitants of Arcadia than the youths who among the Lacedaemonians surpassed their fellows in their endurance of the scourge. End of Volume 2, Book 7, chapters 39 through 42. Volume 2, Book 8, chapters 1 through 6 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 8. Chapter 1. Let us now repair to the law court to listen to the sage pleading his cause. For it is already sunrise, and the doors are thrown open to admit the celebrities. And the companions of the emperor say that he had taken no food that day, because, I imagine, he was so absorbed in examining the documents of the case. For they say he was holding in his hands a roll of writing of some sort, sometimes reading it with anger, and sometimes more calmly. And we must needs figure him as one who was angry with the law for having invented such things as courts of justice. Chapter 2. But Apollonius, as we meet him in this conjuncture, seems to regard the trial as a dialectical discussion, rather than as a race to be run for his life. And this we may infer from the way he behaved before he entered the court. For on his way thither he asked the secretary who was conducting him where they were going, and when the latter answered that he was leading him to the court, he said, "Whom am I going to plead against?" Said the other, "Why, against your accuser, of course, and the emperor will be judge." Said Apollonius, "And who is going to be the judge between myself and the emperor? For I shall prove that he is wronging philosophy." Said the other, "And what concern has the emperor for philosophy, even if he does happen to do her wrong?" Apollonius said, "Nay, but philosophy is much concerned about the emperor, that he should govern as he should." The secretary commended this sentiment, for indeed he was already favorably disposed to Apollonius, as he proved from the very beginning. "And how long will your pleading last by the water clock's reckoning? For I must know this before the trial begins." Apollonius said, "If I am allowed to plead as long as the necessities of the suit require me to, the whole of the Tiber might run through the meter before I should have done. But if I am only to answer all the questions put to me, then it depends on the cross-examiner how long I shall be making my answers." Remarked the other, "You have cultivated contrary talents when you thus engage to talk about one and the same matter both with brevity and with prolixity." Apollonius said, "They are not contrary talents, but resemble one another, for an expert in the one would never be far to seek in the other. And moreover, there is a mean composed of the two, which I should not myself allege to be a third, but a first requisite of a pleader. And for my own part, I am sure that silence constitutes a fourth excellence, much required in a law court. Anyhow," said the other, "it will do you no good nor anyone else who stands in great peril." Said Apollonius, "And yet it was of great service to Socrates of Athens when he was prosecuted." Said the other, "And what good did it do him, seeing that he died just because he would say nothing?" Apollonius said, "He did not die, though the Athenians thought he did." Chapter 3. This was how he prepared himself to confront the despot's maneuvers. And as he waited before the court, another secretary came up and said, "Man of Tyana, you must enter the court with nothing on you." Apollonius said, "Are we then to take a bath or to plead?" Said the other, "The rule does not apply to dress, but the emperor only forbids you to bring in here either amulet, or book, or any papers of any kind." Apollonius said, "And not even a cane for the back of the idiots who gave him such advice as this?" Whereat his accuser burst into shouts. He said, "O my emperor, this wizard threatens to beat me, for it was I who gave you this advice." Apollonius said, "Then it is you who are a wizard rather than myself, for you say that you have persuaded the emperor of my being that which so far I have failed to persuade him that I am not." While the accuser was indulging in this abuse, one of the freedmen of Euphrates was at his side, whom the latter was said to have sent from Ionia with news of what Apollonius had there said in his conversations, and also with a sum of money, which was presented to the accuser. Chapter 4. Such were the preliminary skirmishes which preceded the trial. But the conduct of the trial itself was as follows. The court was fitted up as if for an audience listening to a panegyrical discourse, and all the illustrious men of the city were present at the trial, because the emperor was intent upon proving before as many people as possible that Apollonius was an accomplice of Nerva and his friends. Apollonius, however, ignored the emperor's presence so completely as not even to glance at him, and when his accuser upbraided him for want of respect, and bade him turn his eyes upon the God of all mankind, Apollonius raised his eyes to the ceiling, by way of giving a hint that he was looking up to Zeus, and that he regarded the recipient of such profane flattery as worse than he who administered it. Whereupon the accuser began to bellow, and spoke somewhat as follows: "'Tis time, my sovereign, to apportion the water, for if you allow him to talk as long as he chooses, he will choke us. Moreover, I have a roll here which contains the heads of the charges against him, and to these he must answer, so let him defend himself against them one by one." Chapter 5. The emperor approved this plan of procedure, and ordered Apollonius to make his defense according to the informer's advice. However, he dropped out other accusations as not worth discussion, and confined himself to 4 questions which he thought were embarrassing and difficult to answer. He said, "What induces you, Apollonius, to dress yourself differently from everybody else, and to wear this peculiar and singular garb?" Apollonius said, "Because the earth which feeds me also clothes me, and I do not like to bother the poor animals." The emperor next asked the question, "Why is it that men call you a god?" Apollonius answered, "Because every man that is thought to be good is honored by the title of god." I have shown in my narrative of India how this tenet passed into our hero's philosophy. The 3rd question related to the plague in Ephesus. He said, "What motived or suggested your prediction to the Ephesians that they would suffer from a plague?" He said, "I used, O my sovereign, a lighter diet than others, and so I was the first to be sensible of the danger. And if you like, I will enumerate the causes of pestilences." But the emperor, fearful, I imagine, lest Apollonius should reckon among the causes of such epidemics his own wrongdoing, and his incestuous marriage, and his other misdemeanors, replied, "Oh, I do not want any such answer as that." And when he came to the 4th question, which related to Nerva and his friends, instead of hurrying straight on to it, he allowed a certain interval to elapse, and after long reflection, and with the air of one who felt dizzy, he put the question in a way which surprised them all, for they expected him to throw off all disguise and blurt out the names of the persons in question without any reserve, complaining loudly and bitterly of the sacrifice. But instead of putting the question in this way, he beat about the bush, and said, "Tell me, you went out of your house on a certain day, and you traveled into the country and sacrificed the boy. I would like to know for whom." And Apollonius, as if he were rebuking a child, replied, "Good words, I beseech you, but if I did leave my house, I was in the country, and if this was so, then I offered the sacrifice, and if I offered it, then I ate of it. But let these assertions be proved by trustworthy witnesses." Such a reply on the part of the sage aroused louder applause than beseemed by the court of an emperor, and the latter, deeming the audience to have borne witness in favor of the accused, and also not a little impressed himself by the answers he had received, for they were both firm and sensible, said, I acquit you of the charges, but you must remain here until we have had a private interview." Thereat Apollonius was much encouraged, and said, "I thank you indeed, my sovereign, but I would fain tell you that, by reason of these miscreants, your cities are in ruin, and the islands full of exiles, and the mainland of lamentations, and your armies of cowardice, and the senate of suspicion. Accord me also, if you will, opportunity to speak, but if not, then send someone to take my body, for my soul you cannot take, nay, you cannot take even my body. For thou shalt not slay me, since I tell thee I am not mortal." And with these words he vanished from the court, which was the best thing he could do under the circumstances, for the emperor clearly intended not to question him sincerely about the case, but about all sorts of irrelevant matters. For he took great credit to himself for not having put Apollonius to death, nor was the latter anxious to be drawn into such discussions. And he thought that he would best effect his end if he left no one in ignorance of his true nature, but allowed it to be known to all to be such that he had it in him never to be taken prisoner against his own will. Moreover, he had no longer any cause for anxiety about his friends, for as the despot had not the courage to ask any questions about them, how could he possibly put them to death with any colour of justice upon charges which, in court, he had accorded no credence whatever? Such was the account of the proceedings of the trial which I found. Chapter 6. But inasmuch as he had composed an oration which he would have delivered by the clock in defence of himself, only the tyrant confined him to the questions which I have enumerated, I have determined to publish this oration also. For I am well aware, indeed, that those who highly esteem the style of buffoons will find fault with it, as being less chaste and severe in its style than they consider it should be, and as too bombastic in language and tone. However, when I consider that Apollonius was a sage, it seems to me that he would have unworthily concealed his true character if he had merely studied symmetry of endings and antitheses, clicking his tongue as if it had been a castanet. For these tricks suit the genius of rhetoricians, though they are not necessary even to them. For forensic art, if it be too obvious, is apt to betray him who resorts to it as anxious to impose upon the judges, whereas, if it is well concealed, it is likely to carry off a favourable verdict. For true cleverness consists in concealing from the judges the very cleverness of the pleader. But when a wise man is defending his cause, and I need not say that a wise man will not arraign another for faults which he has the will and strength to rebuke, he requires quite another style than that of the hacks of the law court, and though his oration must be well prepared, it must not seem to be so, and it should possess a certain elevation almost amounting to scorn, and he must take care in speaking not to throw himself on the pity of his judges. For how can he appeal to the pity of others who would not condescend to solicit anything? Such an oration will my hero seem to those who shall diligently study both myself and him, for it was composed by him in the following manner. End of Volume 2, Book 8, Chapters 1 through 6. Volume 2, Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 1, of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 1. 1. My prince, we are at issue with one another concerning matters of grave moment. For you run such a risk as never autocrat did before you, that namely, of being thought to be animated by a wholly unjust hatred of philosophy, while I am exposed to a worse peril than was ever Socrates at Athens. For though his accusers taxed him in their indictment with introducing new beliefs about demons, they never went so far as to call him or think him a demon. Since, however, so grave a peril besets us both, I will not hesitate to tender you the advice of whose excellence I am myself convinced. For since the accuser has plunged us into this struggle, the many have been led to form a false opinion of both myself and of you. They have come to imagine that in this audience you will listen only to the counsels of anger, with the result that you will even put me to death, whatever death means, and that I in turn shall try to evade this tribunal in some of the many ways there are, and they were, my prince, myriad, of escaping from it. Though these rumors have reached my ears, I have not contracted any prejudice against you, nor have I done you the injury of supposing you will hear my cause otherwise than in accordance with the strictest principles of equity. For in conformity with the laws I submit myself to their pronouncement. And I would advise you also to do the same, for justice demands that you should neither prejudice the case, nor take your seat on the bench with your mind made up to the belief that I have done you any wrong. If you were told that the Armenian, the Babylonian, and other foreign potentates were about to inflict some disaster on you, which must lead to the loss of your empire, you would, I am sure, laugh outright, although they have hosts of cavalry, all kinds of archers, a gold-bearing soil, and, as I know full well, a teeming population. And yet you distrust a philosopher, naked of means of offense, and are ready to believe he is a menace to the autocrat of the Romans. All this on the mere word of an Egyptian sycophant. Never did you hear such tales from Athene, whom you allege to be your guardian spirit, unless indeed, great heavens, their faculty of flattering and falsely accusing others has so increased the influence of these miscreants, that you would pretend that whereas in insignificant matters, such as sore eyes, and avoidance of fevers and inflammation of the bowels, the gods are your apt advisers, manipulating and healing you after the manner of physicians of any one of these maladies you may be suffering from, they, nevertheless, in matters which imperil your throne and your life, give you no counsel either as to the persons you should guard against, or as to the weapons you should employ against them, but, instead of coming to your aid, leave you to the tender mercies of false accusers, whom you regard as the Aegis of Athene, or the hand of Zeus, just because they assert that they understand your welfare better even than do the gods, and that they ever watch over you in the hours of their waking and sleeping, if indeed these wretches can sleep after pouring out such wicked lies and compiling ever and anon whole Iliads such as this one. That they should keep horses and roll theatrically into the forum in chariots drawn by snowy teams, that they should gorge themselves off dishes of silver and gold, parade favorites that cost them 2 or 3 myriad sesterces, that they should go on committing adultery as long as they are not found out, and then, and not before, marry the victims of their lusts when they are caught red-handed, that their splendid success should be hailed with applause, as often as some philosopher or consul, absolutely innocent, falls into their toils, and is put to death by yourself. All this I am willing to concede to the license of these accursed wretches, and to their brazen indifference to the public eye and to the law. But that they should give themselves the airs of superhuman beings, and presume to know better than the gods, I cannot approve or allow, and the mere rumor of it fills me with horror. And if you will allow such things to be, they will perhaps accuse even yourself of offending against established religion. For we may expect the sycophants to concoct such accusations against yourself, so soon as they have exhausted the list of their other victims. I know that my tone is rather that of a censor than that of a defendant. If so, you must pardon me for thus speaking up in behalf of the laws, with the recognition of whose authority by yourself stands and falls that of your own. 2. Who then will be my advocate while I am defending myself? For if I called upon Zeus to help me, under whom I am conscious of having passed my life, they will accuse me of being a wizard and of bringing heaven down to earth. Let us then appeal in this matter to one whom I deny to be dead, although the many assert it. I mean your own father, who held me in the same esteem in which you hold him. For he made you, and was in turn made by me. He, my prince, shall assist me in my defense, because he knows my character much better than yourself. For he came to Egypt before he was raised to the throne, as much to converse with me about the empire as to sacrifice to the gods of Egypt. And when he found me with my long hair and dressed as I am at this moment, he did not ask me a single question about my costume, because he considered that everything about me was well. But he admitted that he had come thither on my account, and after commending me and saying to me things which he would have said to no one else, and having heard from me what he would have heard from no one else, he departed. I most confirmed him in his aspirations for the throne, when others already sought to dissuade him, in no unfriendly spirit, I admit, though you anyhow cannot agree with them, for those who tried to persuade him not to assume the reins of empire were assuredly on their way to deprive you also of the succession to him which you now hold. But by my advice he did not hold himself unworthy, he said, of the kingdom which lay within his grasp, and of making you the heirs thereto. And he fully acknowledged the entire wisdom of my advice, and he was raised himself to the pinnacle of greatness, as in turn he raised yourselves. Now, if he had looked upon me as a wizard, he would never have taken me into his confidence, for he did not come and say such things as this to me: compel the fates, or compel Zeus to appoint me tyrant, or to work miracles and portents in my behalf, and show me the sun rising in the west and setting at the point where it rises. For I should not have thought him a fit person for empire, if he had either considered me as an adept in such art, or resorted to such tricks in pursuit of a crown which it behooved him to win by his virtues alone. More than this, my conversation with him was held publicly in a temple, and wizards do not affect temples of the gods as their places of reunion, for such places are inimical to those who deal in magic, and they cloak their art under the cover of night and of every sort of darkness, so as to preclude their dupes from the use of their eyes and ears. It is true that he also had a private conversation with me, but there were present at it, beside myself, Euphrates and Dione, one of them my bitter enemy, but the other my firmest friend. For may there never come a time when I shall not reckon Dione among my friends. Now I ask you, who would begin to talk wizardry in the presence of wise men, or of men anyhow laying claim to wisdom? And who would not be equally on his guard, both among friends and among enemies, of betraying his villainy? And moreover, our conversation on that occasion was directed against wizards. For you surely will not suppose that your own father, when he was aspiring to the throne, set more confidence in wizards than in himself, or that he got me to put pressure upon heaven, that he might obtain his object, when, on the contrary, he was confident of winning the crown before ever he came to Egypt. And subsequently he had more important matters to talk over with me, namely, the laws and the just acquisition of wealth, and how the gods ought to be worshipped, and what blessings they have in store for those monarchs who govern their people in accordance with the laws. These are the subjects which he desired to learn about, and they are all the direct opposite of wizardry, for if they count for anything at all, there will be an end of the black art. 3. And there is another point, my prince, which merits your attention. The various arts known to mankind, and in spite of the differences of their functions and achievements, are yet all concerned to make money, some earning less, some earning more, and some just enough to live upon. And not only the base mechanic arts, but the rest, those which are esteemed liberal arts, as well as those which only border upon being liberal, and true philosophy is the only exception. And by liberal arts I mean poetry, music, astronomy, the art of the sophist and of the orator, the merely forensic kinds excepted. And by the arts which border upon liberal I mean those of the painter, modeler, sculptor, navigator, agriculturalist, in case the latter waits upon the seasons, for these arts are not very inferior to the liberal professions. And on the other hand, my prince, there are the pseudo-liberal arts of jugglers, which I would not have you confuse with divination, for this is highly esteemed, if it be genuine and tell the truth, though whether it is an art I am not yet sure. But I, anyhow, affirm wizards to be professors of a pseudo-liberal art, for they get men to believe that the unreal is real, and to distrust the real as unreal, and I attribute all such effects to the imaginative fancy of the dupes. For the cleverness of this art is relative to the folly of the persons who are deceived by them, and who offer the sacrifices they prescribe, and its professors are given up wholly to filthy lucre, for all their parade of skill is devised by them in hope of gain, and they are always on the lookout for big fortunes, and they try to persuade people who are passionately attached to something or another that they are capable of getting everything for them. Do you then find me so opulent as to warrant me in supposing that I cultivate this sort of false and illiberal wisdom, the more so as your own father considered me to be above all pecuniary considerations? And to show you that I speak the truth, here is a letter to me from that noble and divine man, who in it praises me more especially for my poverty. It runs thus: The autocrat Vespasian, to Apollonius the philosopher, sends greeting. If all men, Apollonius, were disposed to be philosophers in the same spirit as yourself, then the lot no less of philosophy than of poverty would be an extremely happy one, for your philosophy is pure and disinterested, and your poverty is voluntary. Farewell. Let this be your sire's pleading in my behalf, when he thus lays stress upon the disinterestedness of my philosophy, and the voluntariness of my poverty. For I have no doubt he had in mind the episode in Egypt, when Euphrates and several of those who pretended to be philosophers approached him, and in no obscure language begged for money, whereas I myself not only did not solicit him for money, but repudiated them as impostors for doing so. And I also showed an aversion from money from my first youth, for realizing that my patrimony, and it was a considerable property, was at best a transitory toy, I gave it up to my brothers and to my friends to be the poorer of my relatives, so disciplining myself from the very home and hearth to want nothing. I will not dwell upon Babylon and the parts of India beyond the Caucasus and the river Hyphasis, through which I journeyed ever true to myself. But in favor of my life here, and no less of the fact that I have never coveted money, I will invoke the testimony of this Egyptian here, for he accuses me of every sort of evil deed and design, yet we hear nothing from him of how much money I made by these villainies, nor of how much gain I had in view. Indeed, he thinks me such a simpleton as to practice my wizardry for nothing, and whereas others only commit its crimes for much money, he thinks that I commit them for none at all. It is as if I cried my wares to the public in such terms as the following: Come, O ye dupes, for I am a wizard, and I practice my art not for money, but free, gratis, and for nothing. And so you shall earn a great reward, for each of you will go off with his heart's desire, while I shall get away with nothing but dangers and writs of accusation. 4. But without descending to such silly arguments, I would like to ask the accuser which of his counts I ought to take first. And yet, why need I ask him? For at the beginning of his speech he dwelt upon my dress, and by Zeus, upon what I eat and what I do not eat. O divine Pythagoras, do not defend me upon these counts, for we are put upon our trial for a rule of life of which thou wast the discoverer, and of which I am the humble partisan. For the earth, my prince, grows everything for mankind, and those who are pleased to live at peace with the brute creation want nothing. For some fruits they can cull from earth, others they win from her furrows. For she is the nurse of men, and suits the seasons. But these men, as it were deaf to the cries of Mother Earth, whet their knife against her children in order to get themselves dress and food. Here, then, is something which the Brahmans of India themselves condemned, and which they taught the naked sages of Egypt also to condemn. And from them Pythagoras took his rule of life, and he was the first of Hellenists who had intercourse with the Egyptians. And it was his rule to give up and leave her animals to the earth. But all things which she grows, he declared, were pure and undefiled, and ate of them accordingly, because they were best adapted to nourish both body and soul. But the garments which most men wear, made of hides of dead animals, he declared to be impure, and accordingly clad himself in linen, and on the same principles had his shoes woven of biblus. And what were the advantages which he derived from such purity? Many, and before all the privilege of recognizing his own soul. For he had existed in the age when Troy was fighting about Helen, and he had been the fairest of the sons of Panthus, and the best equipped of them all, yet he died at so young an age as to excite the lamentations even of Homer. Well, after that he passed into several bodies, according to the decree of Adrastea. He transfers the soul from body to body, and then he again resumed the form of man, and was born to Mnesarchides of Samos, this time a sage instead of a barbarian, and an Ionian instead of a Trojan, and so immune from death that he did not even forget that he was Euphorbus. I have then told you who was the begetter of my own wisdom, and I have shown that it is no discovery of my own, but an inheritance come to me from another. And as for myself, though I do not condemn or judge those who make it part of their luxury to consume the red-plumaged bird, or the fowls from Phasis, or the land of the Paeonies, which are fattened up for their banquets by those who can deny nothing to their bellies, and though I have never yet brought an accusation against anyone, because they buy fish for their tables at greater prices than grand signors ever gave for their Corinthian chargers, and though I have never grudged anyone his purple garment, nor his soft raiment and Pamphylian tissues, yet I am accused and put upon my trial, O ye gods, because I indulge in asphodel and dessert of dried fruits, and pure delicacies of that kind. 5. Nor even is my mode of dress protected from their calumnies, for the accuser is ready to steal even that off my back, because it has such vast value for wizards. And yet, apart from my contention about the use of living animals and lifeless things, according as he uses one or the other of which I regard a man as impure or pure, in what way is linen better than wool? Was not the latter taken from the back of the gentlest of animals, of a creature beloved of the gods, who do not disdain themselves to be shepherds, and, by Zeus, once held the fleece to be worthy of a golden form, if it was really a god that did so, and if it be not a mere story? On the other hand, linen is grown and sown anywhere, and there is no talk of gold in connection with it. Nevertheless, because it is not plucked from the back of a living animal, the Indians regard it as pure, and so do the Egyptians, and I myself and Pythagoras, on this account, have adopted it as our garb when we are discoursing or praying or offering sacrifice. And it is a pure substance under which to sleep of a night. For those who live as I do, dreams bring the truest of their revelations. 6. Let us next defend ourselves from the attack occasioned by the hair which we formerly wore. For one of the courts of the accusation turns upon the squalor thereof. But surely the Egyptian is not entitled to judge me for this, but rather the dandies, with their yellow and well-combed locks, who seek, by means of them, to inflame the hearts of their lovers, and the mistresses of their revels. Let them congratulate and compliment themselves upon their locks and on the myrrh which drips from them. But think me everything that is unattractive, and if a lover of anything, of abstention from love. For I am inclined to address them thus: O ye poor wretches, do not falsely accuse an institution of the Dorians. For the wearing of your hair long has come down from the Lacedaemonians, who affected it in the period when they reached the height of their military fame. And a king of Sparta, Leonidas, wore his hair long in token of his bravery, and in order to appear dignified to his friends, yet terrible to his enemies. For these reasons Sparta wears her hair long no less in his honor than in that of Lycurgus and of Iphitus. And let every sage be careful that the iron knife does not touch his hair, for it is impious to apply it thereto, inasmuch as in his head are all the springs of his senses and all his institutions, and it is the source from which his prayers issue forth, and also his speech, the interpreter of his wisdom. And whereas Empedocles fastened a fillet of deep purple around his hair, and walked proudly about the streets of the Hellenes, composing hymns to prove that he had passed from humanity and was become a god, I only wear my hair dishevelled, and I have never needed to sing such hymns about it, yet am haled before the law courts as a criminal. And what shall I say of Empedocles? Which had he most reason to praise, the man himself or his contemporaries, for their happiness, seeing that they never levelled false accusation against him for such a reason? 7. But let us say no more about my hair, for it has been cut off. And the accusation has been forestalled by the same hatred which inspires the next count, a much more serious one from which I must now defend myself. For it is one calculated to fill not only you, my prince, but Zeus himself with apprehension. For he declares that men regard me as a god, and that those who have been thunderstruck and rendered stark mad by myself proclaim this tenet in public. And yet, before accusing me, there are things which they should have informed us of, to wit, by what discourses, or by what miracles of word or deed, I induced men to pray to me. For I never talked among Hellenes of the goal and origin of my soul's past and future transformations, although I knew full well what they were. Nor did I ever disseminate such opinions about myself, nor go about in search of presages and oracular strains, as is the instinct of candidates for divine honors. Nor do I know of a single city in which a decree was passed that the citizens should assemble and sacrifice in honor of Apollonius. And yet I have been much esteemed in the several cities which asked for my aid, whatever the objects were for which they asked it, and they were such as these: that their sick might be healed of their diseases, that both their initiations and their sacrifices might be rendered more holy, that insolence and pride might be extirpated and the laws strengthened. And whereas the only reward which I obtained in all this was that men were made much better than they were before, they were all so many boons bestowed upon yourself by me. For as cowherds, if they get the cows into good order, earn the gratitude of their owners, and as shepherds fatten the sheep for the owner's profit, and as beekeepers remove diseases from the hive, so that the owner may not lose his swarm, so also I myself, I think, by correcting the defects of their politics, improved the cities for your benefit. Consequently, if they did regard me as a god, the deception brought profit to yourself, for I am sure they were the more ready to listen to me, because they feared to do that which a god disapproved of. But in fact they entertained no such illusion, though they were aware that there is between man and God a certain kinship which enables him alone of the animal creation to recognize the gods, and to speculate both about his own nature and the manner in which it participates in the divine substance. Accordingly, man declares that his very form resembles God, as it is interpreted by sculptors and painters, and he is persuaded that his virtues come to him from God, and that those who are endowed with such virtues are near to God and divine. But we need not hail the Athenians as the teachers of this opinion, because they were the first to apply to men the titles of just and Olympic beings and the like, though they are too divine, in all probability, to be applicable to man. But we must mention the Apollo and the Pythian temple as their author. For when Lycurgus from Sparta came to his temple, having just penned his code for the regulation of the affairs of Lacedaemon, Apollo addressed him, and weighed and examined the reputation he enjoyed. And at the commencement of his oracle, the god declares that he is puzzled whether to call him a god or a man. But as he advances, he decides in favor of the former appellation, and assigns it to him as being a good man. And yet the Lacedaemonians never forced a lawsuit on this account upon Lycurgus, nor threatened him on the ground that he claimed to be immortal, for he never rebuked the Pythian god for so addressing him, but, on the contrary, the citizens agreed with the oracle, for, I believe, they were already persuaded of the fact before ever it was delivered. And the truth about the Indians and the Egyptians is the following. The Egyptians falsely accuse the Indians of several things, and in particular find fault with their ideas of conduct. But though they do so, they yet approve of the conduct which they have given of the Creator of the universe, and even have taught it to others, though originally it belonged to the Indians. Now this account recognizes God as the Creator of all things, who brought them into being and sustains them, and it declares further that his motive in designing was his goodness. Since then these notions are kindred to one another, I carry the argument further, and declare that good men have in their composition something of God. And by the universe, which depends upon God the Creator, we must understand things in heaven and all things in the sea and on the earth, which are equally open to all men to partake of, though their fortunes are not equal. But there is also a universe dependent on the good man which does not transcend the limits of wisdom, which, I imagine, you yourself, my prince, will allow stands in need of a man fashioned in the image of God. And what is the fashion of this universe? There are undisciplined souls which in their madness clutch at every fashion, and they have laws which are out of date and vain. And there is no good sense among them, but the honors which they pay to the gods really dishonor them, and they are in love with idle chatter and luxury which breed idleness and sloth, the worst of all practical advisers. And there are other souls which are drunken and rush in all directions at once, though their antics lead to nothing, nor could do so, even if they drank all the drugs accounted, as the mandragorous is, to be soporific. Now, if you need a man to administer and care for the universe of such souls, a god sent down by wisdom, for he is able to wean them from the lusts and passions which they rush to satisfy with instincts too fierce for ordinary society, and from their avarice, which is such that they deny they have anything at all unless they can hold their mouths open and have the stream of wealth flow into it. For perhaps such a man as I speak of could even restrain them from committing murder. However, neither I myself, nor even the God who created all things, can wash off them the guilt of that. 8. Let me now, my prince, take the accusation which concerns Ephesus, since the salvation of that city was gained, and let the Egyptian be my judge, according as it best suits his accusation. For this is the sort of thing the accusation is. Let us suppose that among the Scythians or Celts, who live among the rivers Ister and Rhine, a city has been founded every whit as important as Ephesus in Ionia. Here you have a sallyport of barbarians, who refuse to be subject to yourself. Let us then suppose that it was about to be destroyed by a pestilence, and that Apollonius found a remedy and averted it. I imagine that a wise man would be able to defend himself even against such a charge as that, unless indeed the sovereign desires to get rid of his adversaries, not by use of arms, but by plague. For I pray, my prince, that no city may ever be wholly wiped out, either to please yourself or to please me, nor may I ever behold in temples a disease to which those who lie sick should succumb in them. But granted that we are not interested in the affairs of barbarians, and need not restore them to health, since they are our bitter enemies and not at peace with our race. Yet who would desire to deprive Ephesus of her salvation, a city which took its beginnings from that purest of beings, Attis, and which grew in size beyond all other cities of Ionia and Lydia, and stretched herself out to the sea, on the promontory over which she is built, and filled with studious people, both philosophers and rhetoricians, thanks to whom the city owes her strength, not to her cavalry, but to the tens of thousands of her inhabitants in whom she encourages wisdom. And do you think that there is any wise man who would decline to do his best in behalf of such a city, when he reflects that Democritus once liberated the people of Abdera from pestilence, and when he bears in mind the story of Sophocles of Athens, who is said to have charmed the winds when they were blowing unseasonably, and who has heard how Empedocles stayed a cloud in its course when it would have burst over the heads of the people of Arragus? End of Volume 2, Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 1. Volume 2, Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 2 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 8. Chapter 7, Part 2. 9. The accuser here interrupts me. You hear him yourself do so, my prince. And he remarks that I am not accused for having brought about the salvation of the Ephesians, but for having foretold that the plague would fall upon them. For this, he says, transcends the power of wisdom and is miraculous, so that I could never have reached such a pitch of truth if I were not a wizard and an unspeakable wretch. What then will Socrates say here of the lore which he declared he learned from his demonic genius? Or what would Thales or Anaxagoras, both Ionians, say, of whom one foretold a plenteous crop of olives, and the other not a few meteorological disturbances? That they foretold these things by dint of being wizards? Why is it not a fact that they were brought before the law courts upon other charges, but that no one ever heard among their accusations that of their being wizards, because they had the gift of foreknowledge? For that would have been thought ridiculous, and it would not have been a plausible charge to bring against men of wisdom even in Thessaly, where the women had a bad reputation for drawing the moon down to earth. How then did I get my sense of the coming disaster at Ephesus? You have listened to the statement made even by my accuser, that instead of living like other people, I keep to a light diet of my own, and prefer it to the luxury of others, and I began by saying so myself. This diet, my king, guards my senses in a kind of indescribable ether or clear air, and forbids them to contract any foul or turbid matter, and allows me to discern, as in the sheen of a looking-glass, everything that is happening or is to be. For the sage will not wait for the earth to send up its exaltations, or for the atmosphere to be corrupted, in case the evil is shed from above. But he will notice these things when they are impending, not so soon indeed as the gods, yet sooner than the many. For the gods perceive what lies in the future, and men what is going on before them, and wise men what is approaching. But I would have told you, my prince, ask of me in private about the causes of pestilence, for they are secrets of a wisdom which should not be divulged to the many. Was it then my mode of living which alone develops such a subtlety and keenness of perception as can apprehend the most important and wonderful phenomena? You can ascertain the point in question, not only from other considerations, but in particular from what took place in Ephesus in connection with that plague. For the genius of the pestilence, and it took the form of a poor old man, I both detected, and having detected, took it captive. And I did not so much stay the disease as pluck it out. And who the God was to whom I had offered my prayers is shown in the statue which I set up in Ephesus to commemorate the event. And it is a temple of the Hercules who averts disease, for I chose him to help me, because he is the wise and courageous God who once purged of the plague the city of Elis, by washing away with the river tide the foul exhalations which the land sent up under the tyranny of Auges. Who then, do you think, my prince, being ambitious to be considered a wizard, would dedicate his personal achievement to a god? And whom would he get to admire his art, if he gave the credit of the miracle to God? And who would offer his prayers to Hercules if he were a wizard? For in fact, these wretches attribute such feats to the trenches they dig, and to the gods of the under-earth, among whom we must not class Heracles, for he is a pure deity and kindly to men. I offered my prayer to him once on a time also in the Peloponnese, for there was an apparition of a Lamia there too, and it infested the neighborhood of Corinth, and devoured good-looking young men. And Hercules lent me his aid in my contest with her, without asking of me any wonderful gifts, nothing more than honey cake and frankincense, and the chance to do a salutary turn to mankind. For in the case of Eurystheus also, this was the only guerdon which he was thought of for his labors. I would ask you, my prince, not to be displeased at my mention of Hercules, for Athene had him under her care because he was good and kind and a saviour of man. 10. But inasmuch as you bid me vindicate myself in the matter of the sacrifice, for I observe you beckoning with your hand for me to do so, hear my defense. It shall set the truth before you. In all my actions I have at heart the salvation of mankind, yet I have never offered a sacrifice in their behalf, nor will I ever sacrifice anything, nor touch sacraments in which there is blood, nor offer any prayer with my eyes fixed upon a knife, or a sacrifice as he understands it. It is no Scythian, my prince, that you have got before you, nor a native of some savage and inhospitable land. Nor did I ever mingle with Messagetai or Tarians, for in that case I should have reformed even them and altered their sacrificial custom. But to what a depth of folly and inconsequence should I have descended if, after talking so much about divination and about the conditions under which it flourishes or does not flourish, I, who understand better than anyone that the gods reveal their intentions to holy and wise men, even without their possessing prophetic gifts, made myself guilty of bloodshed by meddling with the entrails of victims, as unacceptable to myself as they are ill-omened. In that case, the revelation of heaven would surely have abandoned me as impure. However, if we drop the fact that I have a horror of any such sacrifice, and just examine the accuser in respect to the statements which he made a little earlier, he himself acquits me of this charge. For if, as he says, I could foretell to the Ephesians the impending pestilence without use of any sacrifice whatever, what need had I of slaying victims in order to discover what lay within my cognizance without offering any sacrifice at all? And what need had I of divination in order to find out things of which I myself was already assured as well as another? For if I am to be put upon my trial on account of Nerva and his companions, I shall repeat what I said to you the day before yesterday, when you accused me about these matters. For I regard Nerva as a man worthy of the highest office and of all the consideration that belongs to a good name and fame, but as one ill calculated to carry through any difficult plan. For his frame is undermined by a disease which fills his soul with bitterness, and incapacitates him even for his home affairs. As to yourself, certainly he admires your vigor of body no less than he admires your judgment, and in doing so I think he is not singular, because men are by nature more prone to admire what they themselves lack the strength to do. But Nerva is also animated towards myself by feelings of respect, and I never saw him in my presence laughing or joking as he is accustomed to do among his friends. But like young men towards their fathers and teachers, he observes a reverence in everything that he says in my presence, nay, he even blushes. And because he knows that I appreciate and set so high a value upon modesty, he therefore so sedulously cultivates that quality, as sometimes to appear, even to me, humbler than beseems him. Who then can regard it as probable that Nerva is ambitious of empire, when he is only too glad if he can govern his own household? Or that a man who has not the nerve to discuss with me minor issues, would discuss with me the greatest of all, or would concert with me plans which, if he thought like myself, he would not even concert with others? How again could I retain my reputation for wisdom and interpreting a man's judgment, if I believed overmuch in divination, yet wholly distrusted wisdom? As for Orphytus and Rufus, who are just and sensible men, though somewhat sluggish, as I well know to be the case, if they say that they are under suspicion of aspiring to become despots, I hardly know over which they make the greater mistake, over them or over Nerva. If, however, they are accused of being his accomplices, then I ask, which you would most readily believe, that Nerva was usurping the throne, or that they had conspired with him? 11. I must confess that there are also other points which the accuser who brings me to the bar on these accounts should have entertained and considered. What sense was there in my aiding these revolutionists? For he does not say that I received any money from them, nor that I was tempted by presents to commit these crimes. But let us consider the point whether I might not have advanced great claims, but have deferred their recognition of them until the time came at which they expected to win the throne, when I might have demanded much and have obtained still more as my due. But how can you prove all this? Call to mind, my prince, your own reign and the reigns of your predecessors, I mean of your own brother, and of your father, and of Nero under whom they held office. For it was under these princes chiefly that I passed my life before the eyes of all, the rest of my time being spent on my visit to India. Well, of these 38 years, for such is the period which has elapsed since then up to your own day, I have never come near the courts of princes, except that once in Egypt, and then it was your father's, though he was not at that time actually emperor, and he admitted that he came there on my account. Nor have I ever uttered anything base or humiliating either to emperors, or in behalf of emperors to peoples, nor have I sought distinction through letters which princes might either write to myself, or I myself ostentatiously address to them, nor have I ever demeaned myself by flattery of princes in order to win their largesse. If then, after due consideration of rich and poor, you should ask me in which class I register myself, I should say among the very rich, for the fact that I want nothing is worth to me all the wealth of Lydia and of Pactolus. It is likely then that I, who never would take presents from yourself, whose throne I regarded as perfectly secure, should either have gone cadging to mere pretenders, and have deferred the receipt of my recompense from them until such a time as I thought would find them emperors, or that I should plan a change of dynasty, who never once, for purposes of my advancement, resorted to that which was already established. And yet, if you want to know how much a philosopher may obtain by flattery of the mighty, you have only got to look at the case of Euphrates. For why do I speak of his having got mere money out of them? Why, he has perfect fountains of wealth, and already at the banks he discusses prices as a merchant might, or a huckster, or tax-gatherer, a low money-changer, for all these roles are his if there is anything to buy or sell, and he clings like a limpet to the doors of the mighty, and you see him standing at them more regularly than any doorkeeper. Indeed, he often outstays the doorkeepers, just as greedy dogs would do. But he never yet bestowed a farthing upon any philosopher, but he walls up all his wealth within his own house, only supporting this Egyptian out of the money of others, and whetting against me a tongue which ought to have been cut out. 12. However, I will leave Euphrates to yourself, for unless you approve of flatterers, you will find the fellow worse than I depict him, and I only ask you to listen to the rest of my apology. What then is it to be, and from what accounts is it to defend me? In the act of accusation, my prince, a regular dirge is chanted over an Arcadian boy, whom I am accused of having cut up by night, perhaps in a dream, for I am sure I do not know. This child is said to be of respectable parentage, and to have possessed all the good looks which Arcadians wear even in the midst of squalor. They pretend that I massacred him in spite of his entreaties and lamentations, and that after thus imbruing my hands in the blood of this child, I prayed the gods to reveal the truth to me. So far, they only attack myself in their charges, but what follows is a direct assault upon the gods. For they assert that the gods heard my prayers under such circumstances, and vouchsafed to me victims of good omen, instead of slaying me for my impiety. Need I say, O my prince, it is defiling even to listen to such stuff. But to confine my pleadings to the counts which affect myself, I would ask, who is this Arcadian? For since he was not of nameless parentage, and by no means slave-like in appearance, it is time for you to ask what was the name of those who begot him, and of what family he was, and what city in Arcadia had the honor of rearing him, and from what altars he was dragged away in order to be sacrificed here. My accuser does not supply this information, in spite of his ingenuity in the art of lying. Let us then suppose it was only a slave in whose behalf he accuses me. For, by heaven, we surely must class among slaves one who had neither name of his own, nor parentage, nor city, nor inheritance. For slaves have no proper names of their own. In that case, who was the slave merchant who sold him? Who was it that bought him from Arcadians? For if this breed is specially suitable for the butchering kind of diviners, he must surely have purchased the boy for such money. And some messenger must have sailed straight to the Peloponnese in order to fetch this Arcadian and conduct him to us. For though one can buy here on the spot slaves from Pontus or Lydia or Phrygia, for indeed you can meet whole droves of them being conducted hither, since these, like other barbarous races, have always been subject to foreign masters, and as yet see nothing disgraceful in servitude. Anyhow, with the Phrygians it is a fashion even to sell their children, and once they are enslaved, they never think any more about them. Yet the Hellenes retain their love of liberty, and no man of Hellas will ever sell a slave out of his country, for which reason kidnappers and slave dealers never resort thither, least of all to Arcadia. For, in addition to the fact that they are beyond all other Hellenes jealous of liberty, they also require a great number of slaves themselves. For Arcadia contains a vast expanse of grassland and of timber, which covers not only the highlands, but also the plains as well. Consequently, they require a great many laborers, many goatherds and swineherds, and shepherds and drivers, either for the oxen or for the horses. And there is much need in the land of woodcutters, a craft to which they are trained from boyhood. And even if the land of Arcadia were not such as I have described, so that they could in addition afford, like other nations, to sell their own slaves abroad, what advantage could the wisdom the accuser babbles of derive by getting a child from Arcadia to murder and cut up? For the Arcadians are not so much wiser than other Hellens, that their entrails should convey more information than those of other people. On the contrary, they are the most boorish of men, and resemble hogs in other ways, and especially in this, that they can stomach acorns. It is possible that I have conducted my defense on more rhetorical lines than is my custom, in thus characterizing the habits of the Arcadians and digressing into the Peloponnese. What, however, is my right line of defense? This, I think: I never sacrificed blood. I do not sacrifice it now. I never touch it, not even if it be shed upon an altar. For this was the rule of Pythagoras, and likewise of his disciples, and in Egypt also of the naked sages, and of the sages of India, from whom these principles of wisdom were derived by Pythagoras and his school. In adhering to this way of sacrifice, they do not seem to the gods to be criminal, for the latter suffer them to grow old, sound in body and free from disease, and to increase in wisdom daily, to be free from tyranny of others, to be wanting in nothing. Nor do I think it is unlikely that the gods have need of good men in order to offer them pure sacrifices. For I believe that the gods have the same mind as myself in the matter of sacrifice, and that they therefore place those parts of the earth which grow frankincense in the purest region of the world, in order that we may use their resources for purposes of sacrifice without drawing the knife in their temples, or shedding blood upon altars. And yet it appears I so far forgot myself and the gods, as to sacrifice with rites which are not only unusual with myself, but which no human being would employ. 12. Let me add that the very hour which my accuser alleges acquits me of this charge. For on that day, the day on which he says I committed this crime, I allow that, if I was in the country, I offered sacrifice, and that if I sacrificed, then I ate of the victim. And yet, my prince, you repeatedly ask me if I was not staying at Rome at that time. And you too, O best of princes, were staying there, and yet you would not on that account admit you offered such a sacrifice. And my false accuser was there likewise, but he will not own on that account that he committed murder, just because he was living in Rome. And the same is the case of thousands of people, whom you would do better to expel as strangers than expose to acts of accusation, if in these the mere fact of their having been in Rome is to be held to be a proof of their guilt. On the other hand, the fact of my coming to Rome is in itself a disproof of the charge of revolutionary plotting. For to live in a city where there are so many eyes to see and so many ears to hear things which are and which are not, is a serious handicap for anyone who desires to play at revolution, unless he be wholly intent upon his own death. On the contrary, it prompts prudent and sensible people to walk slowly, even when engaged in wholly permissible pursuits. 14. What then, O sycophant, was I really doing on that night? Suppose I were yourself, and was being asked this question, inasmuch as you are come to ask questions. Why then the answer would be this: I was trumping up actions and accusations against decent and respectable people, and I was trying to ruin the innocent, and to persuade the emperor by dint of hard lying, in order that while I myself climbed to fame, I might soil him with the blood of my victims. If again you ask me as a philosopher, I was praising the laughter with which Demetrius laughed at all human affairs. But if you ask me as being myself, here is my answer. Philiscus of Melos, who was my fellow pupil in philosophy for 4 years, was ill at the time, and I was sleeping out at his house, because he was suffering so terribly when he died of his disease. Ah, many are the charms I would have prayed to obtain, if they could have saved his life. Fain would I have known of any melodies of Orpheus, if any there are, to bring back the dead to us. Nay, I verily think I would have made a pilgrimage even to the netherworld for his sake, if such things were feasible. So deeply attached was I to him by all his conduct, so worthy of a philosopher, and so much in accord with my own ideals. Here are facts, my prince, which you may learn also from Telesinus the consul, for he too was at the bedside of the man of Melos, and nursed him by night like myself. But if you do not believe Telesinus, because he is of the number of philosophers, I call upon the physicians to bear me witness. And they were the following: Seleucus of Cyzicus, and Stratocles of Sidon. Ask them whether I tell the truth. And what is more, they had with them over 30 of their disciples, who are ready, I believe, to witness to the same fact. For if I were to summon hither the relatives of Philiscus, you might probably think that I was trying to interpose delays in the case, for they have lately sailed from Rome to the Melian country in order to pay their last sad respects to the dead. Come forward, O ye witnesses, for you have been expressly summoned to give your testimony upon this point. The witnesses give their evidence. With how little regard, then, for the truth this accusation has been drawn up, is clearly proved by the testimony of these gentlemen. For it appears that it was not in the suburbs, but in the city, not outside the wall, but inside a house, not with Nerva, but with Philisius, not slaying another, but praying for a man's life, not thinking of matters of state, but of philosophy, not choosing a revolutionist to supplant yourself, but trying to save a man like myself. 15. What, then, is the Arcadian doing in this case? What becomes of the absurd stories of victims slain? What is the use of urging you to believe such lies? For what never took place will be real if you decide that it did take place. And how, my prince, are you to rate the improbability of the sacrifice? For, of course, there have been long ago soothsayers skilled in the art of examining slain victims. For example, I can name Megistias of Acarnania, Aristandrus of Lycia, and Silanus, who was a native of Ambracia. And of these the Acarnanian was sacrificer to Leonidas, the king of Sparta, and the Lycian to Alexander of Macedonia, and Silanus to Cyrus the Pretender. And supposing there had been found stored in the entrails of a human being some information truer or more profound or surer than usual, such a sacrifice was not difficult to effect, inasmuch as there were kings to preside over it, who had plenty of cupbearers at their disposal, besides plenty of prisoners of war as victims. And moreover, these monarchs could violate the law with impunity, and they had no fear of being accused, in case they committed so small a murder. But I believe these persons had the same conviction which I also entertain, who am now in risk of my life of such accusation, namely, that the entrails of animals which we slay while they are ignorant of death are for that reason, and just because the animals lack all understanding of what they are about to suffer, free from disturbance. A human being, however, has constantly in his soul the apprehension of death, even when it does not as yet impend. How, therefore, is it likely that when death is already present and stares him in the face, he should be able to give any intimation of the future through his entrails, or to be a proper subject for sacrifice at all? In proof that my conjecture is right and consonant with nature, I would ask you, my prince, to consider the following points. The liver, in which adepts at this art declare the tripod of their divination to reside, is on the one hand not composed of pure blood, for all unmixed blood is retained by the heart, which through the blood vessels sends it flowing as if through canals over the entire body. The bile, on the other hand, lies over the liver, and whereas it is excited by anger, it is, on the other hand, driven back by fear into the cavities of the liver. Accordingly, if, on the one hand, it is caused to effervesce by irritants, and ceases to be able to contain itself in its own receptacle, it overflows the liver which underlies it, in which case the mass of bile occupies the smooth and prophetic parts of the bowels. On the other hand, under the influence of fear and panic it subsides, and draws together into itself all the light which resides in the smooth parts. For in such cases even that pure element in the blood recedes to which the liver owes its spleen-like look and distension, because the blood in question, by its nature, drains away under the membrane which encloses the entrails, and floats upon the muddy surface. Of what use, then, my prince, is it to slay a human victim if the sacrifice is going to furnish no presage? And human nature does render such rites useless for purposes of divination, because it has a sense of impending death, and dying men themselves meet their end, if with courage, then also with anger, and if with despondency, then also with fear. And for this reason the art of divination, except in the case of the most ignorant savages, while recommending the slaying of kids and lambs, because these animals are silly and not far removed from being insensible, does not consider cocks and pigs and bulls worthy vehicles of its mysteries, because these creatures have too much spirit. I realize, my prince, that my accuser chafes at my discourse, because I find so intelligent a listener in yourself. For indeed you seem to me to give your attention to my discourse, and if I have not clearly enough explained any point in it, I will allow you to ask me any questions about it. 16. I have then answered this Egyptian's act of accusation, but since I do not think I ought altogether to pass by the slanders of Euphrates, I would ask you, my prince, to judge between us, and decide which of us is more of a philosopher. Well then, whereas he strains every nerve to tell lies about myself, I disdain to do the like about him. And whereas he looks upon you as a despot, I regard you as a constitutional ruler. And while he puts the sword into your hand for use against me, I merely supply you with argument. But he makes the basis of his accusation the discourses which I delivered in Ionia, and he says that they contain matter much to your disadvantage. And yet what I said concerned the topic of the fates and of necessity, and I only used as an example of my arguments the affairs of kings, because your rank is thought to be the highest of human ranks, and I dwelt upon the influence of the fates, and argued that the threads which they spin are so unchangeable, that, even if they decreed to someone a kingdom which at the moment belonged to another, and even if it, that other slew the man of destiny, to save himself from ever being deprived by him of his throne, nevertheless the dead man would come to life again in order to fulfill the decree of the fates. For we employ hyperbole in our arguments in order to convince those who will not believe in what is probable, and it is just as if I had used such an example as this. He who is destined to become a carpenter will become one even if his hands have been cut off, and he who has been destined to carry off the prize for running in the Olympic games will not fail to win even if he broke his leg. And a man to whom the fates have decreed that he shall be an eminent archer will not miss the mark, even though he has lost his eyesight. And in drawing examples from royalty, I had reference, I believe, to the Acrisai, and the house of Laius, and to Astyages the Mede, and to many other monarchs who thought that they were well established in their kingdoms, and of whom some slew their own children, as they imagined, and others their descendants, and yet were subsequently deprived by them of their thrones, when they issued forth from obscurity in accordance with the decrees of fate. Well, if I were inclined to flattery, I should have said that I had your own history in mind when you were blockaded in the city by Vitellius, and the temple of Jupiter was burnt on the brow of the hill overlooking the city, and Vitellius declared that his own fortune was assured so long as you did not escape him. This, although you were at the time quite a stripling, and not the man you are now, and yet, Because the fates had decreed otherwise, he was undone with all his counsels, while you are now in possession of his throne. However, since I abhor the concords of flattery, for it seems to me that they are everything that is out of time and out of tune, let me cut the string out of my lyre, and request you to consider that on that occasion I had not your fortunes in mind, but was talking exclusively of questions of the fates and of necessity. For it was in speaking of them that they accused me of having assailed yourself. And yet such an argument as mine is tolerated by most of the gods, and even Zeus himself is not angry when he hears from the poet in the story of Lycia this language: Alas, for myself, when Sarpedon. And there are other such strains referring to himself, such as those in which he accuses the fates of having deprived him of his son. And in the weighing of souls again, the poets tell you that, although after her death he presented Minos the brother of Sarpedon with a golden scepter, and appointed him judge in the court of Aidoneus, yet he could not exempt him from the decree of the fates. And you, my prince, why should you resent my argument when the gods put up with it, whose fortunes are forever fixed and assured, and who never slew poets on that account? For it is our duty to follow the fates and obey them, and not take offense with the changes in fortune, and to believe in Sophocles when he says, For the gods alone there comes no old age, nay, nor ever death. But all other things are confounded by all-mastering time. No man ever put the truth so well. For the prosperity of men runs in a circle, and the span of happiness, my prince, lasts for a single day. My property belongs to another, and his to another, and his again to a third, and each in having hath not. Think of this, my prince, and put a stop to your decrees of exile. Stay the shedding of blood, and have recourse to philosophy in your wishes and plans. For true philosophy feels no pangs. And in doing so, wipe away men's tears, for at present echoes reach us from the sea of 1,000 sighs, and they are redoubled from the continents, where each laments over his peculiar sorrows. Thence is bred an incalculable crop of evils, all of them due directly to the slanderous tongues of informers, who render all men objects of hatred to yourself, and yourself, O Prince, to all. End of Volume 2, Book 8, Chapter 7. Volume 2, Book 8, Chapters 8 through 19 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 8. Chapter 8. Such then was the oration which the sage had prepared beforehand, at the end whereof I found the last words of the earlier speech, namely, For thou shalt not kill me, since I tell thee I am not mortal, together with the words which preceded and led up to this quotation. But the effect upon the despot of his quitting the court in a manner so godlike and inexplicable was quite other than that which the many expected. For they expected him to make a terrific uproar and institute a hunt for the man, and to send forth proclamations over his empire to arrest him wherever they should find him. But he did nothing of the kind, as if he set himself to defeat men's expectations, or because he now at last realized that as against the sage he had no resources of his own. But whether he acted from contempt, let us conjecture from what ensued, for he will be seen to have been confounded with astonishment rather than filled with contempt. Chapter 9. for he had to hear another case after that of Apollonius, an action brought, I think, in connection with a will by some city against a private individual, and he had forgotten not only the names of the parties, but also the matter at issue in the suit. For his questions were without meaning, and his answers were not relevant to the case, all which argued the degree of astonishment and perplexity under which the despot labored, the more so because his flatterers had persuaded him that nothing could escape his memory. Chapter 10. Such was the condition to which Apollonius reduced the despot, making him a plaything of his philosophy, who had been the terror of Hellenes and barbarians. And before midday he left the court, and at dusk appeared to Demetrius and Damis at Dicaarchia. And this accounts for his having instructed Damis to go by land to Dicaarchia, without waiting to hear his defense. For he had given no previous notice of his intentions, but had merely told the man who was mostly in his intimacy to do what best accorded with his plans. Chapter 11. Now Damis had arrived the day before, and had talked with Demetrius about the preliminaries of the trial, and the account filled the latter, when he listened to it, with more apprehension than you might expect of a listener when Apollonius was in question. The next day also he asked him afresh about the same particulars, as he wandered with him along the edge of the sea, which figures in the fables told about Calypso. For they were almost in despair of their master coming to them, because the tyrant's hand was hard upon all. Yet, out of respect for Apollonius's character, they obeyed his instructions. Discouraged then, they sat down in the chamber of the nymphs, where there is a cistern of white marble, which contains a spring of water, which neither overflows its edges nor recedes, even if water be drawn from it. They were talking about the quality of the water in no very serious manner, and presently, owing to the anxiety they felt about the sage, brought back their conversation to the circumstances which preceded the trial. Chapter 12. Damas's grief had just broken out afresh, and he had made some such exclamation as the following: "Shall we ever behold, O ye gods, our noble and good companion?" When Apollonius, who had heard him, for as a matter of fact he was already present in the chamber of the nymphs, answered, "Ye shall see him, nay, ye have already seen him." Demetrius said, "Alive? For if you are dead, we have anyhow never ceased to lament you." Whereupon Apollonius stretched out his hand and said, "Take hold of me, and if I evade you, then I am indeed a ghost come to you from the realm of Persephone, such as the gods of the underworld reveal to those who are dejected with much mourning. But if I resist your touch, then you shall persuade Damis also that I am both alive and that I have not abandoned my body." They were no longer able to disbelieve, but rose up and threw themselves on his neck and kissed him, and asked him about his defense. For while Demetrius was of opinion that he had not even made his defense, for he expected him to be destroyed without any wrong being proved against him, Damis thought that he had made his defense, but perhaps more quickly than was expected, for he never dreamed that he had made it only that day. But Apollonius said, "I have made my defense, gentlemen, and have gained my cause. And my defense took place this very day not so long ago, for it lasted on even to midday." Demetrius said, "How then have you accomplished so long a journey in so small a fraction of the day?" And Apollonius replied, "Imagine what you will, flying goat or wings of wax excepted, so long as you ascribe it to the intervention of a divine escort." Demetrius said, "Well, I have always thought that your actions and words were providentially cared for by some god, to whom you owe your present preservation. Nevertheless, pray, tell us about the defense you made, what it consisted of, and what the accusation had to say against you, and about the temper of the judge, and what questions he put, and what he allowed to pass of your pleas, and what not. Tell us all at once, in order that I may tell everything in turn to Telesinus, for he will never leave off asking me about your affairs. For about 15 days back he was drinking with me at Antium, when he fell asleep at table, and just as the middle cup in honor of the good genius was being passed round, he dreamed a dream, and he saw a fire spreading like a sea over the land, and it enveloped some men, and caught up others as they fled, for it flowed along, he said, exactly like water. But you alone suffered not the fate of the rest, but swam clean through it as it divided to let you through. And in honor of the gods who inspire such happy presages, he poured out a libation in consequence of this dream, and he bade me be of good cheer on your account. And Apollonius said, I am not surprised at Telesinus dreaming about me, for in his vigils, I assure you, he long ago occupied his mind about me. But as regards the trial, you shall learn everything, but not in this place. For it is already growing late in the evening, and it is time for us to proceed to the town, and it is pleasant too to talk as you go along the road, for conversation assists you on your way like an escort. Let us then start and discuss your questions as we go along, and I will certainly tell you of today's events in the court. For both of you know the circumstances which preceded the trial, the one of you because he was present, and the other because, I am sure by Zeus, he has not heard it only once, but again and again, if I know you well, my Demetrius. But I will relate to you what you do not know as yet, beginning with my being summoned into the emperor's presence, into which I was ushered naked. And he proceeded to detail to them his own words, and above all at the end of them the citation, For thou shalt not kill me. And he told them exactly how he vanished from the seat of judgment. Chapter 13. Whereupon Demetrius cried out, I thought you had come hither because you were saved. But this is only the beginning of your dangers, for he will proscribe you, seize your person, and cut off all means of escape. Apollonius, however, told Demetrius not to be afraid, and encouraged him by saying, I only wish that you were both no more easy for him to catch than I am. But I know exactly in what condition of mind the tyrant is at this moment. Hitherto he has never heard anything except the utterances of flatterers, and now he has had to listen to the language of rebuke. Such language breaks despotic natures down and enrages them. But I require some rest, for I have not bent the knee since I had this struggle. And Damis said, Demetrius, my own attitude towards our friend's affairs was such that I tried to dissuade him from taking the journey which he has taken, and I believe you too gave the same advice, namely, that he should not rush of his own accord into dangers and difficulties. But when he was thrown into fetters, as I saw with my own eyes, and I was perplexed and in despair of his case, he told me that it rested with himself to release himself, and he freed his leg from the fetters and showed it to me. Well, it was then for the first time that I understood our master to be a divine being, transcending all our poor wisdom and knowledge. Consequently, even if I were called upon to expose myself to still greater risks than these, I should not fear anything, as long as I was under his protection. But since the evening is at hand, let us go into the inn, and minister to and take care of him. And Apollonius said, Sleep is all I want, and everything else is a matter of indifference to me, whether I get it or whether I do not. And after that, having offered a prayer to Apollo and also to the sun, he passed into the house in which Demetrius lived, and having washed his feet and instructed Damis and his friends to take their supper, for he saw that they were fasting, he threw himself upon the bed, and having intoned some verses of Homer as a hymn to sleep, he took his repose, as if his circumstances gave him no just cause whatever for anxiety. Chapter 14. About dawn Demetrius asked him where on earth he would turn his steps, for there resounded in his ears the clatter of imaginary horsemen, who he thought were already in hot pursuit of Apollonius on account of the rage of the tyrant. But Apollonius merely replied, "Neither he nor anyone else is going to pursue me, but as for myself, I shall take sail for Hellas." Said the other, "That is anyhow a dangerous voyage, for the region is most exposed and open. And how are you going to be hid out in the open from one whom you cannot escape in the dark?" Apollonius said, "I do not need to lie hid, for if, as you imagine, the entire earth belongs to the tyrant, it is better to die out in the open than to live in the dark and in hiding." In turning to Damis, he said, "Do you know of a ship that is starting for Sicily?" He replied, "I do, for we are staying on the edge of the sea, and the crier is at our doors, and a ship is just being got ready to start, as I gather from the shouts of the crew, and from the exertions they are making over weighing anchor." Apollonius said, "Let us embark upon this ship, O Damis, for we will now sail to Sicily, and thence on to the Peloponnese." Said the other, "I am agreeable, so let us sail." Chapter 15. They then said farewell to Demetrius, who was despondent about them, but they bade him hope for the best, as one brave man should for others as brave as himself. And then they sailed for Sicily with a favorable wind, and having passed Messina, they reached Tauromenium on the 3rd day. After that they arrived at Syracuse, and put out for the Peloponnese about the beginning of the autumn. And having traversed the gulf, they arrived after 6 days at the mouth of the Alpheus, where that river pours its waters, still sweet, into the Adriatic and Sicilian Sea. Here they disembarked, and thinking it well worth their while to go to Olympia, they went and stayed there in the temple of Zeus, though without ever going further away than Scyllus. A rumor as sudden as insistent now ran through the Hellenic world that the sage was alive and had arrived at Olympia. At first the rumor seemed unreliable, for besides that they were humanly speaking unable to entertain any hope of him, inasmuch as they heard that he was cast into prison, they had also heard such rumors as that he had been burnt alive, or dragged about alive with grapnels fixed in his neck, or cast into a deep pit or into a well. But when the rumor of his arrival was confirmed, they all flocked to see him from the whole of Greece, and never did any such crowd flock to any Olympic festival as then, all full of enthusiasm and expectation. People came straight from Elis and Sparta, and from Corinth away at the limits of the Isthmus, and the Athenians too, although they are outside the Peloponnese, nor were they behind the cities which are at the gates of Pisa, for it was especially the most celebrated of the Athenians that hurried to the temple, together with the young men who flocked to Athens from all over the earth. Moreover, there were people from Megara just then staying at Olympia, as well as many from Boeotia and from Argos, and all the leading people of Phocis and Thessaly. Some of them had already made Apollonius's acquaintance, anxious to pick up his wisdom afresh, for they were convinced that there remained much to learn, more striking than what they had so far heard. But those who were not acquainted with him thought it a shame that they should seem never to have heard so great a man discourse. In answer to their questions then, of how he had escaped the clutches of the tyrant, he did not deem it right to say anything boastful, but he merely told them that he had made his defense and got away safely. However, when several people arrived from Italy, who bruited about the episode of the law court, the attitude of Hellas came near to that of actual worship. The main reason why they thought him divine was this, that he never made the least parade about the matter. Chapter 16. Among the arrivals from Athens, there was a youth who asserted that the goddess Athena was very well disposed to the emperor, whereupon Apollonius said to him, "In Olympia, please to stop your chatter of such things, for you will prejudice the goddess in the eyes of her father." But as the youth increased their annoyance by declaring that the goddess was quite right, because the emperor was Archon Eponym of the city of Athena, he said, "Would that he also presided at the Panathenaic festival." By the first of his answers he silenced him, for he showed that he held a poor opinion of the gods, and he considered them to be well disposed to tyrants. By his second, he showed that the Athenians would stultify the decree which they passed, in honor of Harmodius and Aristogeiton, if, after seeing fit to honor these two citizens with statues in the marketplace, for the deed they committed at the Panathenaic festival, they ended by conferring on tyrants the privilege of being elected to govern them. Chapter 17. Damis approached him at this time to ask him about money, because they had so very little left to defray the expense of their journey. Apollonius said, "Tomorrow I will attend to this." And on the next day he went into the temple and said to the priest, "Give me 1,000 drachmas out of the treasury of Zeus, if you think he will not be too much annoyed." And the priest answered, "Not at that. What will annoy him will be if you do not take more." Chapter 18. There was a man of Thessaly named Isagoras, whom he met in Olympia, and said, "Tell me, Isagoras, is there such a thing as a religious fair or festival?" He replied, "Why, yes, and by heaven there is nothing in the world of men so agreeable and so dear to the gods." Apollonius asked, "And what is the matter of which it is composed?" "It is as if I asked you about the material of which this image is made, and you answered me that it was composed of gold and ivory." Said the other, "But what material, Apollonius, can a thing which is incorporeal be composed of?" Apollonius replied, "A most important material, and most varied in character, for there are sacred groves in it, and shrines, and race-courses, and, of course, a theatre, and tribes of men, some of them from the neighboring countries, and others from over the borders, and even from across the sea." He added, "Moreover, many arts go to make up such a festival, and many designs, and much true genius, both of poets and of civil counsellors, and of those who deliver harangues on philosophic topics, and contests between naked athletes, and contests of musicians, as is the custom in the Pythian festival." Said the other, "It seems to me, O Apollonius, that the festival is not only something corporeal, but is made up of more wonderful material than our cities, for there is summoned together into one community on such occasions the best of the best, and the most celebrated of the celebrated." Apollonius said, "Then, O Isagoras, are we to consider the people we meet there in the same light as some people regard walls and ships, or do you need some other opinion of the festival?" Answered the other, "The opinion which we have formulated is quite adequate and complete, O man of Tyana, and we had better adhere to it." Said the other, "And yet it is neither adequate nor complete to one who considers about it as I do. For it appears to me that ships are in need of men, and men of ships, and that men would never have thought about the sea at all if they had not had a ship, and men are kept safe by walls, and walls by men, and in the same way I consider a festival to be not only the meeting of human beings, but also the place itself in which they have to meet, and the more so because walls and ships would never have come into being unless there had been men's hands to build them, while these places, so far forth as they are deprived of their natural and original characteristics, are by the hands of men spoiled, and it was owing to their natural advantages that they were held worthy of being made their meeting places. For though the gymnasiums and porticos and fountains and houses have been all created by human art, just like the walls and the ships, Yet the river Alpheus, with the hippodrome and the stadium and the groves, existed, I suppose, before men came here, the one providing water for drinking and for the bath, and the second a broad plain for the horses to race in, and the third provided just the space required for the athletes to raise the dust in as they run along their races, namely, a valley a stadium in length, and the groves around supplied wreaths for the winners, and served the athletes who were runners as a place to practice in. For I imagine that Hercules considered these facts, and because he admired the natural advantages of Olympia, he found the place worthy of the festival and games which are still held here. Chapter 19. After 40 days, given up to discussions in Olympia, in which many topics were handled, Apollonius said, I will also, O men of Hellas, discourse to you in our several cities at your festivals, at your religious processions, at your mysteries, your sacrifices, at your public libations, and they require the services of a clever man. But for the present I must go down to Lebadia, for I have never yet had an interview with Trophonius, although I once visited his shrine. And with these words he at once started for Boeotia, attended by every one of his admirers. Now the cavern in Lebadia is dedicated to Trophonius, the son of Apollo, and it can only be entered by those who resort thither in order to get an oracle, and it is not visible in the temple, but lies a little above it on a mound, and it is shut in by iron spits which surround it, and you descend into it as it were sitting down and being drawn down. Those who enter it are clad in white raiment, and are escorted thither with honey cakes in their hands to appease the reptiles which assail them as they descend. But the earth brings them to the surface again, in some cases close by, but in other cases a long way off, for they are sent up to the surface beyond Locri and beyond Phocis, but most of them about the borders of Boeotia. Accordingly, Apollonius entered the shrine and said, I wish to descend into the cave in the interests of philosophy. But the priests opposed him, and though they told the multitude that they would never allow a wizard like him to examine and test the shrine, they pretended to the sage himself that only nefarious and impure women ever gave the oracles. So, on that day, he delivered a discourse at the springs of Hercyna about the origin and conduct of the shrine, for it is the only oracle which gives responses through the person himself who consults it. And when the evening approached, he went to the mouth of the cave with his train of youthful followers, and having pulled up 4 of the obelisks, which constitute a bar to the passage, he went down below ground wearing his philosopher's mantle, having dressed himself as if he were going to deliver an address upon philosophy, a step which the god Trophonius so thoroughly approved of, that he appeared to the priests and not only rebuked them for the reception they had given Apollonius, but enjoined them all to follow him to Aulis, for he said it was there that he would come to the surface in such a marvelous fashion as no man before. And in fact he emerged after 7 days, a longer period than it had taken any one of those who until then had entered the oracle, and he had with him a volume thoroughly in keeping with the questions he had asked, for he had gone down saying, What, O Trophonius, do you consider the most complete and purest philosophy? And the volume contained the tenets of Pythagoras, a good proof, this, that the oracle was in agreement with this form of wisdom. End of Volume 2, Book 8, Chapters 8 through 19. Volume 2, Book 8, Chapters 20 through 31 of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, Book 8. Chapter 20. This book is preserved in Antium, and the village in question, which is on the Italian seaboard, is much visited for the purpose of seeing it. I must acknowledge that I only heard these details from the inhabitants of Labadia, but in regard to the volume in question, I must set on record my conviction that it was subsequently conveyed to the Emperor Hadrian at the same time as certain letters of Apollonius, though by no means all of them, and it remained in the palace at Antium, which was that one of his Italian palaces in which this emperor took most pleasure. Chapter 21. From Ionia also there came to see him the band of companions who were named in Hellas as the company of Apollonius. And mixing with the people of the place, they formed a band of youths, remarkable for their number and for their philosophic enthusiasm. For the science of rhetoric had been left neglected, and little attention was paid to the professors of the art, on the ground that the tongue was their only teacher. But now they were all impelled to study his philosophy. But he, like Gyges and Croesus, who they say left the door of their treasuries unlocked, in order that all who needed might fill their pockets from them, threw open the treasures of his wisdom to all who loved it, and allowed them to ask him questions upon every subject. Chapter 22. But certain persons accused him of dissuading his pupils from visiting the governors, and of influencing them to lead lives of quiet and retirement instead. And one of them uttered the jest that he drove away his sheep as soon as he found any forensic orator approaching. Said Apollonius, "Yes, by Zeus, lest these wolves should fall upon my flock." What was the meaning of this sally? He saw these forensic orators looked up to by the multitude as they made their way up from poverty to great riches, and he saw that they so welcomed the feuds of others that they actually conducted a traffic in hatred and feud. Accordingly, he tried to dissuade these young men from associating with them, and those that did so associate with them he sharply reproved, as if to wash off them a monstrous stain. For he had been long before on bad terms with them, and his experience of the prisons in Rome, and of the persons who were confined and perishing in them, so prejudiced him against the forensic art, as that he believed all these evils were due to sycophants and lawyers puffed up by their own cleverness, rather than to the despot himself. Chapter 23. Just at the time when he was holding these conversations with the people of Hellas, the following remarkable portent overspread the heavens. The orb of the sun was surrounded by a wreath which resembled a rainbow, but dimmed the sunlight. That the heavenly sign portended a revolution was of course clear to all. However, when the governor of Hellas summoned Apollonius from Athens to Boeotia, and said, "I hear that you have a talent for understanding things divine," he replied, "Yes, and perhaps you have heard that I have some understanding of human affairs." He replied, "I have heard it, and I quite agree." Apollonius said, "Since then you are of one opinion with me, I would advise you not to pry into the intentions of the gods, for this is what human wisdom recommends you to do." And when he besought Apollonius to tell him what he thought, for he said he was afraid lest night should ensue and swallow up everything, Apollonius said, "Be of good cheer, for there will be some light following such a night as this." Chapter 24. After this, seeing that he had had enough of the people of Hellas, after living for 2 years among them, he set sail for Ionia, accompanied by his society, and the greater part of his time he spent teaching philosophy at Smyrna and Ephesus, though he also visited the rest of the cities, and in none of them was he found to be an unwelcome guest. Indeed, they all considered him to be worth their regret when he left them, and to the better class of people he was a great boon. Chapter 25. And now the gods were about to cast down Domitian from his presidency of mankind. For it happened that he had just slain Clemens, a man of consular rank, to whom he had lately given his own sister in marriage, and he issued a command about the 3rd or 4th day after the murder, that she also should follow her husband and join him. Thereupon Stephanos, a freedman of the lady, who he was signified by the form of the late portent, whether because of the latest victim's fate rankled in his mind, or the fate of all others, made an attempt upon the tyrant's life worthy of comparison with the feats of the champions of Athenian liberty. For he concealed a dagger against his left forearm, and carrying his hand in a bandage, as if it were broken, he approached the emperor as he left the law court, and said, "I would have a private interview with you, my prince, for I have important news to communicate to you." The latter did not refuse him the audience, but took him apart into the men's apartment, where he transacted business of state. Whereupon the assassin said, "Your bitter enemy, Clement, is not dead, as you imagine, but he lives, and I know where he is, and he is making ready to attack you." When the emperor uttered a loud cry over this information, before he could recover his composure, Stephanos threw himself upon him, and drawing his dagger from the hand which he had trussed up, he stabbed him in the thigh, inflicting a wound which was not immediately mortal, though it was well timed in view of the struggle which followed. The emperor was still strong and full of bodily vigor, although he was about 45 years of age, and in spite of the wound he closed with his assailant, and throwing him down, kneeled upon him and dug out his eyes and crushed his cheeks with the stand of a gold cup, which lay thereby for use in sacred ceremonies, at the same time calling upon Athena to assist him. Thereupon his bodyguard, realizing that he was in distress, rushed into the room pell-mell, and dispatched the tyrant, who had already swooned. Chapter 26. Although the deed was done in Rome, Apollonius was a spectator of it in Ephesus. For about midday he was delivering an address in the groves of the colonnade, just at the moment when it all happened in the palace at Rome. And first he dropped his voice, as if he were terrified, and then, though with less vigor than was usual with him, he continued his exposition, like one who, between his words, caught glimpses of something foreign to his subject. And at last he lapsed into silence, like one who has been interrupted in his discourse. And with an awful glance at the ground, and stepping forward 3 or 4 paces from his pulpit, he cried, "Smite the tyrant, smite him!" Not like one who derives from some looking-glass a faint image of the truth, but as one who sees things with his own eyes, and is taking part in a tragedy. All Ephesus, for all Ephesus was at his lecture, was struck dumb with astonishment, but he, pausing like those who are trying to see, and wait until their doubts are ended, said, "Take heart, gentlemen, for the tyrant has been slain this day. And why do I say today? Now it is, by Athena, even now at the moment I uttered my words, and then lapsed into silence." The inhabitants of Ephesus thought that this was a fit of madness on his part, and although they were anxious that it should be true, yet they were anxious about the risk they ran in giving ear to his words. Whereupon he added, "I am not surprised at those who do not yet accept my story, for not even all Rome as yet is cognizant of it. But behold, Rome begins to know it, for the rumor runs this way and that, and thousands now are convinced of it, and they begin to leap for joy. Twice as many before, and twice as many as they, and 4 times as many, yea, the whole of the populace there. And this news will travel hither also, and although I would have you defer your sacrifices in honor thereof to the fitting season, when you will receive this news, I shall proceed at once to pray to the gods for what I have seen." Chapter 27. They were still skeptical when swift runners arrived with the good news, and bore testimony to the sage's wisdom. For the tyrant's murder, and the day which brought the event to birth, the hour of midday, and the murderers to whom he addressed his exhortation, everything agreed with the revelation which the gods had made to Apollonius in the midst of his harangue. And 30 days later, Nerva sent him a letter to say that he was already in possession of the empire of the Romans, thanks to the goodwill of the gods and to his good counsels. And he added that he would more easily retain it if Apollonius would come to advise him. whereupon, at the moment the latter wrote to him the following enigmatical sentence: "We will, my prince, enjoy one another's company for a very long time, during which neither shall we govern others, nor others us." Perhaps he realized when he wrote thus, that it was not to be long before he himself should quit this human world, and that Nerva was only to retain the throne for a short time, for his reign lasted but 1 year and 4 months, when he left behind him the reputation of having been a sober and serious ruler. Chapter 28. But as he did not wish to seem to neglect so good a friend and ruler, he composed later on for him a letter giving him advice about matters of state, and calling Damis to him, he said, "You are wanted here, for this letter which I have written to the king contains secrets, and though it is written, they are of such a kind that they must be communicated orally either by myself or through you." And Damis declares that he only understood his master's device much later, for that the letter was composed in admirable style, and though it treated of important subjects, yet it might equally well have been sent through anyone else. What then was the sage's device? All through his life he is said often to have exclaimed, "Live unobserved, and if that cannot be, slip unobserved from life." His letter, then, and Damis's visit to Rome were of the nature of an excuse for getting the latter out of the way, in order that he might have no witnesses of his dissolution. Damis accordingly says that, though he was much affected at leaving him, in spite of his having no knowledge of what was coming, yet Apollonius, who knew full well, said nothing of it to him. And far from addressing him after the manner of those who are never to see one another again, so abundant was his conviction that he would exist for ever, merely pledged him in these words: "O Damis, even if you have to philosophize by yourself, keep your eyes upon me." Chapter 29. The memoirs, then, of Apollonius of Tyana, which Damis the Assyrian composed, end with the above story. For with regard to the manner in which he died, if he did actually die, there are many stories, though Damis has repeated none. But as for myself, I ought not to omit even this, for my story should, I think, have its natural ending. Neither has Damis told us anything about the age of our hero, but there are some who say that he was 80, others that he was over 90, others again who say that his age far exceeded 100. He was afresh in all his body and upright when he died, and more agreeable to look at than in his youth. For there is a certain beauty even in wrinkles, which was especially conspicuous in his case, as is clear from the likenesses of him which are preserved in the temple at Tyana, and from accounts which praise the old age of Apollonius more than was once praised the youth of Alcibiades. Chapter 30. Now there are some who relate that he died in Ephesus, tended by 2 maidservants, for the freedmen of whom I spoke at the beginning of my story were already dead. One of these maids he emancipated, and was blamed by the other one for not conferring the same privilege upon her. But Apollonius told her that it was better for her to remain the other's slave, for that would be the beginning of her well-being. Accordingly, after his death, this one continued to be the slave of the other, who for some insignificant reason sold her to a merchant, from whom she was purchased. Her new master, although she was not good-looking, nevertheless fell in love with her, and being a fairly rich man, made her his legal wife, and had legitimate children by her. Others again say that he died in Lindus, where he entered the temple of Athena and disappeared within it. Others again say that he died in Crete, in a much more remarkable manner than the people of Lindus relate. For they say that he continued to live in Crete, where he became a greater center of admiration than ever before, and that he came to the temple of Tyana late at night. Now this temple is guarded by dogs, whose duty it is to watch over the wealth deposited in it, and the Cretans claim that they are as good as bears or any other animals equally fierce. Nonetheless, when he came, instead of barking, they approached him and fawned upon him, as they would not have done even with people they knew familiarly. The guardians of the shrine arrested him in consequence, and threw him in bonds as a wizard and a robber, accusing him of having thrown to the dogs some charmed morsel. But about midnight he loosened his bonds, and after calling those who had bound him, in order that they might witness the spectacle, he ran to the doors of the temple, which opened wide to receive him. And when he had passed within, they closed afresh, as if they had been shut, and there was heard a chorus of maidens singing from within the temple, and their song was this: Hasten thou from earth, hasten thou to heaven, hasten. In other words, do thou go upwards from earth. Chapter 31. And even after his death he continued to preach that the soul is immortal, and although he taught this account of it to be correct, yet he discouraged men from meddling in such high subjects. For there came to Tyana a youth who did not shrink from acrimonious discussions, and would not accept truth in argument. Now Apollonius had already passed away from among men, but people still wondered at his passing, and no one ventured to dispute that he was immortal. This being so, the discussions were mainly about the soul, for a band of youths were there passionately addicted to wisdom. The young man in question, however, would on no account allow the tenet of the immortality of the soul, and said, I myself, gentlemen, have done nothing now for over 9 months, but pray to Apollonius that he would reveal to me the truth about the soul. But he is so utterly dead that he will not appear to me in response to my entreaties, nor give me any reason to consider him immortal. Such were the young man's words on that occasion. But on the 5th day following, after discussing the same subject, he fell asleep where he was talking with them. And of the young men who were studying with him, some were reading books, and others were industriously drawing geometric figures on the ground, when on a sudden, like one possessed, he leapt up from an uneasy sleep, streaming with perspiration, and cried out, I believe thee. And when those who were present asked him what was the matter, he said, Do you not see, Apollonius the sage, how that he is present with us, and is listening to our discussion, and is reciting wondrous verses about the soul? They asked, But where is he? For we cannot see him anywhere, although we would rather do so than possess all the blessings of mankind. And the youth replied, It would seem that he is come to converse with myself alone concerning the tenets which I would not believe. Listen, therefore, to the inspired argument which he is delivering. The soul is immortal, and 'tis no possession of thine own, but of Providence. And after the body is wasted away, like a swift horse freed from its traces, it lightly leaps forward and mingles itself with the light air, loathing the spell of harsh and painful servitude which it has endured. But for thee, what use is there in this? Some day when thou art no more, thou shalt believe it. So why, as long as thou art among living beings, dost thou explore these mysteries? Here we have a clear utterance of Apollonius, established like an oracular tripod, to convince us of the mysteries of the soul, to the end that cheerfully, and with due knowledge of our own true nature, we may pursue our way to the goal appointed by the fates. With any tomb, however, or cenotaph of the sage I never met, that I know of, although I have traversed most of the earth, and have listened everywhere to stories of his divine quality. And his shrine at Tyana is singled out and honored with royal officers, for neither have the emperors denied to him the honors of which they themselves were held worthy. End of Volume 2, Book 8. The Epistles of Apollonius of Tyana, numbers 1 through 37, from the life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. The Epistles of Apollonius of Tyana. Epistle 1 to Euphrates. As for myself, I am on friendly terms with philosophers. With sophists, however, or low clerks, or any such other kind of wretches, I am neither on friendly terms now, and heaven forbid I should ever be so at any later time. Although this does not apply to you, unless indeed you chance to be one of them, the following words do very much apply to you. Heal and remedy your passions, and try to be a philosopher, and not to be jealous of those who really are such. For in your case, old age is already at hand, and death. Epistle 2, to the same. Forasmuch as virtue cometh by nature, by acquirement, by use, each of these may be held to be worthy of acceptation. See then whether you have any one of them, and either give up the teaching of wisdom for the future, or at least communicate it freely and for nothing to those who associate with you. For you already have the riches of Megabyzes. Epistle 3, to the same. You have visited the countries that lie between me and Italy, beginning from Syria, parading yourself in the so-called royal cities. And you had a philosopher's doublet all the time, and a long white beard, but besides that, nothing. And now, how comes it that you are returning by sea with a full cargo of silver, of gold, of vases of all sorts, of embroidered raiment, of every other sort of ornament, not to mention overweening pride and boasting and unhappiness? What cargo is this, and what the purport of these strange purchases? Zeno never purchased but dried fruits. Epistle 4, to the same. You would need little for your servants, if only they were servants of a philosopher. Nay, you should not even think of purchasing more than you really want, especially as you incur some ill fame thereby. But since you have once made the mistake, the next best thing would be if you made as much haste as possible to give away some of what you have to others. You will still retain both your fatherland and your friends. Epistle 5, to the same. There is no need henceforth for any inmate of his garden or follower of his school to plead the merit of one of the discourses of Epicurus, which is entitled About Pleasure. For a genuine advocate thereof has turned up in the porch itself. But if, by way of contradiction, you should bring out the lectures and tenets of Chrysippus, let me point out to you a certain passage in the emperor's correspondence, namely this: Euphrates has taken money of me, and has taken it a second time. Now Epicurus would never have taken it. Epistle 6, to the same. I lately asked some rich men if they foster such bitter feelings, and they answered, How can we do otherwise? So I asked them what was the reason for their duress, and they blamed their wealth. But you, my poor wretch, only acquired your wealth yesterday. Epistle 7, to the same. As soon as you have reached Aigai in your hurry and discharged your ship there, you have to return again post-haste to Italy, where you must fawn as usual upon the sick, the old men, old women, orphans, rich men, dandies, Midas, Getae, for they say that a merchant must let out every reef. For myself, I would rather clear out the salt cellar in the house of Themis. Epistle 8, to the same. Perhaps, then, you would like to draw up a little indictment of me. I only wish you had the pluck to do so, and you would be able to repeat these hackneyed and obvious accusations. Apollonius utterly declines to take a bath. Yes, and what's more, he never quits his house and takes care never to soil his feet. You never see him moving any part of his person. Yes, for he never moves anything except his soul. He wears his hair long on his head. Well, and so does the Hellen, because he is a Hellen and not a barbarian. He wears linen raiment. Yes, for this purest garb is that of priests. He practices divination. Yes, for many are the things we know not, and there is no other way of foreseeing anything that is going to happen. But such practices are not consonant with philosophy. Nevertheless, they befit the deity. And moreover, he eases the flesh of its agonies and allies suffering. You might equally bring this charge against Asclepius. He eats alone. Yes, and the rest of the world feed. He uses few words and on few occasions. Yes, for he has a faculty of holding his tongue altogether. He abstains from all flesh and from eating any animal food. That is surely a proof of his humanity. If you tell me, Euphrates, that you have put these counts into your indictment, you will probably add the following as well. If there had been any going, he would have taken money, as I have, and presents and civil promotions. If there had been money going, he would not have taken it. Nay, but he would have taken it for his country. Yes, but that is not one's country which knows not what it hath. Epistle 9, to Dion. If your object is to please, you had better employ flute and lyre than argument. For they are the instruments which are made to minister to pleasure, and the art of doing so is named music. But argument finds out the truth, and at this you should aim in your actions, at this in your words, at least if you are really making a philosophic study of it. Epistle 8, to the same. Some people ask the reason why I have left off giving lectures to large audiences. Let all know then who may be interested to understand such matters. No discourse can be really useful unless, if it be single, it be also delivered to a single individual. Anyone then who discourses in any other manner is motivated by vain glory to discourse. Epistle 11, to the chief counselors of Caesarea. Men's first need is of gods for everything and above everything. Their second of cities, for next after the gods we must honor our cities. And if we are men of sense, we prefer our city's welfare. Now, if yours were only one city of many, instead of being, as it is, the greatest in Palestine, excelling all others there in size and in laws, and in institutions, and in the warlike virtues of ancestors, and still more in the arts and manners of peace, I should still see reason to admire and honor your city more than all others, and so would every man who has any sense. By common report, this would be the reason for preferring your city in a comparison of it with the run of cities. But whenever a city leads the way in paying honor to a single individual, and that one who is a stranger, and comes from afar off, seeing that it is a city which honors him, what can the individual do by way of return, and what worthy repayment of yourselves is possible? This, perhaps, and none other, that if he is a man beloved of the gods by reason of some natural endowment, he should pray that the city may obtain all blessings, and that his prayer may be granted. This I shall never cease to do in your behalf, for I am pleased to see the manners of Hellenism revealing their own excellence, and doing it by means of public inscriptions. But as Apollonius, the son of Aphrodisias, is a young man of firm and constant character, and worthy to bear your name, I shall endeavor to render him of use to you in every particular, with the help of some good fortune. Epistle 12, to the chief counselors of Seleucia. Whatever city is so well affected as yours, both towards the gods and towards such men as are worthy of acceptation, is both blessed in itself, and contributes to the excellence of those in whose favor it bears witness. Now, though it is not difficult to lead the way in displaying graceful goodwill, indeed it is the noblest of human acts, it is yet not easy to requite it, nay, it is altogether impossible to find a true equivalent. For I imagine that what in time sequence is second can never in nature be first. Consequently, I am obliged to ask heaven to reward you who have shown yourselves not only my superiors in ability, but also in deeds. For no man could possibly rise to such achievements as yours. It is a further proof of your gracious goodwill towards me that you also wish me to visit you, as I would pray to have visited you already. Your envoys are the more precious to me, because they are already my friends, I mean Hieronymus and Zenon. Epistle 13, to the same persons. Straton has indeed passed away from among men, and has left upon earth all that he had of mortality. But we who are here, still undergoing punishment, in other words, still living, ought to have some concern for his affairs. One of us then must do one thing, another another, and it is our duty to do it now rather than later. For if in the past we were, some of us, known as his relations, and some of us merely as his friends, now is the time to show with all sincerity that we really are such, nor must we delay doing our duty to an indefinite future, supposing these names meant anything. I myself, however, am desirous in this matter to be especially your friend, and therefore I undertake to bring up myself, Alexander, who was his son by Seleucus, and to impart to him my own education. And I should certainly have given him money also, who am bestowing what is so much more important, if it were right that he should receive it. Epistle 14, to Euphrates. I have been asked by many people on many occasions why it is that I have never been sent for to Italy, or, if I was sent for, why I did not come thither like yourself and sundry other people. Now, to the first question I shall give no answer, lest some should think that I knew the reason, whereas I am not interested to know it. But as regards the second question, why need I say more than that I would rather have been sent for than go? Farewell. Epistle 15, to the same. Plato has said that true virtue recognizes no master. And supposing anyone fails to honor this answer and delight therein, and instead of doing so sells himself for filthy lucre, I say that he but gives himself many masters. Epistle 16, to the same. You think it is your duty to call philosophers who follow Pythagoras magicians, and likewise also those who follow Orpheus. For my own part, I think that those who follow no matter whom ought to be called magicians, if only they are determined to be divine and just men. Epistle 17, to the same. The Persians give the name of magi to divine beings. A magus, then, is either a worshipper of the gods, or one who is by nature divine. Well, you are no magus, but a man without God. Epistle 18, to the same. Heraclitus, the natural philosopher, used to say that man is by nature irrational. Well, if this be true, as it is true, then let everyone hide his face who vainly and idly is held in repute. Epistle 19, to Scopelianus the sophist. In all, there are 5 characters in rational discourse: the philosopher, the historian, the advocate, the writer of epistles, the commentator. And when these general characters have been settled, there emerges afresh in sequence of dignity, first he who is peculiar by reason of his own faculties or nature, but there comes second he who is an imitator of the best, supposing he be one of those who lack natural endowment. But the best is both difficult to find and difficult to appraise. Consequently, his own character is more fitting for each man to assume, so far forth as it is also more lasting. Epistle 20, to Domitian. If you have power, and you have it, then it would be well if you also acquired prudence. For supposing you have prudence, but to lack power, you would have been equally in need of power. For the one of these ever stands in need of the other, just as the eye needs light, and light the eye. Epistle 21. To the same. It were best you should hold aloof from barbarians, and not aspire to rule them. For it is not right that they, being barbarians, should find in you a benefactor. Epistle 22. To Lesbosnax. You should try to be poor as an individual, but to be rich as a member of humanity. Epistle 23. To Crito. Pythagoras has declared that the divinest thing we have is the healing art. But if the divinest thing is the healing art, then we must take care of the soul as well as of the body. For surely a living creature cannot be in sound health, if, in respect of its highest element, it be diseased. Epistle 24. To the presidents of the Olympic games and to the Eleans. You invite me to attend the games of Olympia, and have sent me envoys to that effect. And I would come to be a spectator of your physical rivalries, if it did not involve my abandoning the greater arena of moral struggle. Epistle 25. To the Peloponnesians. The second phase of your relations with one another were the Olympic games, and though in the first phase you were frankly enemies, in this second you still were not friends. Epistle 26. To the priests in Olympia. The gods are in no need of sacrifices. What then can one do in order to win their favor? One can, in my opinion, acquire wisdom, and, so far as one can, do good to such men as deserve it. This pleases the gods. Atheists, however, can offer sacrifice. Epistle 27. To the priests in Delphi. The priests defile the altar with blood, and then some people ask in amazement why our cities are visited with calamities, when they have courted displeasure on the largest scale. Oh, what folly and dullness! Heraclitus was wise, but not even he could persuade the Ephesians not to purge away mud with mud. Epistle 28. To the king of the Scythians. Zamolxis was a good man, and inasmuch as he was a disciple of Pythagoras, a philosopher. And if in his time the Roman had been such as he is now, he would have been glad to be friends with him. But if it is for freedom that you think you ought to struggle and make endeavor, make yourself known as a philosopher, that is to say, as a free man. Epistle 29. To a legislator. Festivals lead to epidemics, for although they refresh men after their toil, they promote gluttony. Epistle 30. To the Roman quaestors. You hold the highest office of the realm. If then you understand how to govern, why are the cities incessantly declining under your regime? But if you do not understand, you ought first to learn, and then to govern. Epistle 31. To the procurators of Asia. What is the use of cutting off branches of wild trees, whose growth does harm, when you leave the roots alone? Epistle 32. To the scribes of the Ephesians. It is no use decorating your city with statues and elaborate pictures, and promenades and theatres, unless there is good sense there as well as law. For although good sense and law may accompany these, they are not the same thing. Epistle 33. To the Milesians. Your children lack fathers, your youth lack old men, your wives husbands, your husbands rulers, your rulers laws, your laws philosophers, your philosophers gods, your gods faith. Your ancestors were good men. Your present estate you may well loathe. Epistle 34. To the wise men in the museum. I have been in Argos and Phocis and Locris, and in Sicyon and in Megara, and after holding public lectures in the past in those places, I have ceased to do so any more. Why so? If anyone asks me the reason, I must reply to you and to the Muses in the words of the poet, I have been turned into a barbarian, not by long sojourning outside Hellas, but by long sojourning in her midst. Epistle 35 to Hestiaeus. Virtue and wealth are, with us, most opposed to one another. For a diminution of the one leads to an increase of the other, and an increase to a diminution. How then can both at once be united in the same man, except in the imagination of fools, who take wealth even for virtue? Do not then allow men here to misunderstand me so profoundly, nor permit them to consider me rich rather than a philosopher. For I account it most disgraceful that I should be held to travel abroad in search of money, when there are some who, in order to leave a monument of themselves, have not even embraced virtue. Epistle 36 to Bassus of Corinth. Praxiteles of Chalcis was a madman. On one occasion he came with a drawn sword to my door, and it was yourself who sent him, you a philosopher and president of the Isthmian games. But the reward you were to give him for murdering me was access to your own wife. And, you foul wretch, Bassus, I had on many occasions been your benefactor. Epistle 37 to the same. If any Corinthian asks, what did the father of Bassus die of? Everyone, citizen and sojourner in the land alike, will answer, by poison. And who administered it? Even the neighbors will tell you, the philosopher. And this wretch wept as he followed his father's buyer. End of Epistles 1 through 37. Epistles 38 through 61 from the life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, The Epistles of Apollonius of Tyana. Epistle 38, to the people of Sardis. You award no prizes for good qualities, for what good qualities have you? But if you were inclined to compete for the first prize in vice, you would all win it at once. Who is it that says such things about the people of Sardis? The people of Sardis themselves. For the people there, no one is the friend of another, to the extent of denying out of goodwill the most monstrous charges. Epistle 39, to the same people. The very names of your social orders are disgusting. Witness the Codari and the Exuricitori. These are the first names you give your children, and you are lucky to be worthy of them. Epistle 40, to the same people. Codari and Exuricitori. And how are you going to call your daughters and your wives? For they too belong to the same castes, and are more forward than yourselves. Epistle 41, to the same people. You cannot expect even your servants to be well-wishers of yourselves, firstly, because they are servants, and secondly, because most of them belong to castes opposed to your own, for they too, like yourselves, have their pedigrees. Epistle 42, to the Platonic thinkers. If anyone offers money to Apollonius, and he considers the donor to be worthy, he will accept it if he is in need. But for his philosophy he will take no reward, even though he be in want. Epistle 43, to those who are puffed up with wisdom. If anyone professes to be my disciple, let his profession be that he remains within his house, that he abstains from all bathing, that he kills no living creature, nor eats flesh, that he is exempt from feelings of jealousy, of spite, of hatred, of slander, of enmity, in order to bear the name of a free man and belong to their class. For surely he must beware of carrying about a pretense of manners and character, and a language which he merely feigns, in order to make others believe that he leads the life which he does not. Farewell. Epistle 44, to Hestiaeus, his brother. Other men regard me as the equal of the gods, and some of them even as a god. But until now my own country alone ignores me, my country for which in particular I have striven to be distinguished. What wonder is there in this? For not even on you, my brothers, as I perceive, has it clearly dawned that I am superior to most men, both in my language and in my character. For otherwise, how could you judge me so harshly as to need to be reminded of all these matters about which, as about no others, even the dullest persons are likely to resent instruction, to wit, about country and brethren? Nevertheless, you must be aware that it is a noble thing to regard the whole earth as your country, and all men as your brethren and friends, seeing that they are the family of one God, that they are of one nature, and that there is a communion of each and all in speech, and likewise in feeling, which is the same, no matter how or where a man has been born, whether he is barbarian or whether he is a Hellen, so long only as he is a man. But there is, it must be admitted, a kinship which overrides philosophical theory, and a familiarity which attracts to itself everything that shares it. So the Odysseus of Homer, as they relate, did not prefer even immortality when a goddess offered it to Ithaca. And for my own part, I notice that this law pervades even the animal kingdom, for there is not a single bird that will sleep away from its own nest. And though the fishermen may drag the tenants of the deep from their lair, yet they will return unless they are overcome. As for wild beasts, neither hunger nor satiety induces them to remain outside their holes. And man is one of these creatures that nature hath so produced, even though he bear the name of sage, for whom all the earth may supply everything else, but can never call up before his eyes the sepulchres of his fathers. Epistle 45, to the same. If philosophy be the most precious thing in existence, and if we are convinced that we are philosophers, we cannot rightly be supposed to hate our brethren, and that for a mean and illiberal reason. For it appears our misunderstanding is on the point of money, and that is something we tried to despise even before we became philosophers. And therefore it is more likely and reasonable that you should suspect me of having neglected to write to you for some other reason than that. For in fact I was as much afraid to write you the truth, because you might think me boastful, as to write you less than the truth, for fear you might think me over-humble. And both of these things are equally annoying no less to brethren than to friends. Now, however, I have this information to give you. If heaven should perhaps consent, I will, after meeting my friends in Rhodes, shortly depart thence, and return to you towards the end of spring. Epistle 46, to Gordius. They tell me that Hestiaeus has been wronged by yourself, in spite of your having been his friend, if indeed you are the friend of anyone. Beware then, my Gordius, lest you find yourself in conflict not with the semblance of a man, but with the reality. My greetings to your son Aristocleides, who may, I pray, never resemble yourself. And yet you, as a young man, were beyond reproach. Epistle 47, to the Senate and people of Tyana. You command me to return to you, and I obey. For the greatest compliment a city can pay to one of its own citizens is to recall him in order to do him honor. And during the whole time that I have been away from your city, I have, although it may be presumptuous to say so, striven to win for you, by my sojourning abroad, good fame and name and good will, and the friendship of distinguished cities, and equally of distinguished men. and if you merit a still wider and higher consideration, it is only myself and my own natural gifts which are capable of an effort involving so much ability and seriousness. Farewell. Epistle 48 to Diotimus. You make a mistake in supposing that I want anything either from yourself, with whom I have never had anything in common, or from anybody else like you, or under like circumstances. But in fact, even what I have expended on any object conducive to your welfare has been inconsiderable. I shall be best pleased, therefore, if you accept my kindness without incurring any expense yourself. For in no other way but this shall I retain my principles intact. And that this is my way, and this my attitude towards all my fellow citizens, I might almost say towards all men, you can learn from the rest of the citizens who have accepted my kindness, as often as they stood in need thereof, but who have never been asked to make any return. Do not then take it amiss, if I have rebuked my servant as he deserved, for having in the first instance accepted anything, and if he at once handed back to Lysias your friend, and also a friend of my own, what he received, because he did not know personally any of your servants, whom you had left behind. But that there are 2 accounts of me current, and that they will continue to circulate even in the future, need I be surprised? For it is inevitable in the case of everyone at all prominent in any way, that there should be contradictory accounts of him in circulation. It was so with Pythagoras, with Orpheus, with Plato, and with Socrates. Not only were contradictory statements made about them, but they were embodied in writing as well, and we need not be surprised seeing that even concerning God himself men's accounts differ from one another. However, good men by a sort of natural affinity will accept the truth, just as bad men will accept the opposite. And we can afford to laugh at such people, I mean the worst sort. This much only it is right for the moment to impress upon you about myself, that even the gods have spoken of me as of a divine man, not only on many occasions to private individuals, but also in public. I shall shock you if I speak more, or more highly of myself. I pray for your good health. Epistle 49 to Pharukianus. I am very delighted with the letters which you have sent me, for they reveal much intimacy and reminiscence of my family, and I am sure that you are most anxious to see me, and to be seen by me. I shall therefore visit you as soon as possible. Wherefore please remain at home. And you shall converse with me when I have arrived at your residence, in preference to any of your other friends and intimates, since it is right that you should do so. Epistle 50 to Euphrates. Even the most wise Pythagoras belonged to the class of demons, but you still seem to me to be utterly remote from philosophy and from true science, or you would neither abuse that great man, nor persist in hating certain of those who follow him. You should turn to something else now. For you have missed your cue in philosophy, nor have you hit it off better than Phandorus when he aimed at Menelaus in the episode of the violation of oaths. Epistle 51 to the same person. There are those who rebuke you for having taken money from the emperor. There would be nothing absurd in your doing so, were it not clear that you have taken money rewards for your philosophy on so many occasions, and on such a large scale, and from so many persons, and from people whom you had got to believe that you were a philosopher. Epistle 52 to the same person. If anyone converses with a Pythagorean, and asks what boons and how many he shall derive from him, I should myself answer as follows. He will acquire legislative science, geometry, astronomy, arithmetic, knowledge of harmony and of music, and of the physician's art, godlike divination in all its branches, and the still better qualities of magnanimity, greatness of soul, magnificence, constancy, reverence, knowledge, and not mere opinion of the gods, direct cognizance of demons and not mere faith, friendship with both, independence of spirit, assiduity, frugality, limitation of his needs, quickness of perception, quickness of movement, quickness in breathing, excellence of color, health, courage, immortality. And from you, Euphrates, what have your companions obtained that you can keep? Surely no more than the excellence which you possess yourself. Epistle 53. Claudius to the Senate of Tyana. Apollonius, your citizen, a Pythagorean philosopher, has made a brilliant sojourn in Hellas, and has done much good to our young men. Having conferred upon him the honors he deserved, and which are proper to good men who are so truly eminent in philosophy, we have desired to manifest to you by letter our good will. Fare ye well. Epistle 44. Apollonius to the censors of Rome. Some of you have taken trouble to provide harbors and public buildings and enclosures and promenades, but neither you yourselves nor your laws evince any solitude for the children of your cities, or for the young, or for women. Were it not so, it would be a fine thing to be one of your subjects. Epistle 55. Apollonius to his brother. Everything, when it hath reached maturity, hath a natural tendency to vanish away, and this is old age for every man, after which he remaineth no more. Let not, therefore, the loss of thy wife in the flower of her age grieve thee beyond measure, nor, because such a thing as death is spoken of, imagine that life is superior thereto, when it is altogether inferior in the eyes of one who reflects. Make thyself, then, the brother of one that is a philosopher, in the common acceptation of the word, and in particular is a Pythagorean and Apollonius, and restore the former estate of thy household. For if we had found anything to blame in thy former wife, we might reasonably expect thee to shrink from another union, but inasmuch as she was consistently holy and pure, and attached to her husband, and therefore worthy of your regrets, what should lead us to expect that a second wife should not resemble her? Nay, she would in all probability be encouraged to improve in virtue by the fact that her predecessor was not forgotten nor wronged by neglect of her memory. And would I pray thee seriously to concern thyself about the condition of thy brethren as up to the present it is. For thy elder brother has never yet had offspring, and though thy younger brother may still look forward to having a child, yet it is only in the far future. And so here are we, 3 sons, the children of a single father, and we 3 between us have not a single son. Wherefore there is great risk no less for our country than for the life of our posterity. For if we are better than our father, though, of course, so far forth as he was our father, we are worse. How can we not reasonably expect our descendants to be still better? I trust, then, that there may be some to whom we may at least hand on our names, as our ancestors devised these for us. For my tears I am not able to write thee more, for I have nothing more important than this to write. Epistle 56 to the people of Sardis. Croesus lost the empire of the Lydians by crossing the river Halys. He was taken alive, he was bound in chains, he was set upon the high-raised pyre, he saw the fire lit and the flames rising aloft. He was saved, for it appeared that he was honored and valued by the god. What then ensued? This man, your progenitor, and also your king, who had suffered so much that he deserved not to suffer, was invited to the table of his enemy, and became his adviser and well-wisher, his faithful friend. But you, in your relations with your parents, your children, your friends, kinsmen, and tribesmen, evince nothing but truceless, implacable, irreconcilable hatred, and worse than this, unholy and godless frenzy. Ye have made yourselves hateful, by neither crossing the Halys, nor receiving among yourselves anyone from outside, and yet earth bears you her fruit. The earth is unjust. Epistle 57, to certain learned publicists. Light is the presence of fire, without which it could not be. Now fire is itself an affection, and that whereunto it comes is of course burnt up. But light can only supply its own radiance to our eyes on condition of using not force to them, but persuasion. Speech, therefore, in its turn, resembles in its one aspect fire, which is the affection, and in its other the radiance, which is light. And I pray that the latter, which is better, may be mine, unless indeed that which I speak of is beyond the reach of my prayer. Epistle 58, to Valerius. There is no death of anyone save in appearance only, even if there is no birth of anyone or becoming except only in appearance. For when a thing passes from essence into nature, we consider that there is a birth or becoming, and in the same way that there is a death when it passes from nature into essence, though in truth a thing neither comes into being at any time nor is destroyed. But it is only apparent at one time, and later on invisible, the former owing to the density of its material, and the latter by the reason of its lightness or tenuity of the essence, which however remains always the same, and is always subject to differences of movement and state. For this is necessarily the characteristic of change caused not by anything outside, but by a conversion of the whole into the parts, and by a return of the parts into the whole, due to the oneness of the universe. But if someone asks, what is this, which is at one time visible and at another invisible, as it presents itself in the same or in different objects? It may be answered that it is characteristic of each of the several genera of things here, when it is full, to be apparent to us because of the resistance of its density to our senses, but to be unseen in case it is emptied of its matter by reason of its tenuity, the latter being perforce shed abroad, and flowing away from the eternal measure which confined it, albeit the measure itself is never created nor destroyed. Why is it then that error has passed unrefuted on such a scale? The reason is that some imagine that they have themselves actively brought about what they have merely suffered and experienced, because they do not understand that a child brought into the world by parents is not begotten by its parents any more than what grows by means of the earth grows out of the earth. Nor are phenomenal modifications or affections of matter properties of the individual thing, but it is rather the case that each individual's thing's affections are properties of a single phenomenon, and this single phenomenon cannot be rightly spoken of or characterized except we name it the first essence. For this alone is agent and patient, making itself all things unto all and through all, God eternal, which in so far as it takes on the names and persons of individuals, forfeits its peculiar character to its prejudice. Now this is of lesser importance. What is of greater is this, that some are apt to weep so soon as ever God arises out of mankind, by mere change of place and not of nature. But in very truth of things, you should not lament another's death, but prize and reverence it. And the highest and only befitting honor you can pay to death is to resign unto God him that was here, and continue to rule as before over the human beings entrusted to your care. You dishonor yourself if you improve less through your judgment than by lapse of time, seeing that time alleviates the sorrows even of the wicked. High command is the most important of things, and he will best succeed in the most important office who has first learnt to govern himself. And what piety, moreover, is there in depicting that which has happened by the will of God? If there is an order of reality, and there is, and if God presides over it, the just man will not desire to deprecate his blessings, for such conduct savours of avarice and violates that order. But he will consider that what happens is for the best. Go forward then, and heal yourself, dispense justice, and console the wretched, so will you wipe away men's tears. You must not prefer your private welfare to the public, but the public to your private. And think what manner of consolation is offered you. The entire province has mourned with you for the loss of your son. Reward those who have grieved with you, and you will far sooner reward them by ceasing to mourn than by confining yourself in your house. You have no friends, but you have a son. What the one who is just dead, you will ask? Yes, will be the reply of all who reflect. For that which exists is not lost, but exists by the very fact that it will be forever. Or would you argue that that which has no existence comes into being? But how can you be without the description of that which is? Another might say that you are impious and unjust, impious towards God and unjust towards your son, nay, impious towards him rather than towards God. Would you then learn what death is? Send and slay me the moment I have uttered these words, and unless you can clothe them afresh with flesh, you have there and then made me superior to yourself. You have abundant time. You have a wife who is sensible, devoted to your husband. You are yourself sound in body. Take from yourself whatever lacks. One of the ancient Romans, in order to uphold the law and order of his state, slew his own son, and indeed slew him after crowning him. You are a governor of 50 cities, and noblest of the Romans, yet this present humor of yours is such as to prevent you from affording a stable government even to your household, not to speak of cities and provinces. If Apollonius were with you, he would have persuaded Fabula not to mourn. Epistle 49, the king of the Babylonians, Garmos, to Neogindus, the king of the Indians. If you were not of a prying disposition, you would not be laying down the law in other people's affairs. Nor, as sovereign in India, would you be playing the judge for Babylonians. For how came you to know anything about my people? But just recently you have made an attempt upon my kingdom, by trying to cajole me with your letters, and by insinuating into my realm such magistrates as these, and you try to cloak under the veil of philanthropy your own aggressive designs. But you will not succeed at all, for you cannot deceive me or take me in. Epistle 60, to Euphrates. Praxiteles of Chalcis was a madman. He appeared at my door in Corinth, together with your friend, with a sword in his hand. What, then, is the reason of his attempting my life? For I have never driven off your oxen, seeing that between your philosophy and mine there intervene very many shadowy mountains and an echoing sea. Epistle 61, to Lesponax. Anacharsis the Scythian was a sage, but if he was a Scythian, then it was because he was a Scythian. End of Epistles 38 through 61. Epistles 62 through 97, from the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Epistle 62, the Lacedaemonians to Apollonius. We send you this copy of a decree conferring honor upon you, which we have sealed with the public seal, for your recognition thereof. The decree of the Lacedaemonians, according to the resolution taken by their Senate on the motion of Tyndarus. It was resolved by the government and people to make Apollonius the Pythagorean a citizen, and to bestow upon him the right to possess land and houses. And we have also set up an inscribed image, painted and made of bronze, to commemorate his virtues. For this is the way in which our fathers did honor to good men, for they regarded as sons of Lycurgus all who have chosen a way of life in accordance with the will of the gods. Epistle 63. Apollonius to the Ephors and to the Lacedaemonians. I have seen your men without any beards, with their thighs and legs smooth and white, clad in soft tunics and light, their fingers covered with rings, and their necks bedizened with necklaces, and shod with shoes of Ionic style. I did not, therefore, recognize your so-called envoys, though your epistle spoke of them as Lacedaemonians. Epistle 64, to the same. You invite me again and again to reform your laws and your youth. Now the city of Solon does not invite me. Reverence Lycurgus. Epistle 65, to those of the Ephesians who frequented the temple of Artemis. You are devoted to holy ceremonies no less than to honoring the emperor. In general, I cannot condemn your custom of inviting and being invited to feasts, but I do condemn the people who by night and by day share the home of the goddess. Otherwise I should not see issuing thence thieves and robbers and kidnappers and every sort of wretch or sacrilegious rascal, for your temple is just a den of robbers. Epistle 66, to the same persons. There is come from Hellas a man who was a Hellen by race, and though he was not an Athenian or indeed a native of Megara, yet he had a better name, and was intent upon making his home together with your goddess. So I would have you assign me some place where I can stay without contracting a need of purificatory rites, though I always remain inside. Epistle 67, to the same persons. Your temple is thrown open to all who would sacrifice, or offer prayers, or sing hymns, to suppliants, to Hellens, barbarians, freedmen, to slaves. Your law is transcendentally divine. I could recognize the tokens of Zeus and of Leto, if these were alone. Epistle 68, to the Milesians. An earthquake has shaken your land, as has often happened with the countries of many other people. But as the misfortunes which they suffered were unavoidable, so they exhibited towards one another feelings of pity and not of hatred. You alone have hurled against the gods both missiles and fire, and against such gods as people in either case must have, both after danger and before it. Nay more, when a distinguished philosopher of Hellenic race had often warned you publicly of the disaster in store for you, and had foretold the earthquakes that have happened, him, when the god actually shook your land, you began to accuse daily of having brought it about. Alas for your public folly! And yet your forefather's name was Thales. Epistle 69, to the Trallians. Many from all parts, some for one reason and some for another, flock to me, both young and old. I then scan the nature of each individual and his manners as closely as I can, and I mark his disposition towards his own city, to see whether it is just or the reverse. But until this day I do not find that I could prefer to you Trallians, either Lydians or Achaeans, or Ionians, or even the people of ancient Hellas, the natives of Thurii, or Crotona, or Tarentum, or any others of the people of Italy yonder who are called happy, or of any other races. What then is the reason why, so much approving of yourselves, I yet do not take up my residence among so excellent a people, although I am of your own race? I will tell you on some other occasion, but at present I have only time to praise you, and say how much superior are your leading citizens in virtue and in speech to those of other cities, and still more to those among whom they have been. Epistle 70, to the people of Sais. As Plato says in his Timaeus, you are the descendants of Athenians, though they have expelled from Attica the goddess you have in common with them, who is called Neith by you, but Athena by them. They have ceased to be Hellenes, and why they have ceased to be I will tell you. No wise and aged man is an Athenian, for no Athenian ever grew a full beard, since you never saw one of them with any at all. The flatterer is at their doors, the sycophant stands before their gates, the pimp even before their long walls, the parasite in front of Munichia and in front of Piraeus. As for the goddess, she has not even Sunium left to her. Epistle 71 to the Ionians. You think that you ought to be called Hellenes because of your pedigrees, and because you were once on a time a colony of them. But just as the Hellenes are characterized by their customs and laws and language and private life, so are men in general by their deportment and appearance. But as for you, most of you have abandoned even your names. Nay, owing to this recent prosperity of yours, you have forfeited all tokens of your ancestors. It is quite right, therefore, that the latter should refuse to welcome you even in their tombs, on the ground that you are no longer recognizable by them. For whereas formerly they bore the names of heroes and sea captains and legislators, they now bear names such as Lucullus and Fabricius, and names of other blessed Lucanians. For myself, I would rather be called Mimnermus. Epistle 72 to Hestiaeus. Our father Apollonius had the name of Menodotus thrice over in his pedigree, but you wish to style yourself once for all Lucretius or Lupercus. Of which of these are you the descendant? It is a disgrace to have a person's name without also having his countenance. Epistle 73 to the same. I am far away by God's will from my country, but I always ponder in my mind my city's affairs. The generation of those who won the first honor hastens to its end, and in future it will be a reign of children, and a little later on of babes. Here then is what we have to fear, lest the state governed by youth should go wrong. But you need not fear, for our lives are over. Epistle 74 to the Stoics. Bassus was beautiful, but starving, although his sire had plenty of money. Accordingly, he began by fleeing to Megara with one of his lovers, so called, and who was one of his pimps as well. For both the one lot and the other were in need of food and money for the journey. Then he fled thence and turned up in Syria. There the pretty youth met with a warm welcome from Euphrates, and from anyone else who, like Euphrates, was in need of the latest beauty, and was ready, out of mere regard for that sage, to choose for himself so odd an ideal. Epistle 75 to the people of Sardis. The son of Iliates was unable to save his own city, and had no resources left, though he was a king, and his name Croesus. Well, I would like to know what sort of lion you have put your trust in, that you should have embraced this truceless war among yourselves, children and youths all alike, full-grown men and aged, nay, even maidens and women. One would suppose that yours was a city of the Erinyes rather than of Demeter. For this goddess is a lover of mankind, and I would know what all this spleen of yours is about. Epistle 76 to the same persons. It is quite right that an old-fashioned philosopher like myself should be anxious to visit a city so old and considerable as your own, and I would willingly have visited it, without waiting for the invitation which so many other cities have sent me, if I had any hopes of reconciling your city with morality, or with nature, or with law, or with God. And I would have done in any case so much as in me lies, only faction, as someone has remarked, is crueler than war. Epistle 77 to his disciples. Everything that I have ever said, I have said out of consideration for philosophy, and not to please Euphrates. Let no one suppose that I have been afraid of the sword of Praxiteles, or of the poison of Lysias, for this too is the weapon of Euphrates. Epistle 78 to Iarchus and his sages. No, by the water of Tantalus in which you initiated me. Epistle 79 to Euphrates. The soul which does not take trouble to train the body to be self-sufficing is not able to make itself content with little. Epistle 80 to the same person. Men of light and leading use fewest words, for if babblers felt as much annoyance as they inflict, they would not be so long-winded. Epistle 81 to his disciples. Simonides used to say that he had never had cause to repent of being silent, though he had often repented of having spoken. Epistle 82 to the same persons. Loquacity has many pitfalls, but silence none. Epistle 83 to Dellius. To tell a lie is base, to tell the truth is noble. Epistle 84 to his disciples. Believe not that I lightly recommend to others anything, for I myself live upon maize, and I suit the rest of my diet to this dish, and I recommend a similar diet to yourselves. Epistle 85 to Idomena. We have carefully trained ourselves to be content with little, not in order exclusively to use a cheap and common fare, but in order that we may not shrink therefrom. Epistle 86 to Macedon. Quickness of temper blossoms into madness. Epistle 87 to Aristocles. The passion of anger, unless it is restrained by social intercourse and so cured, becomes a physical disease. Epistle 78 to Satyrus. Most men are as apt to palliate their own offenses as they are to condemn them in other people. Epistle 89 to Danaeus. A task once begun never wearies. Epistle 90 to Dion. Not to exist at all is nothing, but to exist is pain and weariness. Epistle 91 to his brothers. You must not feel envious of anyone, for while good men deserve what they have, the bad live badly even if they are prosperous. Epistle 92 to Dionysius. It is a good thing, before you suffer, to have learnt how great a blessing is tranquillity. Epistle 93 to Numenius. We must not mourn the loss of such good friends, but we must remember that the best part of our life was that which we lived in the society of our friends. Epistle 94 to Theaetetus. Console a mourner by representing to him the ills of other people. Epistle 95 to Cornelianus. Life is short for the man who does well, but for him that is unlucky it is long. Epistle 96 to Democritus. One who shows excessive anger over small offenses prevents the offender from distinguishing when he has offended in lesser things and when in greater. Epistle 97 to Lycus. It is not poverty that is disgraceful by nature, but poverty due to a disgraceful reason is a reproach. End of the Epistles of Apollonius of Tyana.
Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius against the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. Chapters 1 to 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius against the Life of Apollonius of Tyana, chapters 1 to 10. The Treatise of Eusebius, the son of Pamphilus, against the life of Apollonius of Tyana, written by Philostratus, occasioned by the parallel drawn by Heracles between him and Christ. Chapter 1. So then, my dear friend, you find worthy of no little admiration the parallel which, embellished with many marvels, this author has drawn between the man of Tyana and our own Saviour and Teacher. For against the rest of the contents of the Lover of Truth, Philalethes, for so he has thought fit to entitle his work against us, it would be useless to take my stand at present, because they are not his own, but have been pilfered in the most shameless manner, not only I may say in respect of their ideas, but even of their words and syllables, from other authorities. Not but what these parts also of his treatise call for their refutation in due season, but to all intents and purposes they have, even in advance of any special work that might be written in answer to them, been upset and exposed beforehand, in a work which in as many as 8 books Origen composed against the book which Celsus wrote and, even more boastfully than the Lover of Truth, entitled True Reason. The work of Celsus is there subjected to an examination in an exhaustive manner, and on the scale above mentioned by the author in question, who, in his comprehensive survey of all that anyone has said, or will ever say on the same topic, has forestalled any solution of your difficulties which I could offer. To this work of Origen I must refer those who in good faith and with genuine love of truth desire accurately to understand my own position. I will therefore ask you for the present to confine your attention to the comparison of Jesus Christ with Apollonius, which is found in this treatise called the Lover of Truth, without insisting on the necessity of our meeting the rest of his arguments, for these are pilfered from other people. We may reasonably confine our attention for the present to the history of Apollonius, because Heracles, of all the writers who have ever attacked us, stands alone in selecting Apollonius, as he has recently done, for the purposes of comparison and contrast with our Saviour. Chapter 2. I need not say with what admiring approval he attributes his thaumaturgic feats not to the tricks of wizardry, but to a divine and mysterious wisdom. And he believes they were truly what he supposes them to have been, though he advances no proof of this contention. Listen then to his very words. In their anxiety to exalt Jesus, they run up and down, prating of how he made the blind to see, and worked certain other miracles of the kind. Then, after an interval, he adds as follows: Let us note, however, how much better and more sensible is the view which we take of such matters, and explain the conception which we entertain of men gifted with remarkable powers. And thereupon, after passing heedlessly by Aristeas of Proconnesus and Pythagoras as somewhat too old, he continues thus: But in the time of our own ancestors, during the reign of Nero, there flourished Apollonius of Tyana, who from mere boyhood, when he became the priest in Aegae of Cilicia of Asclepius, the lover of mankind, worked any number of miracles, of which I will omit the greater number, and only mention a few. Then he begins at the beginning, and enumerates the wonders worked by Apollonius, after which he continues in the following words: What then is my reason for mentioning these facts? It was in order that you may be able to contrast our own accurate and well-established judgment on each point with the easy credulity of the Christians. For whereas we reckon him who wrought such feats not a god, but only a man pleasing to the gods, they, on the strength of a few miracles, proclaim their Jesus a god. To this he adds after a little more the following remark: "And this point is also worth noticing, that whereas the tales of Jesus have been vamped up by Peter and Paul and a few others of the kind, men who were liars and devoid of education and wizards, the history of Apollonius was written by Maximus of Aigai, and by Damis the philosopher who lived constantly with him, and by Philostratus of Athens, men of the highest education, who out of respect for the truth and their love of mankind determined to give the publicity they deserved to the actions of a man at once noble and a friend of the gods." These are the very words used by Heracles in his treatise against us, which he has entitled "Lover of Truth." Chapter 3. Now Damis, who spent so much of his time with Apollonius, was a native of Assyria, where for the first time, on his own soil, he came into contact with him, and he wrote an account of his intercourse with the person in question from that time onwards. Maximus, however, wrote quite a short account of a portion only of his career. Philostratus, however, the Athenian, tells us that he collected all the accounts that he found in circulation, using both the book of Maximus and that of Damis himself and of other authors, so he compiled the most complete history of any of this person's life, beginning with his birth and ending with his death. Chapter 4. If then we may be permitted to contrast the reckless and easy credulity which he goes out of his way to accuse us of, with the accurate and well-founded judgment on particular points of the lover of truth, let us ask at once, not which of them was the more divine, nor in what capacity one worked more wondrous and numerous miracles than the other, nor let us lay stress on the point that our Saviour and Lord Jesus Christ was the only man of whom it was prophesied, thanks to their divine inspiration, by Hebrew sages who lived far back thousands of years ago, that he should once come among mankind, nor on the fact that he converted to his own scheme of divine teaching so many people, nor that he formed a group of genuine and really sincere disciples, of whom almost without exaggeration it can be said that they were prepared to lay down their lives for his teaching at a moment's call, nor that he alone established a school of sober and chaste living which has survived him all along, nor that by his peculiar divinity and virtue he saved the whole inhabited world, and still rallies to his divine teaching races from all sides by tens of thousands, nor that he is the only example of a teacher who, after being treated as an enemy for so many years, I might almost say by all men, subjects and rulers alike, has at last triumphed and shown himself far mightier, thanks to his divine and mysterious power, than the infidels who persecuted him so bitterly, those who for a season rebel against his divine teaching being now easily punished by him, while the divine doctrine which he firmly laid down and handed on has come to prevail for ages without end all over the inhabited world. Nor that even now he displays the virtue of his godlike might in the expulsion, by the mere invocation of his mysterious name, of sundry troublesome and evil demons which beset men's bodies and souls, as from our own experience we know to be the case. To look for such results in the case of Apollonius, or even to ask about them, is absurd. So we will merely examine the work of Philostratus, and by close scrutiny of it, show that Apollonius was not fit to be classed, I will not say among philosophers, but even among men of integrity and good sense, much less to be compared with our Saviour Christ, so far as we can depend on the work of a writer who, though according to the lover of truth he was highly educated, was in any case no respecter of truth. For such is his description of Philostratus the Athenian among others. In this way we shall easily appreciate the value of the rest of the authorities, who though, according to him, they were most highly educated, yet never by actual sifting of the facts established them with any accuracy in the case of Apollonius. For when we have thoroughly examined these facts, we shall no doubt obtain a clear demonstration of the solidity, and, as he imagines to himself, of the accuracy in detail of the condemnation which the lover of truth, who has at the same time taken possession of the supreme courts all over the province, passes on Christians, and at the same time of what they are pleased to call our reckless and facile credulity, for we are accounted by them to be mere foolish and deluded mortals. Chapter 5. Another controversialist, by way of beginning the affray, would without demur abuse and malign the man against whom he directed his arguments, on the ground that he was his enemy and adversary. I, however, my friend, used to regard the man of Tyana as having been, humanly speaking, a kind of sage, and I am still freely disposed to adhere to this opinion, and I would like to set before you, if you ask it, my own personal opinion of him. If any one wishes to class him with any philosopher you like, and to forget all the legends about him, and not bore me with them, I am quite agreeable. Not so, if any one ventures, whether he be Damis the Assyrian, or Philostratus, or any other compiler or chronicler, to overleap the bounds of humanity, and transcend philosophy, and while repelling the charge of wizardry in word, yet to bind it in act rather than in name upon the man, using the mask of Pythagorean discipline to disguise what he really was. For in that case, his reputation for us as a philosopher will be gone, and we shall have an ass instead concealed in a lion's skin, and we shall detect in him a sophist in the truest sense, cadging for alms among the cities, and a wizard, if there ever was one, instead of a philosopher. Chapter 6. Do you ask me what I mean, and what are my reasons for speaking thus? I will tell you. There are bounds of nature which prescribe and circumscribe the existence of the universe in respect of its beginnings and of its continuance and of its end, being limits and rules imposed on everything. By these, this entire mechanism and edifice of the whole universe is constantly being brought to perfection, and they are arranged by unbreakable laws and indissoluble bonds, and they guard and observe the all-wise will of a Providence which dispenses and disposes all things. Now no one can change or alter the place and order of anything that has been once arranged, and if any one is so venturesome as to wish to transcend his limits, he is restrained from transgressing divine law by the rule and decree of nature. So it is that the fish that lives in the waters is unable in defiance of nature to change onto dry land and live there, and on the other hand the creature bred on dry land will not plunge into the waters and embrace there any permanent repose or abode, nor by any huge leap can any tenant of earth raise himself aloft into the air from a desire to soar about with the eagles. And in turn, although of course the latter can alight upon the earth, by depressing and lowering their faculty of flight, and by relaxing the working of their wings, and renouncing the privilege of nature, for this too is determined by the divine laws, namely that beings able to soar aloft are able to descend from on high, yet the converse is not possible, so that the lowly habitant of earth should ever raise himself into the welkin. In this way, then, the mortal race of men, while provided with soul and body, is yet circumscribed by divine bounds. Consequently, he can never traverse the air with his body, however much he scorns to linger upon the paths of earth, without instantly paying the penalty of his folly. Nor by spiritual exaltation can he in his thinking attain to the unattainable, without falling back into the disease of melancholy. It is wisest then for him, on the one hand to transport his body along the ground with the feet given him for the purpose, and on the other hand to sustain his soul with education and philosophy. But he may well pray that some one may come to help him from aloft, from the paths of heaven, and reveal himself to him as a teacher of the salvation that is there. For the following is a valid example to use: as it is right for the physician to visit the sick, and for the teacher to accommodate himself to the pupil who is entering upon his studies, and for a superior to quit his heights and condescend to the lowly, yet the converse is not right or possible. It follows, then, that there is no reason to prevent a divine nature, being beneficent and inclined to save and take providential care of things to come, from associating itself with men, for this is allowed also by the rule of divine providence. For according to Plato, God was good, and no good being can ever feel any jealousy of anything. It follows that the controller of this universe, being good, will not care for our bodies alone, but much more for our souls, upon which he has conferred the privilege of immortality and free will. On these, then, as Lord of the entire economy and of gifts of grace his bestowal of which will benefit our nature, he will, they being able to appreciate his bounty, bestow plenteously an illumination as it were of the light which streams from him, and will dispatch the most intimate of his own messengers from time to time for the salvation and succour of men here below. Of these messengers any one so favoured by fortune, having cleansed his understanding and dissipated the mist of mortality, may well be described as truly divine and as carrying in his soul the image of some great god. Surely so great a personality will stir up the entire human race and illuminate the world of mankind more brightly than the sun, and will leave the effects of his eternal divinity for the contemplation of future ages, in no less a degree affording an example of the divine and inspired nature than creations of artists made of lifeless matter. To this extent, then, human nature can participate in the superhuman. But otherwise it cannot lawfully transcend its bounds, nor with its wingless body emulate the bird, nor being a man must one meddle with what appertains to demons. Chapter 7. In what light, then, this being so, do you envisage for us Apollonius, my good compiler, if as a divine being and superior to a philosopher, in a word, as one superhuman in his nature? I would ask you to keep to this point of view throughout your history, and to point me out effects wrought by his divinity enduring to this day. For surely it is an absurdity that the works of carpenters and builders should last on ever so long after the craftsmen are dead, and raise as it were an immortal monument to the memory of their constructive ability; and yet that a human character claimed to be divine should, after shedding its glory upon mankind, finish in darkness its short-lived career, instead of displaying for ever its power and excellence. Instead of being so niggardly liberal to some one individual like Damis, and to a few other short-lived men, it should surely make its coming among us the occasion of blessings conferred on myriads not only of his contemporaries but also of his posterity. This, I ween, is how the sages of old raised up earnest bands of disciples, who continued their tradition of moral excellence, sowing in men's hearts a spirit truly immortal of progress and reform. If, on the other hand, you attribute to this man a mortal nature, take care lest by endowing him with gifts which transcend mortality, you convict yourself of fallacy and miscalculation. Chapter 8. But enough of this. His hero is introduced to us as a divine man, who assumes from birth the guise and personality of a demon of the sea. For he says that to his mother, when she was about to bear her child, there appeared the figure of a demon of the sea, namely Proteus, who in the story of Homer ever changes his form. But she, in no way frightened, asked him what she would bring to birth, and he replied, "Myself." Then she asked, "And who are you?" "Proteus," he replied, "of Egypt." And then he writes about a certain meadow and about swans that assisted the lady to bear her child, though without telling us whence he derived this particular. For assuredly he does not attribute this story to Damis, the Assyrian writer. But a little further on in the same history he represents Apollonius as using, in token of his being of a divine nature, these very words to Damis himself: "I myself, my companion, understand all languages, though I have learned none." And again he says to him, "Do not be surprised, for I know what men are thinking about, even when they are silent." And again, in the temple of Asclepius, he was much honoured by the god, and is said to have possessed a certain natural gift of prescience, which he did not acquire by learning, from very childhood. We learn, in a word, that he was born superior to mankind in general, and so he is described from the first moment of his birth throughout his history. Anyhow, on one occasion after he had loosed himself from his bonds, his historian adds the remark, "Then Damis declares he for the first time clearly understood the nature of Apollonius, that it was divine and superior to humanity, for without offering any sacrifice, for how could he offer one in the prison? And without offering any prayer, without a single word, he just laughed at his fetters." And at the end of the book, we learn that his grave was nowhere to be found on earth, but that he went to heaven in his physical body accompanied by hymns and dances. Naturally, if he was so great as he is described in the above, he may be said to have wooed philosophy in a more divine manner than Pythagoras or Empedocles or Plato. For these reasons, we must surely class the man among the gods. Chapter 9. Well, we will not grudge him his natural and self-taught gift of understanding all languages. But if he possessed it, why was he taken to a schoolmaster? And if he had never learnt any language whatever, why does his historian malign him, and declare that, not by nature, but by dint of close study and application, he acquired the Attic dialect? For he tells us outright that as he advanced in youth he displayed a knowledge of letters and great power of memory and force of application, and that he spoke the Attic dialect. We also learn that, when he reached his 14th year, his father took him to Tarsus, to Euthydemus of Phoenicia, who was a good rhetor, and gave him his education, while Apollonius clung to his teacher. We further learn that he had as fellow students members of the school of Plato, and of Chrysippus, and members of the Peripatetic set; that he also diligently listened to the doctrines of Epicurus, because he did not despise even them, though he grasped the teachings of Pythagoras with a certain indescribable wisdom. So varied was the education of one who had never learnt any language, and who by his divine power anticipated the thoughts of men even when they are silent. Chapter 10. And after an interval, our author again expresses his admiration at the ease with which Apollonius understood the language of animals, and he goes on to tell us the following: "And moreover he acquired an understanding of the language of animals, and he learnt this too in the course of his travels through Arabia, where the inhabitants best know this language and practise it. For the Arabians have a way of understanding without difficulty swans and other birds when they presage the future in the same way as oracles, and they get to understand the dumb animals by eating, so they say, some of them the heart, and others the liver of dragons." In this instance, then, it seems anyhow to have been the case that the Pythagorean, who abstained from animal food, and could not even bring himself to sacrifice to the gods, devoured the heart and liver of dragons, in order to participate in a form of wisdom that was in vogue among the Arabs. After learning under such masters, how could he attain to their accomplishments otherwise than by imitating their example? We must therefore add to the teachers whom we have already enumerated, the sages of Arabia who taught him his knowledge of augury, and this no doubt inspired him subsequently to foretell what the sparrow meant when he called his fellows to a meal, and so to impress the bystanders with the idea that he had worked a mighty miracle. And in the same way, when he saw the freshly slain lioness with her 8 whelps by the side of the road which led into Assyria, he immediately conjectured from what he saw the length of their future stay in Persia, and made a prophecy thereof. End of Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius against the Life of Apollonius of Tyana, Chapters 1 to 10. Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius, Chapters 11 to 21, from the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius, Chapters 11 to 21. Chapter 11. And in just keeping with his visits to the Arabians were the studies he undertook among the Persians also, according to the account given by the same author. For after forbidding Damis, so we are told, to go to the Magi, though Damis was his only pupil and companion, he went alone to school with them at midday and about midnight. Alone, in order not to have as his companion in the study of magic one who was clearly without a taste for such things. And again, when he came to converse with Vardan the Babylonian king, it is related that he addressed him as follows: "My system of wisdom is that of Pythagoras, a man of Samos, who taught me to worship the gods in this way, and to recognize them, whether they are seen or unseen, and to be regular in converse with the gods." Who can possibly allow this to be true of him, seeing that Pythagoras himself has left no scripture of the kind, nor any secret writings, such that we can even suspect him to have had such resources at his disposal? As for his teacher of the Pythagorean philosophy, it is testified that he was in no way better than the Epicureans by Philostratus himself, who speaks of him as follows: "He had, as a teacher of the system of Pythagoras, not a very good man, nor one who put his philosophy into practice, for he was the slave of his belly and his desires, and modelled his life on that of Epicurus. And this man was Euxenus of Heraclea in Pontus. But he had a good acquaintance with the tenets of Pythagoras, just as birds have of what they learn to say from men." What ridiculous nonsense to pretend that Apollonius can have derived from this man his gift of conversing with the gods! But let us for the moment admit that there were other expounders of the system from whom he may have learned. although the author anyhow gives no hint of any such thing. Still we must ask, was there then ever any one of these teachers that professed either to know himself, by having learnt from Pythagoras personally, or to teach others how to recognize and frequent in their conversations gods, whether seen or unseen? Why, even the famous Plato, although more than any one else he shared in the philosophy of Pythagoras, and Archytas too, and Philolaus, the one man who has handed down to us in writing the conversations of Pythagoras, and any others who were disciples of the philosopher and have handed down to his posterity his opinions and tenets in writing, none of these ever boasted of any such form of wisdom. It follows then that he learnt these things not from Pythagoras, but from other sources, and with a wilful affectation of solemnity he only labels himself with the philosopher's name. But admitting, though it is against all probability, that he is not lying, but telling the truth, we are still at a loss to know how he can pretend to have acquired this lore from the Samian himself above mentioned, inasmuch as the latter deceased some 1,000 years before him. Therefore we must reckon among the Arabians this teacher also, who communicated to him a knowledge of the gods of so mysterious character as he imagines this to be. If then he was of a divine nature, it follows that the story of his teachers is a pure fiction. On the other hand, if the story was true, then the legend was false, and the allegation in the book that he was divine is devoid of all truth. Chapter 12. I have no wish to inquire curiously about the ghost of Proteus, or to ask for confirmation of it, nor to demand proof of his ridiculous story that swans surrounded his mother and assisted her to bring him into the world. Equally little do I ask him to produce evidence of his fairy tale about the thunderbolt, for, as I said before, he cannot anyhow claim the authority of Damis for these particulars, inasmuch as the latter joined him much later on in the city of Nineveh of Assyria. I am, however, quite ready to accept all that is probable and has an air of truth about it, even though such details may be somewhat exaggerated and highly coloured out of compliment to a good man, for I could still bring myself to accept them, as long as they are not bewilderingly wonderful and full of nonsense. I do not therefore mind the author telling us that Apollonius was of an ancient family, and lineally descended from the first settlers, and was rich, if it were so, beyond all other people of that region, and that when he was young he not only had the distinguished teachers mentioned, but, if he likes, I will allow that he became himself their teacher and master in learning. I grant, too, in addition, that he was skilful in ordinary matters, and so was able by giving the best of advice to rid of his malady one who had come to the temple of Asclepius in order to be healed. For we read that he suggested to a man afflicted with dropsy a regime of abstinence well suited to cure his disease, and in that way restored him to health. And so far we must needs commend the youthful Apollonius for his good sense. On another occasion he very properly excluded from the temple a man who was notorious for his wickedness, although he was prepared to offer the most expensive sacrifices; for he represents the man in question as the richest and most distinguished of all the people of his region. Nor would any one object to his being classed among the temperate, inasmuch as he repelled with insults a lover who designed to corrupt his youth, and also, as the narrative informs us, kept himself throughout pure of intercourse with women. We can also believe the story of his keeping silence for 5 years in the spirit of Pythagoras, and the way moreover in which he accomplished this vow of silence was praiseworthy. All this and the like is merely human, and in no way incongruous with philosophy or with truth, and I can therefore accept it, because I set a very high value upon candour and love of truth. Nevertheless, to suppose that he was a being of superhuman nature, and then to contradict this supposition at a moment's warning, and to forget it almost as soon as it is made, this I regard as reprehensible, and calculated to fasten a suspicion not only on the author, but yet more on the subject of his memoir. Chapter 13. These particulars we have taken from the first book of Philostratus, and let us now go on to consider the contents of the second. The story takes him on his travels, and brings him from Persia to India. He next shows a want of good taste by relating, as if it were a miracle, how Apollonius and his companions saw some sort of demon, to which he gives the name of Empusa, along the road, and of how they drove it away by dint of abuse and bad words. And we learn that when some animals were offered them for food, he told Damis that he was quite willing to allow him and his companions to eat the flesh, for as far as he could see their abstinence from meat had in no way advanced their moral development, though in his own case it was imposed by the philosophic profession he had made in childhood. And yet, is it not incredible to any one that he should not have hindered Damis, as his best friend, and as the only disciple and follower of his life that he had, and the only one whom he was trying to convert to his philosophy, that he should not, I repeat, have tried to hinder him from consuming the flesh of living animals, that being an unholy food, according to Pythagoras, and that instead of doing so, he should tell him for reasons inexplicable to me, that it will do no good to himself, and admit that he saw no moral advantage in them produced by such abstinence. Chapter 14. In the next place, I would have you notice what sort of samples of truth are set before us by this Philostratus, to whose truthfulness Hierocles, the self-styled lover of truth, bears witness. For we are told that when Apollonius was among the Indians, he employed an interpreter, and through him held the conversation with Philostratus, for that was the name of the king of the Indians. Thus he, who just before, according to Philostratus, had an understanding of all languages, now, on the contrary, according to the same witness, is in need of an interpreter. And again, he who read the thoughts of men, and almost like their god Apollo, understood the dumb, and heard him who spake not, has to ask, by means of an interpreter, what was the king's way of life, and he asks him to supply him with a guide on his journey to the Brahmans. And after an interval, the other, who is king of the Indians, and a barbarian to boot, gets rid of the interpreter, and addresses Apollonius in Greek, and speaking in that language, details to him his education and his wealth of learning. But Apollonius none the less neglected on this occasion to display, as he should have done, his own perfect acquaintance with their tongue. Chapter 15. On the contrary, he is astonished to find the Indian talking Greek, as Philostratus consistently, it would seem, with himself, tells us in his book. For how could he be astonished thereat, unless he had regarded him as a barbarian? And in spite of his having admired him for what he was, he could never have expected him to talk Greek. In the sequel, as if he were astonished at some exhibition of the miraculous, and was still unable to explain it, Apollonius says, "Tell me, O king, how you came to have such facility in the Greek tongue, and where did you get hereabouts the philosophy you possess? For I do not think that you can say you owe it to teachers anyhow, for it is not likely that the Indians have any teachers of this." Such are the wonderful utterances to which one, whose prescience included everything, gives vent, and the king answers them by saying that he had had teachers, and he tells him who they were, and relates all the particulars of his own history on his father's side. Next we are told that the Indian had to judge between certain parties about a treasure which had been hunted up in a field, the question at issue being whether this field ought to be assigned to the seller or buyer of the place. Our supreme philosopher and darling of heaven is asked his opinion, and awards it to the purchaser, assigning his reason in these words: that the gods would never have deprived the one of the land if he had not been a bad man, nor would ever have given the other riches under the soil unless he had been better than the seller. We must conclude then, if we are to believe him, that men who are comfortably off and richer than their neighbours are to be esteemed thrice happy and beloved of the gods, even though they should be the most shameless and abandoned of mankind. On the other hand, only the poorest, say, even a Socrates or a Diogenes or the famous Pythagoras himself, or any other of the most temperate and fairest minded of men, are to be esteemed ill-starred wretches. For if one follows the reasoning here used, one must allow that on its showing the gods would never have deprived the poor, that is to say, the very men who excel others, if judged by the standard of philosophy, even of a bare living and of the necessities of life, unless they had been utterly vile in character, and at the same time they have endowed those who are abandoned in their character with a plenty even of things that were not necessary to them, unless they prove themselves better than the others just mentioned, from which the absurdity of the conclusion is manifest to everyone. Chapter 16. After setting before you these incidents out of the second book, let us pass on to the third, and consider the stories told of the far-famed Brahmans. For here we shall have to admit that the tales of Thule, and any other miraculous legends ever invented by any storytellers, turn out to be, by comparison with these, quite reliable and perfectly true. It is anyhow worth our while to examine these, because this self-styled lover of truth has not scrupled to fasten on ourselves a charge of reckless credulity and levity of character, while claiming for himself and for those like him an accurate judgment, well based on an understanding of the fact. Note then the sort of miracles on which he prides himself, when he prefers Philostratus to our own divine evangelists, on the ground that he was not only a most highly educated man, but most attentive to the truth. Chapter 17. To begin with, then, on the way to the Brahmans, Philostratus introduces us to a lady who met Apollonius, and who, from her head down to her loins, was wholly white in colour, while the rest of her person was black. The mountains again, as they went forward on the road to the Brahmans, were planted with pepper trees, and the apes cultivated the same. And then there were certain dragons of extraordinary size, from whose heads were thrown off sparks of fire, and if you slew one of them, he says that you found marvellous stones upon the head, rivalling the gem of Gyges, as mentioned in Plato. And all this was before they reached the hill on which the Brahmans lived. And when they reached this, we read that they saw there a well of Sandarai, full of wonderful water, and hard by a crater of fire, from which there arose a lead-coloured flame. And there were 2 jars there of black stone, the one of which contained rain, and the other winds, from which the Brahmans supply such people of the country as they are pleased to favour. Besides this, they found among them images of Athene Polias, and of Apollo Pythias, and of Dionysus of the lake, and of certain other Hellenic gods. And the master of them all was named Iarchus, and they saw him sitting on a very lofty throne in a state of pomp that was far from philosophy, but rather appropriate to a satrap. And this throne was made of black bronze, and was decorated with golden images, such as we might of course expect philosophers to fabricate when they take to working like base mechanics at forge and steel, even if they do not, like conjurers, make their handiwork to move by itself. But the thrones upon which the rest of them, who were inferior teachers to him, were sitting, were, he says, of bronze, but not incised, and not so high. For I suppose they could not help bestowing upon the teacher of so divine a philosophy the privilege of having images and gold on his throne, just as if he were a tyrant. Chapter 18. And we are told that Iarchus, the moment he saw Apollonius, addressed him by name in the Greek tongue, and asked him for the letter which he brought from Phraotes, for he had already received this by dint of his foreknowledge, and by way of parading the inspired character of his prescience, he told him before he set eyes on the epistle, that it was one letter short, namely of a delta, and he began at once in a vulgar manner in that very first interview, like a man who has got wealth for the first time and does not know how to use it, to show off his superiority as a seer, by running off the names of Apollonius's father and mother, and telling him all about his family and upbringing and education, and about his periodical voyages abroad, and about his journey thither to himself, and about what he had done himself or said to his companions on the road. And next, this wonderful author tells us that the Brahmans, after anointing themselves together with Apollonius with an amber-like drug, took a bath, and then standing round as if in chorus, struck the earth with their staves, and the earth arched itself up and elevated them some 2 cubits into the air, so that they stood there levitated up in the air itself for some considerable length of time. And he relates that they drew down fire from the sun without any effort on their part, and whenever they chose. And the miracle monger adds another marvel to these, when he tells that there were 4 tripods like those of Pytho, which wheeled themselves forth, moving of their own accord. And he goes so far as to compare these to the tripods in Homer, and he says that there were set upon them cupbearers to serve in the banquet, 4 in number and made of bronze. And in addition he tells us that the earth too strewed grass beneath them of her own accord and unasked. And of these tripods 2, he says, ran with wine, and of the other 2 the one supplied hot water, and the other cold. And the cupbearers of bronze drew for the guests in due mixture both the wine and the water, and pushed round the cups in a circle, just as they are handed round in a symposium. Chapter 19. Such are the stories which Heracles, who has been entrusted to administer the supreme courts of justice all over the province, finds true and reliable after due inquiry, at the same time that he condemns us for our excessive credulity and frivolity, and after himself believing such things, when he finds them in Philostratus, he proceeds to brag about himself, and says, I quote his very words: "Let us anyhow observe how much better and more cautiously we accept such things, and what opinion we hold of men gifted with such powers and virtues." Chapter 20. It was after such a symposium, according to the same Philostratus, that a king who was sojourning in India is introduced to drink with the philosophers, and we hear that he took occasion to insult philosophy with drunken jests, and that he got so tipsy in their presence as to hurl defiance at the sun and brag about himself. All this we learn, and that Apollonius once more, by means of an interpreter, learned his history from him and conversed in turn with him, Iarchus interpreting between them. Surely it may well excite our wonder that so insolent a fellow and so great a buffoon was allowed to get drunk and show off his tipsy wit among such great philosophers, when he was unworthy even to be present at a meeting of philosophers, much less at the hearth of men who were equal to gods. But what possesses me to call them the peers of gods, and chaff them about their dignity? Why, when Apollonius asked them whom they considered themselves to be, gods, answered Iarchus, who I suppose in his quality as god, as little as could be in the style of philosopher, save the mark, nay, surely betraying an equally scant respect for the dignity of the god whom he professed himself to be, set the example of drinking to his fellow banqueters by stooping down over the bowl, which, as our author is careful to tell us, supplied plenty of drink for all of them, and refreshed itself, as do holy and mysterious wells, for those who fill their pitchers from them. Chapter 21. After this, there was general conversation, and some serious discussion among the philosophers, in the course of which Iarchus explained that his own soul had once been in the body of another man who was a king, and that in that state he had performed this and that exploit, while Apollonius told them that he had once been the pilot of a ship in Egypt, and had accomplished all sorts of exploits which he enumerated to them. Then they put questions to each other, and received answers, which in the name of wisdom have scant title to be recorded at all. Thus we learn that Apollonius asked if they had any golden water among them. What a clever and marvellous question! And he also asked about men who live underground, and about others called pygmies, and shadow-footed men, and he asked if they had among them a four-footed animal called a martichora, which has a head like that of a man, but rivals a lion in size, while from its tail projects hairs like thorns a cubit long, which it is accustomed to shoot out like arrows at those who hunt it. Such, then, were the questions which Apollonius put to the sages, and Iarchus instructed him about the pygmies, and told him that they were indeed people dwelling underground, but spent their lives on the other side of the river Ganges. But as to the other things which he asked about, Iarchus said that they never had existed at all. End of Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 11 to 21. Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 22 to 29, from the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2. The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 22 to 29. Chapter 22. After that, Philostratus described a wall which the earth grew for them to supply material for their dress, from which we must infer that these philosophers plied the loom, and occupied themselves with spinning wool in order to make their raiment, for we do not hear of any woman being smuggled into their community. But perhaps he means that by a miracle the wool grew of its own initiative into their sacred garments, and we hear that each of them carried a staff and a ring which was imbued with mysterious power. There follow a series of miraculous performances on the part of the Brahman. How, for example, he recalled to his senses by means of a letter one who was possessed with a demon; how by stroking a man who was lame he healed his dislocated hip; how he vouchsafed to restore a man's hand that was withered, and to a blind man gave sight, are blessings on an author who saves us so much trouble. Can we doubt that these stories are true, when his very insistence on the truth of his earlier tales, I refer to those of lightning and wind kept in jars, and of tripods of stone walking about of their own accord, and of cup-bearers of bronze passing round the cups in a circle, fully betrays and exposes the mythical character of everything else which he has to tell us. Philostratus moreover declares that Damis related how carefully Apollonius excluded himself from being present at the philosophical sessions which he held with Iarchus, and he says that Apollonius was given by the latter 7 rings which were called after the stars, and that he wore these one by one upon the days respectively called by their names. Though we learn this much on this occasion from a gentleman who is esteemed by the lover of truth to have had a respect for facts, further on in his book, as if by way of condemning the wizardry of the Brahmans, and as if he was anxious to acquit Apollonius of the charge of having dabbled therein, he adds the following remark, which I repeat textually: "But when he saw among the Indians the tripods and the cup-bearers and the other figures which I have said entered of their own accord, he did not either ask how they were contrived, or desire to learn, but although he praised them, he disclaimed any wish to imitate them." And how, my good fellow, did he disclaim any wish of the kind? Is this the man who was careful to exclude Damis from the philosophical séances he held with them, and who thought it his duty to conceal from his only companion all that he had done in those séances. And how could he have disclaimed any wish to imitate them, when he accepted the 7 rings named after the stars, and held it needful to wear these all through the rest of his life upon the days severally named after them, and that although, as you say yourself, they had a secret power in them? Even if we grant that he did not aspire to imitate these inventions, it is clear that his disclaimer was not due to their being uncanny. How then could he praise things which he disdained to imitate? If he praised them as being divinely operated, why did he not imitate things so praiseworthy? To crown all, on his return after he had stayed with them, we learn that he arrived with his companions at the country of the Oretae, where he found the rocks and the sand and the dust which the rivers bring down to the sea, all alike made of bronze. Chapter 23. All this is contained in the 3rd book of Philostratus, and let us now pass on to those which follow. We learn that when he had returned from the country of the Indians to the land of Hellas, the gods themselves proclaimed him to be the companion of the gods, inasmuch as they sent on to him the sick to be healed. And indeed, as if his visit to the Arabs and to the Magi and to the Indians had turned him into some miraculous and divine being, our author, now that he has got him home again, plunges straight into a lengthy description of his miracles. And yet one might fairly argue that if he had been of a diviner than merely human nature, then he ought long before, and not only now, after entering into relation with other teachers, to have begun his career of wonder-working, and it was superfluous for him to take so much trouble to acquire the multifarious lore of Arabs and of Magi and of Indians, if he was really what the initial assumption made by Philostratus assumes him to have been. But anyhow, according to this truth-loving author, we have now got him back again, ready to show off the wisdom which he has acquired from so great masters. And as one fresh from Arabia and equipped with the science of augury in vogue among the inhabitants of that country, he begins by interpreting to the bystanders what the sparrow wanted and intended when it summoned its fellows to their dinner. Next he has a presentiment of the plague in Ephesus, and warns the citizens of what is coming. And he himself sets before us in his Apology to Domitian the explanation of this presentiment. For when the latter asked him what was the ground of his prediction, he answered, "Because, my prince, I use a very light diet, I was the first to scent the danger." And then he relates a 3rd miracle of him, which was nothing less than that of his averting the plague. Although the author has been careful not to include this story in the final counts retained against Apollonius, probably because it was impossible for him to rebut a charge founded upon it by any defence which he could offer, we nevertheless will, if you will allow us, publish the story and give it full publicity, because our doing so will render needless any further criticism of it. For if anybody feels the shadow of doubt about the matter, the very manner in which the story is told will convince him that fraud and make-believe was in this case everything, and that if ever anything reeked of wizardry, this did. For he pretends that the plague was seen in the form of an aged man, a beggar and dressed in rags, who, when Apollonius ordered the mob to stone him, began by shooting fire from his eyes, but afterwards, when he had been overwhelmed by the stones thrown at him, he appeared as a dog all crushed and vomiting foam, as mad dogs do. And he writes that Apollonius mentioned this episode also in the defence he addressed to the autocrat Domitian, as follows: "For the form of the plague, and it resembled an aged beggar, was both seen by me, and when I saw it, I overcame it, not by staying the course of the disease, but by utterly destroying it." Who, I would ask, after reading this, would not laugh heartily at the miracle mongering of this thaumaturge? For we learn that the nature of the plague was a living creature, and as such exposed at once to the eyes of the bystanders, and to the showers of stones they hurled at it, and that it was crushed by men, and vomited foam, when all the time a plague is nothing in the world but a corruption and vitiation of the atmosphere, the circumambient air being changed into a morbid condition composed of noxious and evil exhalations, as medical theory teaches us. And on other grounds, too, this story of the phantom plague can be exploded, for the story tells us that it only afflicted the city of Ephesus, and did not visit the neighbouring populations. And how could this not have been the case, if the surrounding atmosphere had undergone vitiation? For the infection could not have been confined to one spot, nor have beset the air of Ephesus alone. Chapter 24. The fourth wonder which he relates is how the soul of Achilles appeared close by his own sepulchre, dressed the first time in a tunic and 5 cubits high, and subsequently growing till it was 12 cubits in stature, and accusing the Thessalians for not continuing according to custom to offer him the due funeral rites, and furthermore still nursing wrath against the Trojans for the wrongs which they had committed against him, and bidding Apollonius ask him questions on 5 topics, such as he himself might desire to learn about, and the fates permit him to know of. We next learn that the omniscient one, who boasted of his prescience of future events, was still ignorant of whether Achilles had been buried, and of whether the Muses and Nereids had bestowed their dirges upon him. And accordingly he asked Achilles about these matters, and inquires most earnestly whether Polyxena had been slain over his tomb, and whether Helen had really come to Troy; questions surely of a most solemn kind, and such as to stimulate others to lead the philosophical life of the hero, besides being in themselves of much importance. Thereupon he falls to wondering if there had ever been among the Hellenes so many heroes all at one time, and whether Palamedes had ever reached Troy. Surely it was disgraceful in the extreme that one who was the companion of gods, whether seen or unseen, should know so little of such matters as to need to ask questions again and again about them; unless, indeed, because in this scene he is introduced as associating with the dead, the author intentionally gives a frigid turn to his questions in order to avert the suspicion of his having irreligiously pried into the secrets of magic. For we may notice he represents him as arguing in his Apology that there was no colour of necromancy in the manner in which the spectre appeared to him, and says, "For without digging any trench like Odysseus, and without tempting the souls of the dead with the blood of lambs, I managed to converse with Achilles, merely by using the prayers which the Indians declare we ought to make use of in addressing heroes." This is how Apollonius now brags to his companion, although our author testifies that he had learned nothing from the Indians, nor felt attracted by their wisdom. Chapter 25. What then is the reason, my good fellow, supposing that there was no devilish curiosity here at work, why he would not allow Damis, whom you admit to have been his sole and genuine and single companion, to share with him in this marvellous vision and interview? And why, too, was he not able to do all this by daytime, instead of doing it in the dead of night and alone? Why, too, did the mere cry of the cocks drive away the soul of the hero? For he says, it vanished with a mild flash of lightning, for indeed the cocks were already beginning to crow. I cannot but think that evil demons would have found such an hour seasonable and appropriate for their devilish interviews, rather than the soul of a hero, which, having been freed from the crass matter of the body, must necessarily be good and unsullied. In any case, the demon conjured up on this occasion is represented as of a malignant and envious disposition, both rancorous and mean in humour. For how else can we characterize one who drove away Antisthenes, a poor youth so serious that he was endeavouring to become a follower of the philosopher Apollonius? For Achilles insists that he shall not initiate him in his philosophy, and he adds the reason: "For," says he is too much of a descendant of Priam, and the praise of Hector is never out of his mouth." And how could he be other than rancorous and mean, if he was wroth with the Thessalians for not sacrificing to him, and still refused to be reconciled to the Trojans, because thousands of years before they had sinned against him, and that although the latter were continually sacrificing and pouring out libations to him? The only exception is that he ordered Apollonius to restore the tomb of Palamedes, which together with his statue had fallen into decay. Chapter 26. The fifth and sixth miracles, however, in this book do not stand in need of much argument and discussion, so thoroughly do they prove our writer's easy credulity. For Apollonius, as they say, drives out one demon with the help of another. The first of the demons is expelled from an incorrigible youth, while the second disguises itself by assuming the form of a woman, and the latter our clever author calls by no other names than those of Empusa and Lamia. As for the damsel whom he is said subsequently to have brought back again to life in Rome after she had died, the story clearly impressed Philostratus himself as being extremely incredible, and we may safely reject it. Anyhow, he hesitates and doubts whether after all a spark of life might have not lingered on in the girl unnoticed by her attendants, for he says that according to report it was raining at the time, and a vapour exhaled from the face of the girl. Anyhow, if such a miracle had really been wrought in Rome itself, it could not have escaped the notice first of the emperor, and after him of his subordinate magistrates, and least of all the philosopher Euphrates, who at the time was in the country and was staying in Rome, who indeed, as we learn later on, is related to have launched against Apollonius the accusation of being no other than a wizard. It would certainly too, had it actually occurred, have been included by the accuser among the other charges levelled against him. Well, just these, and no more, are the more particular and special achievements of Apollonius, although there are a myriad other cases in the book in which his soothsayings and prophecies are set down to his gift of foreknowledge, and we learn that at Athens, when he desired to be initiated in the Eleusinian mysteries, the priest there would not admit him, and declared that he would never initiate a wizard, nor throw open the Eleusinian mysteries to a man who was addicted to impure rites. We also hear about a lewd fellow who went begging about Rome, rehearsing the songs of Nero on his lyre for pay, and we are told that this most philosophic of teachers, out of fear of Nero, ordered his companions to bestow alms on him, in recognition of his clever accomplishments. Chapter 27. Such are the contents of the fourth book, and in the fifth book of his history, after a few remarks about his gift of prescience, our author is so lost in admiration as to add the following remark, which I repeat textually: that then he was enabled to make such forecasts by some divine impulse, and that it is no sound inference to suppose, as some people do, that Apollonius was a wizard, is clear from what I have said. But let us consider the following facts. Wizards, whom for my part I reckon to be the most unfortunate of mankind, claim to alter the course of destiny, either by tormenting the ghosts whom they encounter, or by means of barbaric sacrifices, or by means of certain incantations or anointings, but Apollonius himself submitted to the decrees of the fates, and foretold that they must needs come to pass, and his foreknowledge was not due to wizardry, but derived from what the gods revealed to him. And when among the Indians he beheld their tripods, and their dumb waiters and other automata which I described as entering the room of their own accord, he neither asked how they were contrived, nor wished to learn; he only praised them, but did not aspire to imitate them. Such a passage as the above clearly exhibits in the light of wizards the famous philosophers of India. For notice that when he is arguing about wizards, he mentions them too, and says that their marvels were cleverly contrived indeed, but that his hero held himself carefully aloof from such their contrivances, on the ground that they were not moral. If, therefore, we find Apollonius calling these Indians gods, and enrolling himself as their disciple, we have no alternative but to bring him also under the imputation under which his teachers lay. And accordingly he is introduced as saying among the so-called naked sages of the Egyptians the following. I quote his very words: "It is, then, not unreasonable on my part, I think, to have yielded myself to a philosophy so highly elaborated, to a philosophy which, if I may use a metaphor from the stage, the Indians mount, as it deserved to be mounted, upon a lofty and divine mechanism before they wheel it out upon the stage; and that I was right to admire them, and that I am right in considering them wise and blessed, it is now time to learn." And after a little he says, "For they are not only gods, but are adorned with all the gifts of the Pythian prophetess." And he is introduced to Domitian with these words on his lips: "What war have you with thy archers, or with Phraortes, both of them Indians, whom I consider to be the only men that are really gods, and that deserve this appellation?" And there are other passages also in which this history of Philostratus recognizes the persons above mentioned as gods and teachers of the sage, and admits him to have accepted rings from them; but now he forgets all about it, and does not see that in maligning the teachers he maligns the disciple. Chapter 28. And a little lower down in the book he brings a flute player upon the stage, and he relates at length how Apollonius delivered himself with great gravity of long essays upon the different modes of playing the flute, as if it were the most important and clever of the sciences. And he relates how the Emperor Vespasian offered him prayers, just as if he were a god, for we learn that Vespasian said in a tone of prayer, "Do thou make me emperor," whereupon Apollonius answered, "I have made you so." What else can any one do but loathe this utterance for its boastfulness, so nearly does it approach downright madness for one who was the pilot of a ship in Egypt to boast of being himself a god already and a maker of kings. For Apollonius himself has informed us a little before in the course of his conversation with the Indian that his soul had previously been that of a pilot. Chapter 29. And to the same emperor, when the latter asks him to notify to him those whom he most approved of among philosophers as advisers and counsellors of his policy, Apollonius replies in these words: "These gentlemen here are also good advisers in such matters." And he pointed to Dion and to Euphrates, because he had not yet quarrelled with the latter. And again he said, "My sovereign, Euphrates and Dion have long been known to you, and they are at your door, and are much concerned for your welfare. Summon them also therefore to your conference, for they are both of them wise." Whereupon Vespasian answered, "I throw my doors open wide to wise men." What can we think of the prescience of our hero? On this occasion Euphrates is both good and wise, because he has not yet quarrelled with him. But when he has, and before long he is going to, then see how the same person writes to the Emperor Domitian. And yet, if you want to know how much a philosopher may attain by flattery of the mighty, you have only to look at the case of Euphrates. For in his case, why do I speak of wealth from that source? Why, he has perfect fountains of wealth, and already at the banks he discusses prices as a merchant might, or a huckster, or a tax-gatherer, or a low money-changer, for all these rolls are his, if there is anything to buy or sell. And he clings like a limpet to the doors of the mighty, and you see him standing at them more regularly than any doorkeeper would do. Indeed, he is often caught by the doorkeepers, just as greedy dogs might be. But he never yet bestowed a farthing on a philosopher, but he walls up all his wealth within his house, only supporting this Egyptian out of other people's money, and sharpening his tongue against me, when it ought to be cut out. However, I will leave Euphrates to yourself, for unless you approve of flatterers, you will find the fellow worse than I represent him. Surely one who first bears witness to Vespasian the father that Euphrates is a wise and good man, and then inveighs against him in this style to his son, is openly convicted of praising and blaming the same person. Was it then the case that this man, who was endowed with knowledge of the future, did not know what the character of Euphrates was, nor what it was going to be? For it is not now the first time, but already in the case of Vespasian himself he is inclined to accuse him of being the worst of characters. How then is it that he recommended such a person to the sovereign so warmly, that in consequence of his recommendation the latter threw open wide the doors of his palace to him? Why, is it not clear to a blind man, as they say, that in the matter of foreknowledge the fellow is traduced by his own historian? Though on other ground he might be regarded as an honest man, if we could suppose that originally, and before he learned by experience, he wished to gain access to the palace as freely for his friends, Euphrates included, as for himself, but was afterwards moved by his quarrel to use such language of him. I have no wish in thus arguing to accuse Apollonius of having falsely blamed Euphrates, who was the most distinguished philosopher of all the men of his age, so much so that his praises are still on the lips of students of philosophy. Not but what any one who was minded to do so could take this as a palmary example of slander and backbiting and use it against Apollonius. For if Euphrates be really by their admission a leader in all philosophy, it is proper to credit him with aversion to knavery when he denounces the strange performances of his rival, and proper for the latter to be invested with an evil reputation, because he was thus attacked by him for pursuing, that was the accusation, a life so little satisfactory to a philosopher. End of Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 22 to 29. Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 30 to 40, from the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 30 to 40. Chapter 30. In the 6th book our storyteller resumes his tale of miracles, for he brings his hero, together with his companions, on camel-back to see those whom he calls the naked philosophers of Egypt. Here then, at the bidding of one of these sages, an elm tree, we are told, spoke to Apollonius in an articulate but feminine voice, and this is the sort of thing which the lover of truth expects us to believe. Then he has a story of pygmies who live on the other side of their country, and of man-eaters, and of shadow-footed men, and of a satyr whom Apollonius made drunk. From these sages Apollonius is brought back again to Hellas, where he renews his interviews and his prophecies to Titus. Then we hear about a youth who was bitten by a mad dog. He is rescued from his distress by Apollonius, who forthwith proceeds to divine whose soul it was that the dog had inside him. And we learn that it was that of Amasis, a former king of Egypt, for the sage's humanity extended to dogs. Chapter 31. These, then, are the achievements which preceded his accusation, and it behoves us to notice throughout the treatise that, even if we admit the author to tell the truth in his stories of miracles, he yet clearly shows that they were severally performed by Apollonius with the co-operation of a demon. For his presentiment of the plague, though it might not seem to be magical and uncanny, if he owed it, as he himself said, to the lightness and purity of his diet, yet might quite as well have been a premonition imparted to him in intercourse with a demon. For though the other stories of his having grasped and foretold the future by virtue of his prescience can be refuted by 1,000 arguments which Philostratus' own text supplies, nevertheless, if we allow this particular story to be true, I should certainly say that his apprehension of futurity was anyhow in some cases, though it was not so in all, due to some uncanny contrivance of a demon that was his familiar. This is clearly proved by the fact that he did not retain his gift of foreknowledge uniformly and in all cases, but was at fault in most cases, and had through ignorance to make inquiries, as he would not have needed to do if he had been endowed with divine power and virtue. And the very cessation of the plague, according to the particular turn which was given to the drama, has already been shown to have been a delusion and nothing more. Moreover, the soul of Achilles should not have been lingering about his own monument, quitting the islands of the blessed and the places of repose, as people would probably say. In this case, too, it was surely a demon that appeared to Apollonius, and in whose presence he found himself. Then again, the licentious youth was clearly the victim of an indwelling demon, and both it and the empusa and the lamia which is said to have played off its mad pranks on Menippus were probably driven out by him with the help of a more important demon. The same is true also of the youth who had been driven out of his mind by the mad dog, and the frenzied dog itself was restored to its senses by the same method. You must then, as I said, regard the whole series of miracles wrought by him as having been accomplished through a ministry of demons, for the resuscitation of the girl must be divested of any miraculous character if she was really alive all the time, and still bore in herself a vital spark, as the author says, and if a vapour rose over her face. For it is impossible, as I said before, that such a miracle should have been passed over in silence in Rome itself, if it happened when the sovereign was close by. Chapter 32. There are 1,000 other examples, then, which we may select from the same books, where the narrative refutes itself by its very incongruities, so enabling us to detect its mythical and miracle-mongering character. At the same time, we need not devote too much attention and study to the gentleman's career, seeing that those of our contemporaries among whom his memory survives at all are so far from classing him among divine and extraordinary and wonderful beings, that they do not even rank him among philosophers. This being so, let us be content with the remarks we have made, and proceed to consider the 7th book of his history. Chapter 33. Here, then, we find him categorically accused of being a wizard. Next we find Demetrius, the philosopher, trying to dissuade him from going on to Rome, and Apollonius rejects his advice in words which are full of vulgar effrontery and fulsome praise of himself. They are as follows: "But I know most human affairs, seeing that I know everything. At the same time I reserve my knowledge partly for good men, partly for the wise, partly for myself, partly for the gods." And yet, the man who in these words brags about his omniscience, before he goes much further, is accused by the text itself of an ignorance in certain matters. Next Apollonius disguises Damis, for the latter conceals the fact of his being a philosopher because he is afraid of death. Listen then to the words in which our author apologizes for him. "This was the reason then of Damis's putting off his Pythagorean dress. For he says that it was not cowardice that led him to make the change, nor regret at having worn it, but he did it because the device recommended itself as suggested by the expedients of the moment." Chapter 34. After this, Philostratus sets forth 4 counts of the indictment which he imagines it will be easy for his hero to defend himself from, and he admits that he has collected these out of a great many others. Of these, the first was, what induced him to wear a different robe from everybody else; and the second, why was it that men esteemed him to be a god; the third, how had he managed to predict the plague to the Ephesians; and last of all, in whose behoof had he gone to a certain field and cut up the Arcadian boy. To meet these, then, he alleges Apollonius to have written an apology. But first of all he relates how he was cast into prison, and the miracle which he wrought there; for we hear that Damis was extremely downcast at the misfortunes which he imagined had befallen his teacher. Whereupon Apollonius showed him his leg released without effort from the chain. Then, having thus alleviated his follower's grief, he put his foot back again into its former condition and habit. After that he was brought to trial before the Emperor Domitian, and we read that he was acquitted on the charges, and that after being so acquitted he, with curious inopportuneness, as it seems to me, cried out in the court exactly as follows: "Accord me too, if you will, an opportunity to speak; but if not, then send some one to take my body, for my soul you cannot take; nay, you cannot even take my body, for thou shalt not slay me, since I tell thee I am not mortal." And then, after this famous utterance, we are told that he vanished from the court, and this is the conclusion of the whole drama. Chapter 35. Now, in regard to the miracle in the prison, which it seems was an illusion imposed on the eyes of Damis by the familiar demon, our author adds the following remark: "Damis says that it was then for the first time that he truly understood the nature of Apollonius, to wit that it was divine and superhuman; for without offering any sacrifice (and how indeed in prison could he have offered one?), and without a single prayer, without even a word, he quietly laughed at the fetters, and then inserting his leg in them afresh, he comported himself like any other prisoner." I should be the last to accuse his pupil of being a dull-witted man, because, after being with him all his life, and witnessing him work miracles by means of certain uncanny agencies, he failed to regard him as in any way superior to the rest of mortal men. But now, after such a display of thaumaturgic energy as the above, he is still ignorant of his true character, and taking him to be a mere man, he is full of anxiety, as in that case he might well be, and full of apprehension in his behalf, lest any affliction should come upon him against his own wish and will. But if indeed it was now for the first time, after having passed so long a time with him, that he realized that he was indeed divine, and superior to the rest of the human race, then it behoves us to scrutinize the reason which our author alleges for his doing so, in these words: "For without any sacrifice, and without a single prayer, and without uttering a single mysterious word, he saw that he had wrought this miracle." It follows that the fellow's earlier feats were accomplished by the help of some uncanny trick, and that is why, as he says, Damis was not astounded at these things, nor filled with wonder by them. Naturally, then, he now for the first time experienced these feelings, because he felt that his master had accomplished something which was quite unusual and contrary to his habitual performances. In reference, however, to the phantom chains shown to Damis and to his departure from the law courts, I will quote the words which Apollonius himself addresses to Domitian. For when the monarch ordered him to be thrown into chains, Apollonius, with perfect consistency, argued as follows: "If you think me a wizard, how will you bind me? And if you bind me, how can you say that I am a wizard?" Surely one may invert this argument and use it against him somewhat as follows, keeping to his own premises: "If you are not a wizard, then how was your leg liberated from the chains? And if it was liberated, then how are you not a wizard? And if, because he submits to the chains, he is not a wizard, then if he does not submit to them, he is a wizard by his own admission. And again, if, because he submitted to be brought to trial, he was not a wizard, he was yet clearly revealed as such when he ran off and eluded the court and retinue of the emperor. I mean, of course, the bodyguard that stood round him. Now I believe that our author is aware of this, and endeavours to gloze over the fact when he pretends that this miracle was exhibited without sacrifice or any sort of incantation, by some ineffable and superhuman power. Chapter 36. Moreover, we have not got to go far before a fresh test of his character is supplied to us. For presently a messenger presents himself and says: "O Apollonius, the emperor releases you from these chains, and permits you to reside in the jail where prisoners are not bound." Whereupon Apollonius, who is superior to mankind, and has foreknowledge of what is coming, and according to the poet, hath understanding of the dumb, and heareth him who speaks not, is so overjoyed, as well he might be, at the news, that he suddenly drops out of his gift of foreknowledge, and asks outright, "Who then will get me out of this place?" And the messenger replied, "I myself, so follow me." Chapter 37. Next, this most divine of men composes in the most careful of manners an harangue in defence of himself, quite unaware that after all his composition would prove a mere waste of effort. For he imagines that the emperor will listen to his defence of his case, and on that assumption he arranges his apology along extremely plausible lines. But the latter, by refusing to wait, renders all his trouble useless and unnecessary. I would ask you, then, to listen to the following, for what he says is a refutation of himself. But inasmuch as he had composed an oration which he meant to deliver in defence of himself by the clock, only the tyrant confined him to the questions which I have enumerated, I have determined to publish this oration also. Note, then, how utterly at fault this entirely divinest of beings was about the future, if he took so much trouble and care to proportion the length of his apology to the time allowed him by the water clock. Chapter 38. But we must not omit to pass in review the defence which he so vainly composed; for it contains, among many examples of the arrogance with which he addressed Domitian, the following utterance, to wit, when he says, "As Vespasian made you emperor, so I made him." Heavens, what braggadocio! No ordinary person anyhow, nor any real philosopher either, transcending the rest of mankind, could indulge in such highfalutin bombast without exposing himself in the eyes of sensible men to a charge of being mad. Next, in trying to rid himself of the suspicion which weighed upon him, he holds the following language concerning magicians and wizards: "But I call wizards men of false wisdom, for with them the unreal is made real, and the real becomes incredible." One may learn then from the whole treatise, and from the particular episodes set forth therein, whether we ought to rank him among divine and philosophic men, or among wizards. We have only to observe what he himself has said about wizards and falsely wise men, together with what is published in his own history. For when oak trees and elms talk in articulate and feminine tones, and tripods move of their own accord, and waiters of copper serve at table, and jars are filled with showers and with winds, and water of sandarac, and all the other things of the kind are introduced among those whom he accounted gods, and also did not hesitate to entitle his teachers, of whom else are all these things characteristic, except of people who can exhibit the unreal as real, and the real as incredible? In himself calling the latter wizards, he shows that they are people whose wisdom is false. Is it then on the strength of these things that this divine man, endowed with all virtue and the darling of the gods, is to bind on his brow the prize of wisdom, and to be accounted truly more divine than Pythagoras and his successors, and to be considered far more blessed than he? Is he not rather to be found guilty of false wisdom, and carry off the first prize for wretches? Chapter 39. In the same book we are told that he had reasoned in Ionia about the power of the Fates, and had taught that the threads they spin are so immutable that, if they decree a kingdom to another which already belongs to someone, then, even if that other was slain by the possessor, for fear lest he should ever have it taken away by him, the latter would yet be raised from the dead, and live again in fulfilment of the decrees of the Fates. And he continues in these very words: "He who is destined to become a carpenter will become one, even though his hands have been cut off; and he who has been predestined to carry off the prize for running in the Olympic games will never fail to win, even though he break his leg; and the man to whom the Fates have decreed that he shall be an eminent archer will not miss the mark, even though he lose his eyesight." And then, by way of flattering the sovereign, he adds the following: "And in drawing my examples from royalty, I had reference, I admit, to the Acrisii, and to the house of Laius, and to Astyages the Mede, and to many other monarchs who thought that they were making good provision in such cases, and supposed, some that they had slain their own children, and others their descendants, yet were deprived by them of their thrones, when they grew up and issued forth against them out of obscurity in accordance with destiny. Well, if I were inclined to flattery, I should have said that I had your own history in my mind, when you were blockaded by Vitellius, and the temple of Jupiter was burnt on the brow of the hill overlooking the city. And Vitellius declared that his own fortune was assured, so long as you did not escape him, although you were at the time quite a stripling, and not the man you are now. And yet, because the Fates had decreed otherwise, he perished with all his counsels, while you are now in possession of his throne. However, since I abhor the forced concords of flattery, for it seems to me that they are everything that is out of time and out of tune. Let me at once cut this string out of my lyre, and request you to consider that on that occasion I had not your fortunes in my mind." In this passage, a treatise written ostensibly in the interest of truth draws a picture of a man who was at once a flatterer and a liar, and anything rather than a philosopher. For after inveighing so bitterly on the earlier occasion against Domitian, he now flatters him, generous fellow that he is, and pretends that the doctrines he mooted in Ionia about the fates and necessity, so far from being directed against him, rather told in his favour. Take then your history, my author, and regaining your sobriety after your fit of drunkenness, read out loud and in a truth-loving tone the passages you wrote on a former occasion, without concealing anything. Read how, when he was staying in Ephesus, he did his best to alienate his friends from Domitian, and encourage them to espouse the cause of the safety of all, and as it occurred to him that intercourse with them by letter was dangerous to them, he would take now one and now another of the most discreet of his own companions aside, and say to them, "I have a most important secret business to entrust to yourselves, so you must betake yourself to Rome to such and such persons, and converse with them;" and of how he delivered a discourse on the subject of the fates and necessity, and argued that not even tyrants can overpower the decrees of the fates; and how, directing the attention of his audience to a brazen statue of Domitian which stood close by that of the Melles, he said, "Thou fool, how much art thou mistaken in thy views of necessity and of the fates! For even if thou shouldst slay the man who is fated to be despot after thyself, he shall come to life again." The man then who, after holding such language as this, proceeds to flatter the tyrant, and cynically pretends that none of this language was directed against him, how can we judge him other than capable of all villainy and meanness, unless indeed you assume that the authors who have handed down to us these details of him were lying fellows who meant to accuse their hero, and not true historians? But in that case, what becomes, to use the language of the lover of truth, of those who "were historians at once most highly educated and respectful of the truth, namely Damis the philosopher, who even lived with the man in question, and Philostratus the Athenian"? For these are the authors who lay these facts before us, and they are clearly convicted by the light of truth, since they thus contradict themselves, of being vapouring braggarts and nothing else, convicted by their inconsistencies of being downright liars, men devoid of education, and charlatans. Chapter 40. The story proceeds to tell us that, after all this, Apollonius, liberated from the court, made up his mind to descend into the cave of Trophonius in Lebadea, but the people there would not allow him to do so, because they too regarded him as a wizard. Surely it is legitimate in us to be puzzled when one compares what one reads at the beginning of the book of Philostratus. I mean the passage where he owns that he is puzzled at people having regarded his hero as a wizard, and expresses his surprise at the circumstance, remarking withal that, although Empedocles and Pythagoras and Democritus had consorted with the same magi without ever stooping to the magic art, and Plato had derived much from the priests and prophets in Egypt, and had mingled their ideas with his own discourses, without ever being held by any one to be a magician, yet men so far had failed to recognize his hero as one inspired by the purest wisdom, but had long since accounted him a magician, and still did so, because he had consorted with the Magi of Babylon, and the Brahmans of India, and the naked sages of Egypt. What answer, then, can we make to him except this: "My good fellow, what was your hero up to in this line, for him alone to have been regarded both long ago and now as a wizard, in contrast with these great men, who though, as you admit, they had made trial of the same teachers as he, yet were eminent both in the age in which they flourished, and also bequeathed to posterity in their philosophy a gift of such excellence that its praises are still sung. Is such a contrast possible, unless he was caught by men of good sense meddling with things that were unlawful? There are still among our contemporaries those who say that they have found superstitious devices dedicated in the name of this man, though I admit I have no wish to pay attention to them. However, as regards his death, although Philostratus follows in his book the accounts of earlier writers, he declares that he knows nothing of the truth. For he says that people in Ephesus related that Apollonius died there, while others said that he died in Lindus after entering the temple of Athene, and others in Crete; and after shedding so much doubt on the manner of his end, he yet inclines to believe that he went to heaven body and all. For he says that after he had run into the temple, the gates were closed, and a strange hymn of maidens was heard to issue from the building, and the words of their song were, "Come, come, to heaven come." But he says that he had never come across any sepulchre or cenotaph of his hero, although he had visited the greater part of the whole earth. But what he would like us to believe is that his hero never encountered death at all, for on a former occasion, when he is canvassing the manner in which he died, he adds the proviso, "if he did die." But in a later passage he declares in so many words that he went to heaven. This is why he avows, no less in the exordium of his book than throughout it, that it was by reason of his being such as he was that he wooed philosophy in a diviner manner than Pythagoras and Empedocles. End of Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 30 to 40. Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 41 and 42, from the Life of Apollonius of Tyana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare. Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 41 and 42. Chapter 41. Although then the limits of our discourse are reached in the above, I would yet, if you will allow me, raise a few points in connection with the fates and with destiny, in order to ascertain what aim his work has in view, when throughout its argument it sets itself to demolish our responsibility, and to substitute for it necessity, and destiny, and the fates. For in this way we shall finally and completely refute the tenets professed by the author, and prove their falsity. If then, according to the views of true philosophy, every soul is immortal, for that which is perpetually moving is immortal, whereas that which moves another, and is itself moved by others, in admitting a cessation of its own movement, admits a cessation of life, and if responsibility depends on personal choice, and God is not responsible, then what reason is there for concluding that the nature, which is ever in movement, is actuated against its will, and not rather in accordance with its own choice and decision? For otherwise it would resemble a lifeless body in being moved by some outside agency, and would be as it were a puppet pulled by strings hither and thither. The nature which ever moves itself would, on such an hypothesis, effect nothing of its own initiative and movement, nor could it refer to itself the responsibility of its actions. In such a case, when it reasoned of truth, it would surely not be worthy of praise, nor, on the other hand, be blameworthy, because it was filled with vice and wickedness. Why then, I would ask you, my good fellow, do you revile Euphrates and find fault with him, if it is not of his own initiative, but by the force of destiny, that he devoted himself to gain, as you pretend, and neglected the philosophical ideal? And why do you insult wizards, by calling them false sophists, if they are dragged down by the fates, as you believe, to their miserable life? And why do you keep in your vocabulary at all such a word as vice, when any evil man is unjustly condemned by you, since it is by necessity that he fulfils his destined term? And again, on what principle do you solemnly enroll yourself a disciple of the wonderful teacher Pythagoras, and insist on praising one who, instead of being a lover of philosophy, was a mere toy in the hands of the fates? And as for Phraortes and Iarchus, the philosophers of the Indians, what have they done to win from you the reputation of being gods, unless the glory they acquired by their culture and virtue was their own? And in the same way with regard to Nero and Domitian, why do you not saddle upon the fates and on necessity the responsibility for their unbridled insolence, and acquit them of all responsibility and blame? But if, as you say, a man who is destined to be a runner, or an archer, or a carpenter, cannot avoid being so, surely also if it has been destined that a man should be a wizard, and that being his character, a magician, or a murderer, and a wicked man and a reprobate, come what will, he must of necessity end by being such a person. Why then do you go wandering about, preaching the virtues to those who are incapable of reform? Why do you blame those who are the monsters they are, not of their own choice, but by predestination? And why too, if it was decreed by fate that you yourself, being of a divine nature, should transcend the glory of kings, did you visit schools of teachers and philosophers, and trouble yourself about Arabians, and about the Magi of Babylon, and the wise men of India? For in any case, surely, even without your holding communications with them, the decrees of the fates were bound to be fulfilled in your case. And why do you vainly cast before those whom you consider to be gods, your honey cake and your frankincense, and putting on the cloak of religion, encourage your companions to be diligent at their prayers? And what do you yourself in your prayers ask of the gods, inasmuch as you admit that they too are subject to destiny? Nay, you ought to make a clean sweep of all the other gods, and sacrifice to necessity alone, and to the fates, and pay your respects rather to destiny than to Zeus himself. In that case, no doubt, you would have no gods left, and rightly too, seeing that they are not even able to help mankind. And again, if it were decreed by fate that the citizens of Ephesus should be afflicted with pestilence, why did you sanction the opposite, and so try to thwart destiny? Nay, why did you dare to transcend destiny, and, as it were, raise a trophy over her? And again, in the case of the maiden raised to life, the thread of Clotho had reached its limit, and that being so, why did you, when she was dead, bind a fresh thread on the spindle, by coming forward yourself in the role of the saviour of her life? But perhaps you will say the fates drove you also onto these courses. Yet you cannot say that they did so out of respect to your merits. Far from it, seeing that before you passed into this body of yours, you were yourself, by your own account, a seafaring man, who spent his life upon the waves, and that of necessity, for even this could not have been otherwise. There is, therefore, nothing remarkable about your earliest birth, or your upbringing, or your education in the circle of arts, or in your wise self-discipline in the prime of your life, or of your training in philosophy. For it was, after all, some necessity of the fates that led you to Babylon, and you were, as it were, driven on to associate with the sages of India. and it was not your own will and choice, nor a love of philosophy either, but fate that led you in her noose to the naked sages of the Egyptians, and to Gadara, and to the pillars of Hercules, and it was she who forced you to wander about the eastern and western oceans, and along with her spindles whirled you idly around. But if any one admits, as they must, that his endowment with wisdom was due to these causes, then it was destiny that was responsible for them, and we must no longer reckon your hero among those who are fond of learning, nor can we with any pretence of reason admire a philosophy which was provided, not intentionally, but by necessity for him. And we shall have to class on one and the same level, according to him, Pythagoras himself with any pretentious and abject slave, and Socrates himself, who died in behalf of philosophy, with those who accused him and clamoured for his death; Diogenes too, with the golden youth of Athens; and, to sum up, the wisest man will not differ from the most imprudent, nor the unjustest from the justest, nor the most abandoned from the most temperate, nor the worst of cowards from the greatest of heroes, for they have all been demonstrated to be playthings of destiny and of the fates. Chapter 42. However, the herald of truth will raise his voice against such arguments, and say, O ye men, mortal and perishable race, whither are you drifting, after drinking the unmixed cup of ignorance? Be done with it at last, wake up and be sober, and raising the eyes of your intelligence, gaze upon the august countenance of truth. It is not lawful for truth to be in conflict and contradiction with herself, nor that of two pronounced opposites there should exist but one and the same ground and cause. The universe is ordered by the divine laws of the providence of God that controls all things, and the peculiar nature of man's soul renders him master of himself, and judge, ruler, and lord of himself, and it teaches him through the laws of nature and the tenets of philosophy that of things which exist some are within our own control, but others not, and within our control is everything which comes into being in accordance with our will and choice and action, and these are naturally free, unhindered, and unimpeded, but such things as are not in our control are weak and servile, restrained and alien to ourselves. For example, our bodily processes and external objects which are both lifeless and destitute of reason, and in their manner of existence wholly foreign to the proper nature of a reasonable living creature. As for things which are in our control, each one of us possesses in the will itself alternative impulses of virtue and vice, and while the principle which controls the universe and governs it executes its rounds in direct accordance with nature, it is at the same time always accompanied by a justice which punishes infractions of the divine law. But for the motives on which we act, the responsibility lies not with destiny nor fate, nor with necessity. It lies with him who makes the choice, and God is not to be blamed. If therefore any one is so foolhardy as to controvert the fact of our responsibility, let him be duly exposed, and let him openly proclaim that he is an atheist, seeing that he does not recognize either Providence or God or anything else except the fates and necessity. And let him bareheaded enumerate the consequences of these doctrines. Let him cease to call any one wise or foolish, just or unjust, virtuous or vicious, or charlatan. Let him deny that any one is divine in our humanity, that there is any philosophy, any education, in a word, any art of any kind, or science. Let him not call any one else by nature good or evil, but admit that everything whatever is whirled round in an eddy of necessity by the spindles of the fates. let such a person then be registered as an atheist and impious man in the tribunal of the pious and of philosophers. And if any one under the cloak of other opinions undertakes to entertain ideas of providence and of the gods, yet in addition to these champions the cause of destiny and fate, so upholding conflicting and opposed opinions, let him be classed among the senseless, and condemned to pay the penalty of his folly. This then is so. But if after this there still remain those who are disposed to register this man's name in the schools of philosophers, it shall be said that, even if they succeed in clearing him from the filth thrown by others, nay, in disentangling him from the pinchbeck properties in which the author of this book has wheeled him in upon the stage, we shall raise no objection to their doing so. At the same time, if any one ventures to overpass the limits of truth, and tries to deify him, as no other philosopher has been deified, he will at the best, though unawares, be rubbing into him the accusation of wizardry. For this work of pretentious sophistry can only serve, in my opinion, to convict him, and lay him open in the eyes of all men of sense to this terrible accusation. End of Volume 2, The Treatise of Eusebius, chapters 41 and 42. End of the Life of Apollonius of Tyana, by Flavius Philostratus, translated by F.C. Conybeare.